Born to be beautiful. From brown earth, I was born. From fertile ground, I blossom. Being beautiful is not something that describes me, it's who I am. It's not a hobby or a phase. I was born to be beautiful. Now, I didn't say I was born beautiful. Newborn babies look like uncut dicks, and damn, I was ugly as shit. But that was the past, and I'm willing to get over it. I'm actually glad I experienced being ugly because now I know how to not look like that ever again. Being gorgeous has always been my destiny. It just took a minute. From the minute I burst out into the world, I've rejected every binary and expectation of who I was supposed to be. The earliest memory I have from growing up in the Philippines is playing with a big blue truck that I bedazzled with glitter glue. I put my sister's Barbie behind the wheel and her suitcase packed with the cutest outfits into the trunk, then sent her off on her exotic adventures. I always played with boys and girl toys. I didn't discriminate. I built things with Legos, but it would be like a kitchen table for my Barbies. I had miniature toy soldiers too, because someone had to guard and protect Barbie's house from dangerous bandits. My parents never walked in on me playing with dolls and freaked out like that's for girls, bitch. Nobody around me ever made a big deal about it. That wasn't the environment I grew up in. My parents let me be me because they saw a lot of both of themselves in little Bretman. My sassiness definitely comes from my mom. That woman is a Scorpio and she does not take it from anyone. She's very much a my way or the highway kind of lady. But she's also really funny. I inherited my charismatic side in the way I love talking to people from her. My mom also likes to take credit for being my makeup role model, but bitch, no. When I was growing up, she couldn't care less about being a girly and barely even wore makeup besides a little mascara. People have People always ask me, who's the first beauty queen you've ever known? Surprised that would be my dad. He was such a metrosexual guy. He used yummy smelling body spray, skincare products for days, and had long, luscious hair like a rock star. His hair was longer than my sister's princess's ever was growing up, and he feathered it, like the guys in his favorite band, Journey. When I'd ask him, can you put my Bobby's hair up? He'd put it into a perfect ponytail. My dad was a metrosexual, but at the same time, he was also totally butch. It's funny because he always reminded me of Freddie Mercury from Queen. When I was little, everyone around me in the village seemed to be super skinny, and no one went to the gym, but my dad always found a way to exercise and was really into bodybuilding. He was huge by Filipino standards, a muscular guy with his WWF wrestler idols Bret the Hitman Hart and The Rock, who he named me after. My dad was the kind of guy women wanted and men wanted to be with. He was known for being a babang lalaki, a ladies' man. And a lot of the guys looked up to him because they could show up at our house and my dad would always provide drinks. He was that guy. Something else I drew from both of my parents as a kid, being a bit of a rascal. I constantly got in trouble for getting into physical fights with boys and girls. Remember, I don't discriminate. I also had undiagnosed ADHD, so I was in pain. I was a pain in my parents' asses. My dad just couldn't figure out how to keep me occupied all the time, especially before we went to church on Sundays. Everybody else in the family would be busy getting ready, and as the baby of the house, Princess hadn't been born yet. I wanted attention. First, my dad told me to go outside and play with our birds. We raised pigeons, quails, and cockfighting chickens, but I kept breaking his valuable eggs. He was not happy, but still determined to tame me like a wild horse, tried buying me puzzles to starve off my boredom. I figured them out too fast, though. I was kind of a prodigy, like Beyonce. So after I finished my puzzles, there would only be one place left I was allowed to go, upstairs to my grandma Lilang's room. In the Philippines, my whole extended family lived in the same private compound, 9 separate families and 9 houses on a half acre of land. I was forbidden to go into any other rooms in our house because my auntie hated people barging in on her. Bitch, I didn't want to see you naked either. But I loved wandering into my Nana's room, which was the most fun anyway because it was so fucking weird. She was a witch doctor and had such a vibe. Nana had covered her walls with Chinese calendars, mirrors, and symbols, and her cupboards were filled with things I wasn't allowed to rummage through, probably because it was like voodoo dolls and human hair and shit. I still don't fully know what the fuck the woman was ever actually up to, but I know she didn't believe in pills, even though our house was right next to a drugstore. If someone in the family had any ailment under the sun, headaches, burns, cut, pussy itch, she had a paste for it. If I was sick, she made me drink nasty ass potions. She could have peed in them, and I had no idea. Nana Lilang had a signature look, a hunch and curly short hair with bangs. She also wore the same dusty rose-colored shirt with holes in it. It was her security blanket. She had a ton of other cute clothes, but she washed and wore this one raggedy-ass pink shirt every single day. She would literally be buried in it when she passed when I was in 4th grade. Besides the shirt, Nana took great pride in her appearance, especially when she was getting ready for church. She needed to show off for the other girls. It was a ritual, and while she beat her face sitting at her little makeup table, I'd lie on her mahogany fainting couch and pepper her with questions about the process. I was memorized by her creative choices. I could sit there and watch my grandma for hours, but sometimes she put me to work and had me color her hair with cheap dye from the drugstore next door, or pay me to pluck out her white hairs. OMG, I just realized that was my first ever paying job and I was just a toddler. Sometimes my grandma got frustrated with me. I was one of those why kids who needed everything explained to me. Why was it called Sunday? Why do we go to church? Why are we going to burn in hell? But she was the only person who never scolded me, and she always answered all my questions, no matter how stupid or annoying. My grandma was an angel, and I was always by that bitch's side growing up. I was like her shadow. Remember the story that I mentioned in the intro about the magical morning Nana Lilang put her makeup on my face for the first time? Let me finish telling you the full story. When I was 4, I was standing by her vanity as she got ready for church and firing off my usual barrage of whys. When I asked, "Why does blush make your face red?" she turned to me with the kindest smile and put the tiniest amount of red blush on my cheeks. I did a happy dance. Girl, I was really feeling myself, and I'll never forget her laughter and joy watching me. That was the first time I fell in love with vanity. My grandma gave me the superpower of feeling like that bitch. I felt so pretty and couldn't wait to leave the house and be out in public with my fiery cheekbone. I went to Catholic church that morning feeling like a girl. I was so fishy in my mind, like my hair was touching my asshole. Before we touched through the front door of the chapel, I cut my hands together and dunked them in the 2 angel figurine bowls right next to the entrance, then drenched myself in holy water, ready to get on my knees and pray to whoever God was. It was truly a religious experience. My grandma Lilang was the first person in my family to actively signal to me that it was okay to openly express my feminine side. I don't know what the fuck I did to her for her to love me that much, but from that moment with the blush on, I felt like it was me and her versus the world. She was also the first person in my family to tell me it was okay to be gay. Too, when our priest talked about how 2 men sleeping together was wrong, she'd lean over and whisper to me, "Don't listen to him, he's not always right." Then I already wasn't paying attention at Mass to begin with. The Philippines are super Catholic, and it's not the most progressive place in the world, so it's actually pretty shocking how almost nobody ever messed with me about being gay when I was growing up. I think people could sense that my parents and grandma knew I was gay but didn't give a fuck. Also, my dad was big, muscular guy, so even if they had a problem with me being gay, they knew to keep it to themselves, bitch. My dad was never the best husband, but he was a really great father to me, and I think it had a lot to do with my grandma Lang, his mom, being so open first. I'm pretty sure she told him I was gay and he accepted me without ever actually telling me that he accepted me. He had a local illegal lottery called Jutang, and my dad always bet a few pesos when the people who ran it came by using my birthday, 731. One time his number came up and he won enough money to buy us a tricycle, basically an electric motorbike that had a sidecar. We tooled around everywhere together in that tricycle, me riding shotgun. If he skipped church, we'd ride over when it was closed and he guiltily dropped some coins into the donation box outside. He also took me to work with him. My dad had a twin brother and they owned a transportation company called Twin Bros Transportation. Don't at me. I'm not gonna lie, for a long time I couldn't tell my dad and uncle apart and it confused me. Sometimes when my dad would travel for work for a long time, I'd cry and my uncle would pretend to be my dad so I wouldn't get upset. It was only when my uncle broke his effing leg and got crutches that I realized which one was which and that been bamboozled my entire first few years of life. For work, my dad and uncle would drive buses to the rice paddies and farms outside of town so people could load up fruits, vegetables, and rice to bring back and sell at the local market. I sat next to him while he drove, and he made me his official conductor. If I couldn't go with him that day, he'd bring home Jollibee for dinner, 2 chickens with gravy and rice to cheer me up. You don't understand where we lived. There were no big restaurants and stuff like that. It wasn't a rich village or anything, so it was very cool of him. I would literally be crying and effing eating the bones and toes because it was such a luxury. I knew my dad loved me unconditionally, even when I ate my chicken like a animal. "Are you sure you're gay?" he asked me. "That's not how gay people eat." My uncle would like to tease me too. One time I was eating a peanut butter sandwich wearing a cute little red and blue jersey jacket with the letter B on it that my mom got me. The B is for Bretman. I beamed. "Are you sure it doesn't stand for bakla?" my uncle said, laughing. Bakla is Filipino for F word. My dad picked up my sandwich and threw it at his brother. "Don't ever call him that again," he yelled. I really wanted that effing sandwich, but it was so sweet of my dad to do that. It was the first time anyone ever defended me for being a flaming homosexual. And you know what? My uncle never called me Bak again. And after that, if other people made comments about me being gay, I remember my dad would shoot back, "He's going to make me rich one day." Such a cute burn. Insecurity was something I never really struggled with because all that early support from my family kind of made me feel unstoppable. I met so many queer people with such different growing up and coming out stories, and I start thinking like I never even had to come out, and all of that is because I had the luxury of a very open and accepting family who made me feel seen and let me explore my gender. There is no there is so much power in acceptance. Acceptance created the bad bitch I am today. My grandma will never know just how powerful her implicit acceptance would become for me. In Filipino families, we often have a totem we pass down to future generations. On my mom's side of the family, it's her mom's necklace, and on my dad's side, it's a ring from my grandpa. I feel like that simple act of putting blush on me that day was my grandma's passing a totem to me, even though I probably sweated it off from running around the church 5 minutes later after I got there. It meant the world to me. And as I've grown older, I've come to see it more and more as the moment where she handed her powers over to me. When I put on makeup, I think of her, and when I look in the mirror, I see beauty everywhere, even in my uneven eyelids, because one of them looks like my grandma's eyelid, and one of them look like my grandpa's. Now, whenever people ask me when was the first time you wore makeup, I think about my nana laughing and smiling as I peacocked in her witchy room, and it still makes my heart warm. That was the moment I realized you can do anything when you're feeling yourself. You can do anything you want when you're a bad bitch. Chapter 2. The biggest question that everyone has always asked me, even way before I was anyone, is why are you like this? Or what are you on? Which breaks my heart because nobody ever asked, what are you under? I can't help who I am. I don't think it's possible for me to be any other way than this. I'm the definition of being a product of my environment. I mean, I was born and raised in the Philippines, a country that literally shuts down to watch the Miss Universe pageant. There are so many Filipino influences that made me the bad bitch I am today, from speaking 3 languages I can't even pronounce, Ilocano, Tagalog, and English, and to how hard I brush my teeth. My hometown, Sanchez, Sanchez Mira, in the province of Cagayan, sits on a seaside peninsula on the tippy top of the Philippines, about 6 hours away from the capital, Manila. I think it's like 6 hours. It depends on the traffic and road conditions. And when I say road, girl, that's open to interpretation. There aren't really stop signs or established lanes marked with lines, so the journey is always chaotic and unpredictable, kind of like me. When you're on the road, you just kind of pray you don't get hit. The Philippines is a wild country, third world, which I know isn't the phrase we use anymore, but it was while I was growing up there. Did not even feel like the way to describe what it was like then. If anything, our village felt like fourth world, no, fifth world. Don't get it twisted. I didn't say it's not beautiful, okay? I grew up surrounded by jungle, mountains, and black sand beaches nestled on clear blue seawater. My tiny rural town, population 2,000 bad bitches, is an agricultural potpourri teeming with rice paddies and cornfields, pineapples and banana farms and fruit trees, coconut, cocoa, and coffee. We had it all. Frogs and little animals were obsessed with the abundance of crops we had. And then every winter, the gray faced buzzards, or sawi, as locals call them, would migrate there to feast their ugly little faces off on the frogs. Whatever food the frogs and the mother beeping buzzards left from the rest of us would be put on buses like the ones my dad and uncle drove and brought back to be sold by vendors at the central market. How do I even describe the market? It was right next to the river and it smelled like dead fish, goat carcass, and chicken shit. I swear to God, they would murder cows straight up inside the market. It really did smell like death. I feel like I need to make a Google Maps to explain the layout of the market to you, but it also changed every day. It was so disorganized and chaotic. One day a week, the market transformed into a flea market where you could buy furniture, medicine, cleaning equipment, and school supplies, which was what my mom sold. I usually go and bother her at the market and take things like shoes from our own store. You could find the cheapest things there, things that you never even thought you needed, like pellet guns. Everything cost a peso, equivalent the equivalent of a nickel. My dad would give me 5 pesos every day. 1 peso got me chips and my favorite snack, a green mango pickled in a vinegar juice concoction, thick as Bisquick, which came in a little baggie. With the leftover pesos, I'd buy baby duck hatchlings and bring them home to add to our coops and take care of. Or if I was feeling like a generous little bitch, I'd treat my friends to a snack. A lot of kids would be like, "You come to school with 5 pesos in your pocket? Girl, are you a billionaire up in this shit?" In first grade, I'm not gonna lie, I was a bougie kid. My family was considered a little wealthier than most people in my town, so I had a driver who took me to school on my dad's electric tricycle, and I had 2 babysitters who fed me and gave me sponge baths and in bed when I refused to get up for school. I guess it was more like a whore's bath, just the pits and the naughty pits. Okay, I exaggerated. The driver was my cousin, and if I didn't get out of bed after like 15 minutes, I'd get my ass beat. No need to call social services besties. In the Philippines, all children get their asses beat. Every Filipino child's worst nightmare is seeing a shoe, stick, belt, or slipper because you'll get hit with it. We weren't actually rich, just above average for where we lived, and we never went hungry because my extended family all worked in catering and owned a bunch of restaurants. On the family compound, there were people everywhere and tons of animals and birds running around our property all the times. Every morning I'd wake up to the aroma of peanut, peanut bed, adubo, adubo, and seeing cooking in giant clay pots wafting in my bedroom window. For breakfast, my auntie would serve us a dish of chicken breast and rice with banana ketchup, and girl, I gobbled that up so fast. I don't even remember what other ingredients were in it, but it gave me all the energy I needed for the rest of the day. But I never took having plentiful food for granted. I've always eaten moderately, even if not eating slowly, because I was taught from the day I was born, you eat until you're full. Period. As soon as you're full, you stop. Our compound was really cool between the 9 families. We were like a modern day tribe. I mostly hung out with my cousins like Kiefer, aka Miss K. Growing up, I didn't even know they were my cousins. I didn't know what a cousin was. I just thought I had so many friends. I found out later that we were all just required to be friends, to be my friends because they were my blood relations. Our town was made up of mostly large clans like ours. Our entire community was tight knit. It was almost like a cult. Like if you wandered into my town and asked anyone where my family lived, they'd be like, "Oh sure, go down to the third rice paddy and make a right at the White Cow, and it's the second house from the jail." There were no secrets in my hometown. If somebody killed somebody, everybody would know who did it, and everybody would go to the funeral. Probably even the killer and her family too. I did have some neighborhood friends who I wasn't related to. Melanie, who we called aiding, aiding, which means baby, baby, was my first girlfriend. We played ballet, ballet. The direct translation is house, house. Don't ask me why we say everything twice. Twice is nice, bitch. People always tell me and Melanie to kiss, and I'm just ashamed to say I succumbed to peer pressure more times than I want to admit. Please don't take away my gold star lesbian badge. Melanie and I planned a faux wedding, something I couldn't pretend to do with my other friends because they were my cousins, and it'd be weird if I married my cousins. We may have been a developing country, but we weren't mother effing Alabama. JK, love you, Alabama. Even though I already knew I was gay, I remember being totally into the wedding because I loved being the center of attention. I played an excellent husband. You could say I was the greatest actress since Darna, the Philippines' most famous comic super heroine. Reagan! Reagan! Donna was our version of Wonder Woman. I'd watch all of Darna's show and movies as a kid and identified with her because she loved swallowing balls. In Tanja Damer, she would swallow a round white stone to transform into a badass bikini-clad superhero bitch. If I wasn't watching Darna, I'd be watching the other super girly shows like Winx Club. Anyway, Melanie and I exchanged vows. We kissed, we put a rock in her stomach, pretending it was a baby, and she gave birth to my cousin Nina. That's what we did for fun, pretended to have babies. Some people grow up with expensive video consoles like PlayStations, but our broke asses had to make up games. Another one was Tumang Presso, a mashup of lawn bowling and kick the can. You put a slipper on top of a can, run 100 yards out, and throw another slipper at the can. Once the slipper is knocked off the can, you run and put it back on the can. That's at least an hour of free entertainment. We also played the Pobrecita version of dodgeball. We didn't have rubber balls, so we found small rocks, covered them with crumpled paper, and threw them at each other. Don't worry, baby, we make sure the rocks were small enough not to take out an eye or cause permanent brain damage. When you got nothing, honey, you gotta get creative. We did not have a playground. We didn't have a jungle gym. We had the real motherfucking jungle in our backyards with legit anacondas, water snakes, scorpions, flying frogs, 3 foot tall monkey eating eagles, and fruit bats the size of a toddler. All the parents knew if they needed to find their kid, we were probably somewhere deep in the jungle throwing extravagant weddings in our makeshift tree houses or collecting snails. On rainy days, if the jungle flooded, all the snails got washed down into the fields. Before they could eat all the rice, the kids would be put in charge of snatching up the snails and selling them at the market. A pound of snails earned you 5 pesos, enough to buy this beach more candy and soda pops for my favorite. Sorry. I love to buy tasty snacks from street vendors with my allowance or hard-earned snail cash. Food just tastes so much better when you pay for it yourself. It's also so Asian. Not just a Filipino thing to eat a lot of street food. Every street in my town had tons of stalls. My favorite sold barbecue, balu, lumpia, fried banana fritters wrapped in wet banana leaves, silky tofu, and a refreshing creamy fruit juice called sako guluman, doled out of big colorful jars with ladles. Also, also being business savvy is in my blood. In addition to selling school supplies at the market once a week, my mom also sold fruit and vegetables in our designated stalls stall on the other days, and like a good little carny and a natural born salesman, I'd help her out since I wasn't in school yet at that point. But my first serious job was working for my auntie. She was really into plants and would always need fertilizer. So she'd give me a bunch of bags and say, fill these up and I'll give you 10 pesos for each bag. I literally picked up cow shit with my bare hands to earn those pesos. You might be like, ew, you nasty boy, but I would not have traded that experience for anything. I didn't even feel like I was working because it was so fun. Listen, a little shit stain never hurt nobody. When we were in the jungle, if we had to go number two, it's not like we could run all the way home, so we rub our asses with whatever we could find. Leaf, sticks, stones. Back when I was a bully for a hot minute, I'd throw poo-covered sticks at my friends. Precious memories. Dang. My family and I were barely ever indoors, not matter how hot and humid it was. Girl, let me tell you, you don't know how hot and humid until you experience the Philippines from August to October. It's rare to see anyone in jeans because the air's so muggy and heavy. I like to say I've been into fashion from an early age, but girl, there was just no fashion where I came from. Fashion doesn't exist in tiny village in a tropical hothouse. It's just not a priority. Nobody dressed up. There was no such thing as fancy. We only had 2 seasons, wet and dry, and either way you were going to be soaked, whether from sweat or rain. You glistened all day, every day, and not in the sexy way. I actually don't think it's a joke that the Philippines does not have an ozone layer. The air is dirty and sticky. The sun pushes through it to just punch you. There's a stereotype that Filipinos take multiple baths per day, but that one's true. You shower, you go into outside, you play for an hour, you're dirty and sticky again, you get back in that shower. All of this also explains why I'm usually in some state of shirtless to this day. And don't even get me started on rainy season. I lived I lived in the north, literally the typhoon capital of the Philippines. We would get hit first every year at the same time in October. But as scary as typhoons and flash floods and landslides are, we learned from an early age to celebrate the rain. It's going to come regardless, but you know what always comes after the rain? Rice and rainbows. Filipinos see the rain as an opportunity to not water their plants for a week. If there's one thing about Filipinos, no matter what we're going through in general, we're going to find the silver lining. Instead of complaining, we know the skies will eventually clear up and life goes on. Filipinos are the most optimistic, resilient people on the planet, and I love that. Like we might have gotten colonized and forced to convert to Catholicism, but let me tell you, people like my Nana Lelaine, we're still low-key practicing our ancient spirituality, keeping altars and sneaking in our traditional icons for worship by hiding them underneath like a statue of Mother Mary and still showing up with a full face beat for the Lord on Sundays. Or when my whole town was flooded, girl, we were out on our roofs doing karaoke. Filipinos love to sing and they can belt. Unfortunately, while I got the gene for every other stereotypical Filipino thing there is, singing skipped me for some reason. Do I think I can sing? Absolutely. Does anybody else think I can sing? Absolutely not. But whether I'm good or not, I will sing. I really do think I'm Beyonce. And if you think I'm funny, bitch, everyone in the Philippines is funny. We literally cannot out funny each other. It was only when I moved to America that I saw so many distraught people all over the place. It was so weird to me. Like, wow, what's wrong with everyone? That's the exact opposite attitude to the one where I grew up. Where I come from, we're literally always looking for any reason to celebrate. I mean, my fellow countrymen and women and everyone in between celebrate Christmas for 6 months straight. We actually call it Burmas because once the month turns to the Burrs, September, October, November, December, you are legally allowed to go Christmas caroling. Imagine it being September and you hear people singing Deck the Halls outside your house. I mean, I can belt out Ang Pasco a Suma Pit with the best of them, and I'll even add in my own ad lib lyrics such as "Open the fucking door, bitch." But after month two, I mean, like, please stop. And when I tell you they will continue caroling all the way up to January, I'm not kidding. After January, we get started on Chinese New Year's. My family isn't ethnically Chinese, but we're out here celebrating Chinese New Year's. Whatever it is, we'll celebrate it, even if it has nothing to do with us. Filipinos are very passionate people. Some might say we go a little too far. We all worship the crown, and I'm not talking about Meghan and Harry, though I do love me a little ginger spice boo. No, girl, we are obsessed with pageants. Miss Universe is our version of the Super Bowl, especially after Miss Pia Batch won in 2015, the first time the Philippines had won in almost 2 decades. But Steve Harvey read the wrong name, Miss Columbia, off the prompt card. The whole moment was kind of taken away from Miss Pia because they literally gave her the crown with only 10 seconds left on air to do her first walk. You know, since the whole thing is still a live program. Anyways, when Miss Universe happens, everybody calls off from work and the whole country tunes in and roots for our homegrown girl to bring home the tiara. Since the 2000s, Philippines has always made top 20 of Miss Universe. I don't know why all of this FNS Universe knowledge is coming through right now. This is literally like how straight men are so passionate when you talk to them about the NFL and how many rings they got. Like, that's how we are with pageants, bitch. Don't play with us. But we're just as invested in it. And any pageant, big or small, Miss Globe, Miss Earth, Miss Moon, Miss Sky, whatever. If anyone throws on a sash that says Miss Philippines, they will inherit 111 million rabid fans immediately, no questions asked. We just love pretty things, and we're always excited when anyone represents the Philippines for any reason. Pageantry is genuinely a huge part of Filipino culture. We don't just obsessively watch pageants on TV, we also throw them in every city throughout the country almost every day of the year. My family was usually very involved in our town's pageants in some way. We would sometimes be the official sponsor, sometimes the caterers, and at the very least donate chairs. Our town held our pageants in our town hall or the Coliseum, which was actually an old beat up basketball court. And of course, I was obsessed with them. We had pageants for kids, pets, people, places, and things that didn't even make sense. Like my town once had a pageant only for women who worked in the rice fields. The best ones were the gay pageants, though, which in hindsight was pretty revolutionary to have in a town as small as ours. These bitches, the talent, I was in awe. One might be dancing, one might be spitting fire, one might be singing, one might be doing a Filipino folk dance. I was like, OMG, gays are talented as fuck. Did I want to be in the pageants? Oh God, please, duh, you don't even need to ask. Sadly, I never got to, only one of one of my neighbors was a contestant, and I rooted for her with all my heart and soul. And if I remember correctly, with ear-splitting, high-pitched squeals. Every year, I still get asked to go back to my hometown and judge that year's gay pageant. I love that they keep asking me. One day, I will be home around the time. My mom actually won a pageant once. It was for the weirdest category, Miss Balik Bayan, the Tagalog word for miss coming home. She started traveling to America to make more money for the family, and she just returned from a work trip to Hawaii. She was up against two other middle aged women who had also gone to America and came back home. For the Miss Balik Bayan crown, there was no swimsuit competition, no baton twirling, no Q&A asking how they solve climate change. You know what they had to do. These three women had to get lined up in three chairs in a stadium with boxes placed in front of each. Then everybody in that stadium went up and dropped money into the box of the woman they wanted to vote for, and whoever got the most donations was the winner. My mom won, duh, because she literally put her own money in the box. She did not hold back. She handed out wads of cash to her friends so they could stuff the ballot box and win. Listen, I was not raised by a loser. There's a reason why I'm a sore loser today. I do not come from good sportsmanship, people. My mom rigged a whole pageant so she could win. Let me tell you, she has zero shame about it and is still so proud of her sash. After my mom won her pageant, we had a parade for her. In the Philippines, you only need the smallest reason for us to throw the grandest parade. We love them just as much as we love pageants. One time word got around the town that our mayor had been selected to be a contestant on the Filipino reboot of the game show Deal or No Deal. The idea that someone from our little city was chosen to be on television was such a huge effing deal that my town threw an extravagant, even by our standards, farewell party for her. There was music and food and dancing. Congrats, Mayor, everyone shouted. Bring home the million. Then we could be rich as a town and we'd be so proud. The mayor soaked in all the attention and conveniently forgot to mention us any time before, during, or after the event that her upcoming appearance on Deal or No Deal was only a rumor. Nobody had bothered to check if the gossip was true. The whole town was ready for her to leave. We were parading for this woman to win, and then she never went. Nobody got mad at her, though. I mean, what are you going to get mad at? We all got fed, and everybody had a great time. Having a great time is a Filipino's primary goal in life, so our barring gay, the local government always make sure we have plenty of festivals to attend. Whether we were celebrating Abel, June beetles, an annual delicacy that we only harvest in the fall, or suman latte, rice cakes wrapped in banana leaves and a sweet caramel sauce. Festivals gave us the opportunity to socialize, drink, dance, and wear costumes made out of coconut leaves, bark, and fruit. Tell that bitch Heidi Klum we made dresses out of corn husk way before Project One Way. JK Heidi, love you, miss you. We usually strove to be joyful and happy as much as possible, except for one special day a year, Day of the Dead, on November 1st. We got really serious with that shit, especially in the provinces. Like, bitch, it's a shutdown, nobody's allowed out, and you're not allowed to make any noise. From the minute you wake up to the minute you put your head back on your pillow, the streets are empty and everybody's praying at home. There are no kids running around and no tricycles zigzagging down the street. It's the opposite of how Halloween is celebrated in the United States. Everybody in America goes out trick-or-treating, and it's not even a celebration of the dead. It's just an excuse for some people to dress up like a hoe, which I'm not mad about. Some years I dress up like a hoe too. Other years I throw on a black wig, black glasses, and a long black leather trench coat to transform into the fabulous Edna Mode from The Incredibles. On Day of the Dead back home, every house has an altar. Whether somebody's dead in your immediate family or not, some altars get really cute. You lay out a cross or a statue figure, Mother Mary or Jesus. You fill up a bowl with sticky rice, but you don't cook the sticky rice. Then you put an egg on it, but you don't cook the egg either because apparently it gets cooked in heaven. You pray over it, but you don't eat it because it's for the dead. Then you just sit on in your house quietly, which was almost impossible for me as a kid. But somehow I managed because I respect the dead bitch and I respect our traditions. The phrase I always heard growing up, especially when I heard my Tagalog friends getting scolded by their parents, was, "Aren't you ashamed of what others will think?" Whether our parents know it or not, they taught us respect and humility really, really young. We might live for the glamour of a celebration, but everything about Filipino culture is also designed to keep people humble, especially the folklore. Adults use it expertly to keep us kids out of trouble. Like we were rowdy or stayed out, like if we were rowdy or stayed out too late in the forest or frolicked on the beach during the high tide, our parents and grandmas reminded us all about the aswang, aswang, aswangs, shape shifting mythical creatures that would get us if we weren't good. There was Mana Nangle, the aswang who severed her own torso, turned into a bat and would suck out your blood. T T Tianek, who disguised itself as a baby and would eat whoever picked it up when it cried. And the dreaded Tick Tick, whose long black tongue slithered down chimneys and then ripped out the feet and ate the fetuses from pregnant women's stomach. Damn girl, there was lots of baby eating in Filipino folklore, whatever it took to scare us straight, but don't worry, I would never be actually straight no matter what supernatural ghoul was trying to kill me. Filipino folklore has been passed down from so many generations, but adults would also pull Filipino folklore has been passed down from so many generations, but adults who also pull random shit out of their asses to get us to obey them. Let's say I wouldn't eat my dinner, my mom would shame me with, "You have to eat every piece of that rice on your plate because you don't know what happens to the rice if you don't eat it. It goes back into the jungle crying. Is that what you want to see?" If I got into a fight with my sister, my mom would say, "Bretman, you know what happens when you fight girls, right? What, you start growing boobs." Then I'd beat my sister up even more. Don't threaten me with a good time, bitch. I have reasons to believe that Filipino grandmas were the ones who invented the word superstition because I swear they are experts at making shit up on the spot. I could be playing basketball at night and then my grandma would warn all dramatic, "Bretman, you know what happens when you bounce balls at night?" "What, grandma?" "The centipedes fall from the sky." Bitch, I would believe her. "There's no cutting nails on the weekends," she might say out of the blue one day. "Why don't you cut your nails on the weekends, grandma?" "Because it's bad luck and no money will come to you." Who says that? Who says that? I'll tell you, every old Filipino woman, these ladies of all ages who've got superstitions for days, especially when they're pregnant. Don't get mad at your husband too much when you're pregnant because the baby will end up looking like him. My cousin's mom wanted her baby to be pretty, so she rubbed her belly while looking at a Barbie doll, and boom, her daughter really did turn out looking like a Filipino Barbie doll when she grew up. It sounds, if that sounds crazy, I'm not done, bitch. The biggest superstition is that whatever craving a pregnant woman has will affect what form their kid will take. My mom craved balut eggs while she was pregnant with me. I also love them now, and my whole family thinks I'm hairy because when the ducks are in the egg, they still have hair. I'm the only one in my family besides my grandpa who can grow a beard. Well, I used to be able to before I lasered my gorilla mask off. Sadly, you can still see little stubbles because the laser didn't get everything that cute. I could go on and name all my family members and tell you what their mom's cravings were when they were pregnant, but that would take forever. Okay, fine, I'll just do a few of my favorites. My auntie had cravings for crabs, and my cousin was born with two fingers on each hand. My cousin's mom had cravings for adobo dog, a delicacy back home, and my cousin laughs like a dog and paints when he's tired. With my niece Cleo, my sister had cravings for Lang, a popular dish made with dried taro leaves and coconut milk. The first couple of months of Cleo's life, we thought something was wrong with her because her shit looked like Lang. For all Americans reading this, picture spinach dip that sat out in the sun all day. Ew, oh my god. My mom was like, "See, that's why we told you not to eat Lang. My mother knows best, bitch." Then I have another auntie who's craved squid, and her son came out really dark, the darkest one in the family. Of course, there's no problem with that, but sadly, a lot of Filipinos believe you have to eat a lot of mangoes when you're pregnant so that your baby will come out whiter. America has a spectrum of racism, but the Philippines primarily has a specific version of it, what we call colorism, an internalized bias that favors lighter skin, which has been a thing pretty much since the Spanish explorer Magellan colonized our country in the 1500s. Where I'm from in the north is where a lot of native Filipinos like me and my family live. We are typically merino, meaning browner or darker skin with flatter noses and curly hair. I hated my curls growing up, so I would always straighten them to the point that I ruined the curl pattern on the ends of my hair. Being merino is considered not beautiful under colorism, while being light skinned or mestizo mixed and straight haired is idealized and idolized. Almost all of our celebrities and pageant queens are mestizo or maputi light skinned. It's very common for the stars and regular people alike to bleach their skin. FCOM, and it's more like an epidemic. My country has one of the highest rates of use of skin lighteners in Asia. If you went to the Philippines today, you'd see billboards everywhere for soaps, mercury lace creams, pills, and injection treatments that claim to lighten skin. The ad shows before pics of sad tan girls and other pics of happy white girls. The message screams: "If you're white, you're beautiful." You can see that everywhere you go. Store shelves are packed with products made with glutathione, 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 a lightening agent that's not even approved for use in the States. But Filipinos all strive for that light skin anyway. Even yours truly did at one point, which might make you look at my current perfect caramel color body and cry, "Why, Batman? Why?" When I was young, I wanted to be mestiza so badly. I asked my mom to bring me home papaya soap, one of the natural ingredients that allegedly lightens skin. I hated being merino. It was a word I refused to identify with for years until after we moved to America. I brainwashed myself into thinking I was a mestiza girl, though obviously I wasn't. It was something I really struggled with growing up. That type of self hatred shit is so toxic. It wasn't until very recently that I embraced my merino skin shade. I honestly didn't realize I was experiencing the effects of colorism until I moved to Hawaii, which, girl, is the closest state to the equator where the sun shines 270 days a year. I was going to get darker after moving. I didn't have a choice. But the first time I went home after I got sort of famous, sitting in studios and meetings with Filipino celebrities, I couldn't help but compare my skin tone to them. Our mainstream media is not brown. People who book jobs are not native Filipino. When you watch Filipino films, the workers are darker and the rich ones are lighter. That's the sad part. A role could call for an indigenous Ata woman, and they would hire a half white, half Filipino woman and paint her skin black just so she could play a maid. Blackface is still a thing in our TV shows, and it's just not discussed back home. That's the ignorance that I grew up in and brought with me when I first came to America. The Filipino version of racism really is not that much different than to anywhere else in the world. The only difference is in the States, we are more woke about our racism. We mostly know it's a problem. What sets the Philippines and other Asian countries apart is that we still don't see colorism as a problem. It's that nobody calls it out. It's just hard to call out when a lot of Filipinos continue to lighten their skin. If I think really hard about it, I personally can't think of or name anyone as tan as me who's famous back home. That's why when I shot my first magazine cover for Nylon, I gave a shout out to all my dark skinned Filipino brothers and sisters. To see any brown person on a famous fashion magazine cover meant so much to so many people, including me. Bitch, it was a magical moment. Like, look, mom, I'm a fucking cover girl. I wrote on my Instagram captions. This is for all of the baklas and proud to be merino. Just a few years ago, it would have been unthinkable for me to write that. Today, I'm embracing what it means to be a true Filipino, and every part of my upbringing, history, and heritage has made me the Bretman I am today. A happy, humble, and dark-skinned ingenue. Next time I go back, I think I want a parade for the merinos and the baklas. Aunties make me a sash and set up the chairs. Chapter 3. I think a lot of immigrants and second generation kids can go too far in the other direction when we try to assimilate into a new country. Like right now, I'm trying to decolonize my spiritual practice and work and some of the rituals my grandma used to do and do less westerny stuff. I stopped following the zodiac and smudging my house with sage as much as I loved it, and I'm trying to study more native Filipino stuff and what we believed instead. I think it's very important to stay connected to your roots, but at the same time, stay open to the idea that maybe some of the old country ways and ideas and traditions can be super flawed too. Something I had to process was the Filipino obsession with whiteness. I often hear about how Asian Americans don't see themselves as Western on Western TV and stuff like that. I also didn't see myself a lot when I moved to America, but I think it'll shock a lot of people when I say that even Filipino showbiz, Filipino media, I don't see myself on TV back home. Back home, whiteness is glamorized. Being light means power. If you're wealthier, it means you can stay out of the sun. You're not working in the fields. When I went back home that time for Miss Universe, I saw the biggest faces and stars endorsing lightening products. The thing is, because they're using chemicals to look white, I noticed that their skin almost looks dead. It's not a healthy white glow, and yet being back in the Philippines, looking at all of them, I still wanted that too. I'm ashamed to admit it wasn't that long ago that I felt so insecure about my own skin color that I went to a world-renowned Filipino esthetician and walked out of there with 5 soaps and lotions, 1 face lightening cream, and 1 cream for my taint because I was like, damn, doctor, even my hole's dark. But when I got back to Hawaii, I said to myself, what are you doing, bitch? As I read more about our history, I realized that these racist biases were brought over by our white Spanish colonizers. When we were told that beauty means white, we were like, okay, fine, we'll be white. I had a major epiphany then. We want to be our own oppressor. By the time I went home again, a couple of years after the Miss Universe gig for work, it was comedic to me how badly people wanted to be white. Y'all don't even understand how blessed y'all are to have skin that doesn't burn when you go out in the sun. You get darker because that's just how much your skin loves you. Be glad you turn brown and not red. What I'm trying to say is learn your history, honor your traditions, but also keep your eyes and ears open for what maybe needs a little updating and zhuzhing up, and appreciate your uniqueness and we all don't need to look like the same brand of white. We have to have diversity in this world, even if the media doesn't celebrate it. Chapter 3, bitches be fighting for me. When you're 3 years old, you don't really give a fuck about anything other than your toys. So when my mom and two siblings packed up and moved to Hawaii without me, leaving me behind with my dad, to be honest, I was way more preoccupied with the guilt gift she brought me. A new ride on truck stuffed with Barbie dolls, then heartbroken. Back then in the Philippines, that kind of toy was not common. I was like, girl, is this the future? What's next? Flying cars? We dumped 80% of the family off at the airport, and I was like, girl, bye, without a care in the world. Well, actually, I had one major concern. The Barbies, the Barbies my mom left in the truck turned out to be all meth addicted looking bitches my little sister didn't want anymore. She took all the pretty ones with her, and I needed head to toe makeover stat. Regardless, I was still very happy with my haul. I don't F with stinky hoes because they are a bad reflection on me, so I made my new Barbie's beautiful dresses out of tissue paper, leaves I found outside, and scraps from my grandma's curtains and tablecloths. Grandma Lelaine even helped me sew them together because she was an angel. Once my Barbies had pretty faces and fits again to match their tiny waists, I set them up with my toy soldiers who guarded and protected their houses and hearts. It was like my version of The Bodyguard, starring the inimitable Whitney Houston. Even though my Barbies were Amazon goddesses and my soldiers skinny little toothpicks, they coupled off and fell in love, and I threw them lavish weddings. This is when I realized, oh my god, tall women can be with short men as well because they're like strong little soldiers, period. That was a cute little lesson that I learned. It became an everyday thing. Me driving my toy truck to the marketplace with my squad of sequin Barbies riding shotgun. We parked at my auntie's stall, and I was just that kid with his electric car and Barbies. That's how I grew up. No one was like, "Oh my God, look at that gay kid with his effing Barbies in the car." First of all, your kids don't even have a mother effing car, let alone a Barbie bitch. So for you to run your mouth and look at your kids, what the fuck? That's what I would. That's what I would have said if they had said anything. Trust me. But again, the whole town was very accepting. Now, where was I? Oh, right, yes. I don't want anyone to shed a tear for me when my mom left. I knew she still loved me the most. Duh. My parents were business savvy people, and they decided to move to America to make more money for our family while my dad stayed behind in the Philippines to run her stall at the market in addition to Twin Bros transportation. So my mom's goal was to get the rest of our family set up in America, get a green card, then bring me and my dad over to join the mall in paradise as soon as possible. Slight hitch in plan. My mom didn't trust my dad not to cheat. As I've mentioned, he had a reputation around town as a barbaro, English translation zaddy. So I picked to stay behind and I guess be a cockblock. It made sense that they chose little old me, the middle child, the favorite, to keep my dad company. Before Princess and I were born, my parents were having a tough relationship. My dad was at the peak of a rough patch with drugs and fighting. He didn't really straighten out and fix things with his parents and the rest of his family until right before I was born. My brother Edwin Jr., JR, is 12 years older than me, and he was kind of teen angsty after having a rougher childhood than me, and my sister Princess May, 2 years younger than me, who was still a baby and way too much work to be left behind with a hardworking man. That toy truck was meant to distract from my mom and siblings leaving, and it worked. After my mom got to Hawaii, she also sent me balik bayan, coming home boxes, aka overseas Filipino workers boxes, once a month. There are 10 million Filipinos all over the world, and one of our traditional ways of staying connected while being thousands of miles away is to send special packages home filled with treats, sweets, tin goods, toys, and other chunks. I read somewhere that we send 7 million OFW boxes every year back to the Philippines. It's our way of showing love even when we're apart. My OFW made it feel like Christmas once a month. Mine were mostly filled with junk my mom got from swap meets, like a broken McDonald's Happy Meal toy from the 1980s or a used Winnie the Pooh Halloween costume. I especially loved the thrifted clothes my mom sent, which to me smelled fruity and delicious, like how I imagined Hawaii smelled. I mean, I was a kid who grew up in a town where literally everything smelled like sewage and chicken shit, so secondhand clothes never smelled like mothballs to me. They smelled like a new wardrobe, they were luxury. I honestly still don't have any resentment toward my mom for leaving or having to do what she had to do because which was work to take care of us. My mom's gonna kill me for saying this, but she always worked so much while we all lived together in the compound that I barely saw her before she left anyway. Truth is, my aunties and grandma took care of me when I was little, and they were the ones I was really close to growing up. After my mom gave birth to me, she handed me off to them and said, "Somebody's got to feed this kid." So they even effing breastfed me. I've hung out and identified with women my entire life, which is probably why I've always felt my fem side so strongly. The aunties on my mom's side had such bad B energy vibes. They're strong minded alpha females and femme fatales. If their husbands ever died, I know they killed them. I grew up around that power, and that's why I don't let bitches tell me shit. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but my aunties were also always so accepting of my gayness. They also knew from the get go that I was an entertainer, and they loved to make me perform like a court jester. They put on girly songs, dance around and shout, "Bretman dance like this," and I would dance just like them. I was always celebrated. I always talk about them with a smile on my face. And I know to this day that when my aunties talk about me, they talk about me with smiles on their faces. They're also annoying as hell sometimes, but anywho. Without my mom around, I chilled with my aunties for sure, but my dad and I also grew close, as inseparable as tuna and mayo. We were together so much people started calling me Junior, even though I wasn't technically the junior. Being my dad's sidekick is probably the part I'm fond I'm Being my dad's sidekick is probably the part I'm fondest of when I think about my childhood. Let me tell you, we were always chopping the block in our trike, looking for adventure. Every fall, the specific tree beetle came around. My dad and I'd go out riding at night with a big ass stake and shake the trees in our neighbor's yard really hard so that the bugs would fall out. It was my job to collect and separate the brown apple from the black ones. Aros, the brown ones tasted better. But you could also fry and eat the black ones if you took off their wings. A little salt and chili, and they were spicy and yummy. Yes, but we ate tree bugs. That's why I'm so experimental with what I put in my mouth today. I never turned down any food. I will always try everything once, just not vagina. I'm no vegetarian. That's one thing I'm certain of. There was never a dull moment of any time I was with my dad. We always had something to do, whether it was foraging for plants you can eat in the jungle or watching football, which I hated. Luckily, he didn't make me play sports with balls. He was okay with me being gay, but he was not okay with me being lazy or inactive. So he'd always keep us on the move. I'm still a runner today because he would take me on long runs through the countryside before I even learned how to tie my own shoelaces. Every night we sprinted to the local cemetery and back in the pitch dark. My dad's beloved dog Blazer would usually chase us from behind, but one time we didn't know he had followed us again, and he had got run over by a car. My dad planned an elaborate funeral for Blazer, like a 3 day long open casket memorial. That was the first time I ever saw my dad, also a Leo, cry. Leos never cry, so it was so dramatic. By the way, Blazer was the inspiration behind the name of my favorite chicken, Blazy, who sadly went missing during the pandemic and is now probably in chicken heaven, shutting around pecking all the other chickens into submission. My dad was such an animal lover. We had chickens, quails, pigeons, three pigs, two chihuahuas, and a big ass effing fish. I would also stay an animal lover. Now I have four dogs: Kim the peacock, a parakeet, Lula the giant Soka tortoise, and four cats. I was in charge of taking care of the chicks and quails, wetting their food, and harvesting their eggs. My dad told me once it was his dream to be a vet, which is why it confused me that he was so into cockfighting. Girl, that was so traumatizing. I went to a few fights and they're so bloody and violent, and people would be crying over their chickens and sewing up their cuts like they were Conor McGregor. I only know who I only know who he is because he posts pics and tidy whiteys. I was like, hey, cockfighters, I'll be outside. Bitch, I'd rather stay home with my grandma and play with her blush. My grandma was so much more fun. The only reason I wanted to go to those cockfights those few times was to collect feathers to make dresses for my Barbies, the sacrifices one has to make for fashion. The cockfights also get kind of dangerous and were not the most appropriate place for a beautiful little angel like myself. My grandpa stopped letting me go when someone's cock died and the fight turned into World War III until the police showed up. My dad also got stabbed a bunch of times at the fights, once by an angry cockfighter, but also once by his own cock. They also they put blades on the chicken's feet, so when they fight, they legit just stab each other. My dad had been trying to grab his chicken away from his opponent and got sliced by his cock on his arm, which started splurting blood everywhere. On top of that, he then got in a heated argument with whoever the fuck won and got stabbed again right after he survived being gored by his cock. What a legend. You could only call my dad a Renaissance man. He liked the finer things in life, but could also get down and dirty. He made weird jokes, like describing his sperm as paint because it splattered everywhere. As a kid, I was like, "What the fuck?" But now that's probably why I make so many sexual jokes too. As I mentioned, he was also a prolific barbaro, and to this day, I'm still not sure how many half siblings I have. At least two that my dad and the rest of my family know of. That actual number remains a mystery. For years, we did so many dykey activities together until one day one person changed everything. There was a shop right across the street from our house, particularly infamous for hiring young women. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm putting this out there. Anyway, my dad went to that shop suspiciously often. Then he hired one of those girls to be our maid, and the next thing I know, she was living with my dad and me in our two-bedroom house on my mom's family compound. Shockingly enough, she was legal, but it was still kind of gross. My dad just told everyone, "Don't worry, she's a lesbian," and everyone believed him because she she U-hauled our house right away. I acted like a top and wore an ugly gray acid wash baseball hat, all universal symbols of lesbianism. When the maid, let's call her Martina, came into the picture, my dad ditched me, and I really only hung out with my grandma, aunties, and my cousins from that point. He only cared about the mother effing maid. One day I was super sick, and my dad wouldn't even take me to the doctor, but he would take her ass to the doctor. And he only cooked for her now. If I was really hungry and wanted something, he'd bark, "There's food in the fridge," or "Go to your auntie's house." I saw all this and saw them being affectionate, but at that age, I still don't know anything. I still didn't know anything was up. It wasn't just me who didn't fully understand my dad had a new woman. My mom was so oblivious being so far away, but all of my aunties eventually saw through the charade. They didn't know what to do, though. They wanted to protect my mom, but they couldn't prove anything, so they kept quiet. Now this is where I came into play. So it's just the three of us, my dad, me, my dad, and Martina, the maid, in our two-bedroom home. I always slept in the middle of the bed when I shared with the both of them, but somehow always woke up at the foot of the bed or outside in the living room. But tell me why we all still bother sleeping in the same bed. One time I actually did see them having S. I tried to erase those images in my head because I saw them so young. Kids in America get the whole story stork baby talk first to ease the blow, but I saw where I came from and how I was made with my own two eyes way too soon. It was truly the first time I was like, wow, I don't like vaginas. My dad probably thought that at 6, I was still too young to even comprehend the situation, but I understood more than I wanted to. One day, my mom called my dad and he handed me the phone. Your mom wants to talk to you. I took the phone and went outside. "How's the maid?" Mom asked, not knowing what the fuck I was telling her. I vomited it all out. How the maid slept with us, how they were always kissing and hugging and giving each other massages, all the dirty details. After I finally stopped talking, I'll never forget how sad my mom's voice got. I could literally hear her heart drop and shatter over the phone. I still feel the pain of my words like it happened yesterday. It was only when I told her that I fully understood that it was only when I told her that I fully understood that dad's behavior was wrong. I gave the phone back to my dad, and he and my mom had a nice conversation like everything was fine and effing dandy. But remember, my mom's a Scorpio, so she was already plotting. After the cat was out of the bag, I distinctly remember one of my aunties questioning me about my dad and Martina, and at some point saying, "I feel like I'm going to throw up." After all the details, after all the details they didn't know about came out, then all my aunties banded together and collected money for an airline ticket for my mom to fly back to the Philippines. Content warning: this gets violent. Another programming note: let's just keep in mind that there's room for error in the following anecdote since these are pulled from my traumatized kid memories. For a few weeks, everything felt weirdly quiet and normal. One morning, maybe around a month later, I was sitting at the kitchen table eating breakfast. I'll never forget, it was oatmeal. While Martina pan fried fish on the stove for my dad's lunch later, he was off somewhere working. Suddenly, the door swung open, and even without saying hello to me, my mother, the badass bitch, in all her glory, stormed over to the maid, grabbed her hair, and started pounding her head in. Martina reached for the handle of the fish pan to defend herself, but it burned her hand, and she dropped it. Hot oil splattered all over her face and all over the floor. Mind you, I was still calmly eating my oatmeal while my mom was beating Martina, who was letting out blood curdling screams. My mom grabbed Martina by the hair and dragged her out the kitchen using the tile floor, now slippery with fish oil, like a slip and slide. I finally stopped eating my oatmeal and ran outside to see the show. She dumped Martina out in our street, littered with broken glass, loose gravel, and animal excrement, and continued to beat down. By now, my whole family had come out of their houses to see what the F was going on. But hell no, nobody held my mom back or told her to stop her rampage. Everybody hated that bee because my dad was stupid enough to do all of this in plain sight on my mom's family compound. If my mom had killed her right then and there, trust me when I tell you the whole compound in town would have helped her hide the body. I was put back inside our house, but not until I saw a horror movie's worth of oil burns and bruises all over the maid's face. I vaguely remember seeing my mom standing there with wild eyes and a large clump of Martina's hair in her hand. "It's okay, you're going to America now," my aunties kept saying to me as I was led away. "It's okay, your mom's here. You're going to love America and be so happy." At some point, my dad finally showed up, and he and the maid fled in disgrace from our house in the fields up to her family's house in the mountains. But that wasn't the end of it. My mom hired 2 hitmen, I'm not going to name them, Hi Russell and Johnny, to make Molotov cocktails out of Red Horse beer bottles filled up with gasoline and rags, light them up, and throw them into their house. Nobody got hurt or died, thankfully, but Martina's family shack was made of straw, so like 35% of it burned down to the ground. Nobody would have dared to call the police because everyone in the town knew and loved my mom. From the cops to the judges to the mayor who never actually went on Deal or No Deal. I mean, bitch, my mom had two hitmen on speed dial ready to go. Everybody was on my mom's side. If anything, they would have beaten up that maid for my mom anyway. My mom was fiercely loyal to her community and her neighbors, and that was returned to her. Not to mention that you can literally buy yourself out of anything in the Philippines if you have enough pesos, even assault and arson. Burning down the maid's house wasn't the end of it. My mom gave my dad the total cliche ultimatum. It's me or the maid, bitch. It's so easy to predict what he chose. Yeah, the maid. They stuck together through it all and ended up having two kids. I know, girl, I can't believe it either. Since my parents were donezo, they had to get an annulment. Divorce is illegal in the Philippines and battle for custody so my mom could get the fuck out of Dodge and bring me to America, but my dad refused to show up in court. Ring ring. Mom called up good old Johnny and Russell. They got a bat, clocked my dad in the back of the head, and he literally woke up in the front of the judge like magic, motherfucking time travel. My parents proceeded to have the bitchiest cat fight over me in court, and my mom and aunties in the court therapist made me memorize dates and fake lines to say to the judge, but I didn't even know how to read yet. I still get sweaty just thinking about this time in my life. It really contributed a lot to effing up my mental health for a long time. This came out of my mouth. Things came out of my mouth that should not be coming out of a 6-year-old mouth, like what I saw my dad spit on my mom, or having to describe my dad's sex escapades with my maid. Ultimately, my mom won, and we got the papers for me to come to America. It didn't feel like a win to me because I felt like I'd, well, truly lost my dad. I was so scarred. Imagine this man being your hero and spending your whole childhood wanting to be this man. It really hurts the only woman you will ever probably love. I felt grossed out with all the guys after that. It was actually all too easy for me to transition from having a dad to not having a dad because at that exact same time everything was happening. My dad cut his hair. He literally stopped looking like my dad. I remember being so sad about his short hair. All the boys on his side of the family had long, luscious locks they were proud of, and I felt like the haircut was the universe telling me, girl, the dad you thought you had is gone. We would never be as close again. Unfortunately, the only person I wanted to grow Unfortunately, the only person I wanted to hurt after this nightmare ended was myself. As I grew older and became fully conscious of what really went down between my parents, the blame shifted from my dad being the evil one. I started to yell at myself out loud like my family would still be together if you never told your mom, you loud ass bitch. I spent the rest of my childhood telling myself it was my fault, and it's hard to erase what you tell yourself when you're a kid. So many things affected my personality after my parents split, good and bad. Their separation drove me to want to be the breadwinner of the family because I wanted to be greater than my dad and become the dad my dad would never be for my little sister. And I felt guilty that my mom was now alone, and that it all started because of me and started acting like her wife, which is probably another reason why I'm so fucking gay. But the trauma all took a little more time to really settle in, and even more time for me to really process. All I knew immediately after the court case was that I was on my way to Hawaii, and that I'd like to see my favorite cousins, Kiefer and Colin, who had already moved to America a few months back ahead of me again. Before the flight, I stuffed my backpack full of sweets from the sorry store because I was scared that America wouldn't have good candy. And the whole way there, I couldn't sit still and kept pressing all the buttons. My mom was like, "Stop." But I was just so excited I couldn't. I didn't know what I was excited for. I barely even knew what America was. Before I left, my aunties kept telling me, "Oh, bring me a boyfriend," even though they all had full-on husbands. I guess I thought there were a lot of hot guys in America that sounded promising, but I was also just curious about white people in general because I didn't see them growing up. I was always surrounded by people who looked like me, Ata, or the paler Filipinos on TV. In my head, every white person was a celebrity. Even more than white people, I was super excited to try McDonald's, which was considered fine dining back in the Philippines. Oh, girl, in Dunkin' Donuts. I know, bitch. She's not even that good, but at that time, Dunkin' Donuts was in her prime in the Philippines, selling donuts on a stick. You could only get them in Manila, our capital, though 6 hours away. I saw the commercial for those donuts a million times and wanted one so bad. Up to that point, the only sticks I had gotten to hold were the ones I threw at people covered in my poo. Right before we landed, everyone put their window shades up, and I almost broke my neck trying to take in all of oh, 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 Oahu, my new home, from the air. It was drizzling, but the sun was also out. It was so poetically beautiful. I almost feel like I could write a poem about it, but I'm not going to. Yeah, in the Philippines, everything is green or gray. Hawaii was the coolest shade of orange I'd ever seen. It looked like the whole island had the best and brightest. In Hawaii, it felt like the rainbow was within reach. You could see where it started and ended, like you could practically kiss the leprechaun with his pot of gold. After we landed, I couldn't wait to get laid for the first time. My mom used to put plumeria necklaces in my OFW boxes. I didn't, but my uncle Lucifer picked us up at the airport, and I was blown away by his car, a broken down white 1990 Toyota 4Runner. Seeing a car out on the streets back home had been so rare. When it happened, all the kids would form a circle around it, press our grimy hands all over it, then pile on top of it and not let go until the owner spread off and we all fell off onto the gravel. Girl, on the ride from the airport, I stuck my head out onto the window and inhaled deeply. This is going to sound weird, but to me, America smelled like Irish Spring soap, fresh and clean. My mom also put Irish Spring in my OFW boxes. It wasn't until much later that I found out it's the cheaper soap you can get at Rite Aid and is what a truck stop smells like. But that day, Hawaii smelled like Irish Spring, which smelled like pure luxury. I was in awe of how clean everything was, and the green road signs telling everyone where to go. I was so excited, eating chips and taking in the blissful scenery. Mossy green mountaintops perched above the sapphire blue water. It was effing paradise, which is why I don't know what came over me when I threw the potato chip bag out the window. My uncle was livid. My uncle was livid. We don't do that in America, he scolded. That's littering. Don't throw trash out the window. This is not the Philippines. Don't you see trash in the road? Do you see trash in the road? Our first stop was Burger King, and I could not believe that I was getting to eat fast food. Plus, they had a mother effing playground with a ball pit. The playground smelled like puke, but I kept going outside and playing on it anyway. I was in disbelief that I was in America, surely the most magical place on earth. It was euphoric, almost a dream. I still see Hawaii pretty much how I saw it that very first day from the plane. Beautiful and peaceful. I still geek out about living on such a tiny island. It feels like a kingdom, and I feel like mother effing royalty every day. I'm blessed to be here. If I can go back in a time machine, here's what I'd tell baby Brett after he went through those traumatic, toxic times. Number one, stay calm. It's hard not to react when people are throwing hot oil and pulling hair out, but it doesn't help the situation if you wig out in the moment, too. That just escalates an already explosive situation. Two, talk to people you trust. Just because you saw something happen, that doesn't mean you have to deal with it yourself, especially when you're a kid. Find someone you trust who can help you figure out what the best next step should be. Number three, it's all right to cry. I think my go-to emotion then was stoic, stunned silence. You know what though, bottling shit up inside is never healthy. Let the emotion out. Even if people around you shame you for showing emotions, give yourself permission to cry. I wish I had. Number four, ask for counseling. Even better if you can talk about what's going on with a trained professional. I wish I had been. I wish I hadn't been so scarred by that court-appointed counselor then. A lot of cultures look down at seeing a shrink and think it's weak, but there's absolutely no shape in getting help. Number five, channel your sadness into a healthy activity. Being a joiner in so many clubs and sports after I had moved to America would save my sanity. It got me thinking about more other things other than about myself and my guilt, and it introduced me to friends who could listen and who could share my similar experiences. Chapter 4, Island Girl. I felt like I had made it in life on that drive back from the airport, and I was only effing 7. Oh my god, I thought, I'm in Hawaii, I'm rich. Then we got to my new house in Oahu, and I moved in with 25 family members. When I first moved in, I was excited, thinking we lived in a mansion because it had 5 bedrooms. Then it hit me pretty quickly that our living arrangement wasn't exactly normal in America. We weren't rich, far from it. Nobody else had 5 families crammed into one house. In the Philippines, our whole extended family lived together, but we were spread out on our property in separate houses. We weren't on top of each other. I would now be sharing one domicile with my other grandma, Inang, my mom, her 2 brothers, her sister, their spouses, and all 12 of their children, including Kiefer and Colin. Basically, 4 of Grandma Inang's 8 children now live together under one roof. My immediate family had to pile into one bedroom with my grandma. I was like, girl, that bitch got a bed to herself. My mom and sister, Princess May, shared a bed, and my brother slept on the patio. I think I had PTSD from sharing a bed with my dad and his hat-wearing mistress, so I took the floor. Thank you very much. And to this day, I love sleeping on the floor, even though I have a fancy-ass 4-poster bed now. It was an adjustment living with my siblings again after 4 years. I barely knew them. My brother Junior was 19 years old by this point and wanted nothing to do with me. Princess, who was about 5 years old now, made it very clear she was like the boss of the house and was so possessive of her belongings, like, do not touch my Barbies, bitch. I was the new girl and got hazed a little bit by Princess and my cousins who had seniority. Battling for the bathroom was war, and I'd have to wrestle a bitch if I wanted to watch Hannah Montana. Our house had 3 TVs. My grandma got her own, the adults got another, and the kids had the last one. I had to watch a lot of Robot Chicken, WWE, and other sports. There were a lot of straight people in my house, emphasis on straight in a derogatory way, kiss kiss, who enjoyed watching people shoot or kick a ball and run back and forth over and over again, day in and day out. If I wanted my alone time, I'd hang out on the roof until I got in trouble. My Uncle Lucifer was so strict. Remember the chip bag? My Uncle Lucifer was so strict, and he made my life a living hell. He owned the house, and when he got back home from work every day, everybody, kids and adults, would turn the TV and the lights off and scurry like cockroaches back into our rooms to hide, afraid he'd find something to criticize about us. He acted like we all owed him for the house, even though every single person worked hard and helped pay the mortgage. You shouldn't be scared of your own family. You should be able to say no to your uncle, especially if you don't want to scratch his fucking back with the credit card, which I only did because I knew he would tell my mom that I was a lazy bitch if I did it, and my mom would scold me. Uncle Lucifer had pimples on his back, and I literally loved scraping that shit fucking hard enough to pop them. Ew, one day I got a little too comfy and I popped them a little too hard. He shouldered my elbow. Then then he asked me to get him a cup of water. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a cup, opened the mother effing toilet bowl, dunked it in, brought that cup of toilet water to him, and and said, "Here you go." I watched him drink every ounce, and then I kept scraping his back while feeling so good. I was like, "Sis, you shouldered me, but I'm gonna shoulder your insides." Oh, and this T mother effing me I, but you know where he found me right before he asked me to scratch his bite in the bathroom taking a shit. Despite how it might sound, living in that house did become such a happy time of my life. I would not trade my childhood for any other. It molded and shaped little Bretman into the fine young woman you see today. I was never bored because my cousins were there all the time, and we got so close that I don't even see them as my cousins anymore. I love them like they're my siblings. My mom's two brothers, my strong uncles Babbitt and George, stood in for my dad when I was growing up and considered me their son. It was so wild because their uncles are such masculine men, but they also never once made me feel like shit for being gay. They just made sure I was always doing my best and putting my best foot forward. You have to work hard for your mom. They tell me my mom was always at work, so my uncles' wives and my aunties, who were stay-at-home workers, cooked for me and raised me just like my aunties had back in the Philippines. Everyone in my house had a big personality and was so plain weird. Like my cousin Mary was so good at lying. She could say it was the 36th of July and I'd believe her. She'd tell her dad she was going to the park and say, "Brett, we're going to my boyfriend's house and I'm going to pay you $5 to hang out with this little brother." Then there's my beautiful grandma, Inang. Oh my God, and her sagalicious tits. My grandma Inang was a native woman, and that native woman loved to be naked. She never wore a shirt unless someone was coming over. Every time I think about my grandma, she's not wearing a shirt. I can still picture her putting her baby powder under her titties, flopping them back into the side, dabbing a little baby powder and flopping them right back. She loved to let everyone know that she was the reason why all the girls in the family had big boobs. If I was a girl, I would be thankful. I'd be thanking my grandma Inang for my big boobs as well. I'd always know it was a Sunday when she sat in the living room watching Wheel of Fortune on mute. She didn't speak English, so she couldn't read the puzzles, so I don't know what the F she was doing. From the outside looking in, so many families and huge personalities living together under one roof was a situation that probably might have freaked people out. But if anyone was hurt, we would all be there for each other. You know what I mean? One thing we all had in common is that we were all tough lovers. You would never hear the phrase, "I love you" in my household. No, no, no. You would never see us hugging in that household, but you would always hear the loudest laughter and no compliments ever except backhanded ones. For example, someone might say to me, "You look so nice when your hair is not long. You look like a boy." Or I might say to Kiefer, "You look like you only ate 4 meals today." That's the household that I grew up in. Loud, backhanded compliment giving tough lovers. Kiefer giving me shit while I was growing up is the reason I'm now fluent in 3 languages. My first week in Hawaii, we got in a big fight because she made fun of me for not being able to speak English. P.S. Kiefer's pronouns are she, her. Kiefer had only moved to America a few months before I did. She was acting all high and mighty like she was Miss America or somehow, and I got so upset about her bragging and teasing that it made it my number 1 mission in life to speak English better. If there's anything about Bretman Rock, he's always fueled by spite. So I picked up English really fast, first by watching reality TV shows like Bad Girls Club, A Shot at Love with Tila Tequila, and America's Next Top Model, and RuPaul's Drag Race. I would repeat the judges' critiques and mimic all the badass bitches. If I had a girl on a show was sad, I was sad. If Tyree screamed, "Be quiet, Tiffany, be quiet, what is wrong with you? Stop it. I've never in my life yelled at a girl like this." And I'd scream, "Be quiet, Tiffany, be quiet, what is wrong with you? Stop it. I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this." When my sister and I got into fights, I'd run into the bathroom and practice what I would say to her when I saw her again. My second language was reality TV English. Tanasha Thomas from BGC taught me how to say "pop off." Here's a fun fact to impress your friends. "Hey girl, hey" actually originated on A Shot at Love with Tila Tequila. You won't learn that in school. I'd be standing in front of the mirror almost 24/7, pretending I was in a booth doing my own confessionals, like, "Can y'all believe Princess acted like that today?" I'd say into my mirror camera, then I'd pause as if it were a producer was asking me a follow-up question. She really did not want to give me $20. Once I had a mission of beating Kiefer at English, you could not get that TV remote out my hand, especially after I discovered the Holy Grail, HBO on demand. Let me explain. I've never even heard of Beyonce, "Shut Your Mouth, Yes It's True," until the afternoon. I heard Kiefer singing the magical "To the Left, to the Left" to another cousin who was watering the lawn. "What is that you're singing?" I asked, all wide-eyed. Kiefer wasn't even a good singer, but I knew a hit when I heard one. "You don't know Beyonce?" I pretended like I did, but it was too clear I was lying. Kiefer marched me into the house and found a Beyonce concert on HBO on demand. I've never been the same since. After that, we played every Beyonce, Britney, Lady Gaga music video ever made 6,543 times over. I would literally get so excited to listen to Ciara's 1-2 step and then file madly in love with Shakira. And that's all We played in my house when it was cleaning day. 8 a.m. boogers still in my eyes. I knew it was time to do the laundry when I heard her belting in her signature thick contralto yodel. Who? Who? Shakira? There was Riri and Mariah and Christina and Alicia. Oh my god, all these girls. I cried to myself, so many options. HBO On Demand was like opening Pandora's box. If I wanted to listen to music in the Philippines, my dad had to burn it on a CD for me. And the only girl he'd ever played for me was the chick from Blondie. There was no going back to Debbie Harry after I saw the likes of Beyonce and the other bad bitches. Although I do not take one long, although I did have to take one long hiatus from HBO On Demand one time when I accidentally paid for one of the pay-per-views. My mom beat the foot out of me that day. She really did. I got the beating of my life. Yeah, I know. We still got beat. More on that later. I had to take a break from TV. This might have been the time when I discovered the luxury of reading. Again, when I learned how to read, there was no stopping me. I inhaled Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Junie B. Jones, and Goosebumps. Divas of the written word, bitch. Not long after I got to Hawaii, everybody started to notice how I picked up English so well. Low key quicker than Kiefer and Colin. You know, if Kiefer had not made it into a competition and mother effing said some smart shit, I really would not have discovered Beyonce and started reading. If Kiefer had just left me the F alone, I would probably still be illiterate and not the confident woman I am today. Thank God she didn't. My cousins, my sisters, and I became a wolf pack. We always had each other's backs. With so many people around, I never ran out of things to do, like twerking on my Uncle Baba or putting my mom's vagina shampoo on my ass. In the Philippines, my mom called the motion of washing her cooch papa. Don't ask why, that's just what it's called. I just wanted to experience the tingle myself, and she didn't get mad that I used it. Anyways, she thought it was funny. I lived for our weekly family excursions to Star Markets where I could play the claw crane machine, the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I was always so excited to win effing fake jewelry and plushy toys. I'd almost pee in my pants on the way there, and don't get me started when I found out Chuck E. Cheese existed. However, you can't play the crane game or go to Chuck E. Cheese if you don't have any money, and you can't buy yourself shit at the local swap meets with no pesos. There were no certain luxuries we had in Philippines that we couldn't afford here. Even if I was still getting my allowance of 5 pesos a day, they probably wouldn't have gotten me much in America. My mom had basically became a pro thrifter after she moved to Hawaii so that she could sip clothes and only OFW, which means what again? Filipino worldwide. Boxes back to her relatives in the Philippines. The first time we went, I just asked my mom for some cash and she gave me $20. It was really more like 10, but the way she went on and on about it, it was like she gave me 20, but what's that gonna get me, girl? I wound up buying a guinea pig, but didn't realize until I brought her home that the bitch was pregnant. She gave birth to 3 kids, and those 3 kids would eventually multiply to 36. I realized that I had to get rid of all these guinea pigs, especially after they ate all the grass in the backyard. I knew if my Uncle Lucifer saw those bare ass patches, he was gonna kill me. And then my first real business was born out of necessity, and because I just couldn't keep showing up, those swap meets broke. I was so stressed out about my 36 guinea pigs, worrying that my uncle would murder me or that we'd get deported, even though we were here legally. If we got in trouble with the law, we could still get shipped back home, and I didn't want the laws were around how many guinea pigs you could have. That's what was going in my head while I was hiding all 36 of them. I started selling guinea pigs on Craigslist. My cousin introduced me to Craigslist because he bought and sold and used cell phones. He always met his clients at Burger King and let me come with him. It was all a little shady, but felt like the coolest thing in the world to me. But for my guinea pig biz, I went from charging 25 for one to just basically handing them out left and right for $5. After I realized I had to lower my prices to make money, it was the simple concept of supply and demand. Girl, I took it really seriously. I did a bunch of research on the breeds and came up with an ingenious plan. I've charged $5 for guinea pigs with one color, 15 for pigs with two colors, and 3, well, see if I even want to tell you, they'll sell them to you, bitch. Suddenly everybody wanted my exotic tricolored guineas, even though I pull the buzz for them completely out my ass. By the end of the summer, I'd made $600 off the guinea pigs, enough to pay back my uncle for the patches in the grass, plus more than enough to spoil myself silly at the swap meets on the weekends. I always started off my swap meet days out at the Filipino food carts set up at the meet. I couldn't be shopping on an empty stomach. I'd get lumpia in a neon orange suit called Mickey. As a young kid, I wasn't really into shopping for clothes, yet mainly gadgets and sights, kits, speakers, crystals, and magnifying glasses. I like to use them to mix things together and make my own concoctions and formulas for face masks. Also, I've gotten sucked into the vortex of science YouTube videos and become obsessed with blowing things up myself. I love that guy, Steve Spangler, who always went on Ellen and blew things up. I wanted to make things explode too, and at swap meets, I had a talent for stretching $10. I came home with bags and bags of shit because I would not leave the sellers alone until they gave me a discount. The other cool thing is that when I shop for Barbies, I never got weird looks. I always got friendly smiles. I didn't just use the money I earned at swap meets. As soon as I had some money, I always made a beeline for McDonald's. I dressed up in my finest for the first time I went to eat there. I'll never forget my first McDonald's outfit. Denim overalls with no shirt on underneath and one strap dangling down so I could serve shoulder. And my first order, 10-piece chicken McNuggets, a Happy Meal with a cheeseburger with fries, Powerade, and peach pie for dessert. I also got a Hello Kitty watch from the Happy Meal bitch. My entrepreneurial skills continued to blossom after that first guinea pig windfall. When I went to Costco with my mom, I was allowed to buy one thing per trip, so of course I bought gummy bears. But then when school started, I sold Ziploc baggies of them sprinkled with plum seasoning for $1. I had seen other kids selling gummies on the playground, but I busted into that market anyway. I I've always had an innate ability to spot weakness and pounce. I knew I had to be the best gummy seller in the game, and I was. My Plum Top gummies were so popular, everybody would be looking for me at recess. Bitches knew that every time Bretman Sakayanen arrived on the playground with his satchel, he'd have a fresh batch of prime plummy gummies. Selling plum gummies actually reminded me of another early job I had back in the Philippines. When I was very small, I used to walk around town after school with a board that had balloons stapled on it. Charge 1 peso for people to pick up a number from a bucket. Whatever balloon on my board corresponded with the number they pulled would be the one they got to take home. People loved that game. I was so popular, Balloon Boy, they called me, and even adults would come home chasing after me to play. Like the balloons, my plumbing gummies caught on fast. The demand got so high, actually. It got to the point where I was like, I can't even play tag out here in peace without someone asking for gummies. Like, give a bitch some work-life boundaries, please. That's when I realized that while I liked making money, customer service was not for me. Nevertheless, she persisted. My cousin Kim was cockfighting every weekend with this chicken's bitch. Why so thirsty? Even though I'd been traumatized by cockfights when I was younger, I remember how beautiful chicken feathers were when I used to go and collect them to make Barbie dresses. I'd go along with Kim, and then I'd turn the feathers Kim trimmed off his cocks and eventually other bird feathers into earrings. $1 for a stack of feathers, or $5 for one long feather from a red-winged blackbird. Some of the proudest moments as a kid would be going back to my mom and saying, look, I doubled the money you gave me. And she'd say, okay, you can give back what I gave you and you can keep what you made. And that, bitches, was how I was taught business. Between making more money than I've ever made before and reality TV, I was absolutely loving my new homeland. And Hawaii is so gay, so I fit right in. You can walk around the whole day with gold tinted eyebrows. Instead of people judging or questioning you, they smile and ask where you got the brow gel. Everybody around me was also brown or Asian or Filipino, so many people looked like me and spoke Ilocano and Tagalog, but probably also ended up learning how to speak English from Tila Tequila like me. In all fairness, I know that in saying that Hawaii is my new homeland, I'm part of the problem of immigrants erasing Native Hawaiian culture. Regardless if I'm not doing it in a malicious way to try and work against this kind of erasure, I've always tried to teach myself about Native Hawaiian history and culture. One thing I learned from true Hawaiians is that aloha is so much more than what a tourist definition of the word is. Yes, it means hello and goodbye and I love you, but it's so much more. The root of aloha is actually not alo, it's ha, which means the breath of life. Back in the day when Hawaiians would say hello and goodbye, they would touch foreheads and exchange breath. That's funny. What's funny then is that the word for white people, hoal, comes from the roots ha, breath, and ol, no. That direct translation for howl is no breath, because when you're out of breath, you turn white. Imagine, if you will, all of these islanders seeing white voyagers for the first time centuries ago and thinking they were sick or dead because they were so pasty, lol. I actually think Filipino culture is very similar to Hawaiian culture. We are both very positive and resourceful. Native Hawaiian culture also worships the land and the water. I learned from season 2 of my show that the mountains and water here are believed to be siblings, where the eldest takes care of the younger ones by watering all the plants on the mountains, and the younger ones feed the eldest when the water runs back down to the sea. Which reminds me of how much we valued water in the rice plants in the Philippines, and taking care of them so they could take care of us. And in other cultures, unity and community are so important. Everybody has a job and a role in coming together to create a sense of togetherness. Something I learned about and relate to so deeply is what Hawaiians call the aloha spirit. If you really live here, you should understand that aloha is not just a word, it's an energy, an aura that's indescribable, that lives within us. I feel so grounded in Hawaii in this sense of aloha. It makes me feel most like a human being when I feel the waves of the South Pacific on my skin. When I can feel so close to the earth, to my family, to my community, I will always try to embody that energy, the energy of Hawaii, wherever I go, because it's so kind and positive and hopeful. The aloha spirit is everything to me. Chapter 5, A Bad Bitch in School. Chapter 5, A Bad Bitch. Duh. No one knows this. Walmart was the birthplace of the reality star Bretman Rock. This is not a branded content chapter. This is a true story, so pay attention and take notes. There will be a quiz at the end, yeah. But for my very first day at second grade in Hawaii, which was actually the first day of second quarter, we got a shopping list. My mom read the list out loud and I was shocked. Like, what the hell is half of this? What do you mean I need kid scissors and a pair of sharp scissors? Notebooks, index cards, highlighters, compass, eraser, whiteout, binder, glue stick, Ziploc, mother effing bags, calculator, graphing paper, crayons, and colored pencils, and Sharpies and crayons. What the fuck is a crepe? In the Philippines, I only need a pen and a piece of paper. And I already told you that my mom and dad sold school supplies, so I thought I knew what was up. Now I was confused. Why did I need 8 rolls of toilet paper and Kleenex and paper towels? Was I moving into the school building? Whatever I knew, I couldn't show up on my first day empty-handed, looking weak. So my mom, my cousins, and I headed to Walmart. And oh my god, when I tell you, when I walked through the automatic doors and saw the security cameras facing me and a TV monitor showing me sashaying in, seeing myself on that screen was the biggest, most defining moments of my life. We had malls in the Philippines that had cameras, but they didn't have live footage of you that you could see yourself in. This was different. I was geeking in front of those Walmart security cameras while none of the other shoppers looked twice. I hadn't even come across phones that had cameras in them yet. You know what I mean? So to see myself live on video for the first time, that was a big deal at that point. It was so dramatic. I thought that being on video meant that the world was seeing me for the first time. For someone who grew up wanting to be the center of attention and knowing that I deserved to be the center of attention, this moment of truly knowing I was being watched and filmed was such an awakening. This was the exact moment when I realized this is where I belong, in front of a camera, and Walmart was the birthplace of my essence. I really thought I was finally on Big Brother. This was so much better than pretending to be in a confessional in front of my bathroom mirror at home. I spent the rest of the shopping trip walking down around the store like I was being watched the whole time. These cabbages are looking at me funny. I said out loud as I walked, I don't know why they're looking at me like that. I'm sending them home. Mind you, my cousins were still in school. We're still in the school supplies aisle looking for rulers and plastic folders. I didn't end up looking for school supplies that day because I wasn't nervous about starting school in a new country. I was more concerned about how I was going to carry an entire office supplies catalog to school. Imagine this 95 pound second grader with a giant backpack and 2 Walmart bars. I swear to God, it was the same vibe as when SpongeBob saying, I'm ready, I'm ready. I had to be there at 8, but I was fashionably late, duh, even though my school was only a 3-minute walk from home. When I walked into Miss Silva's class at 8:30 a.m., I was the new girl. And when I tell you Zoe Deschanel could never, I felt so damn important. I broke everybody's neck that day. All the second graders turned around to check out the new blood. I guess you could say I came there to make new friends, yeah, even though I knew everybody knew each other already, I didn't even give a shit that I barely spoke English. This was still before Kiefer had bullied me about it. When I first moved here, I knew the basics like yes, no, my name is, good morning. 2 very excited girls came up to me that day, and I'm still besties with them today. One of them, Kriza, was the first person at school to say a word to me. She asked me if I was Filipino, and I said very quietly, probably the only time in my life I've ever said anything quietly, yeah, I'm Filipino, she said, smiling. Do you want to sit with me and Laura? That's when I was like, oh my god, all these bitches want to be my friend already. It was so opposite of the American high school movies I'd watched back in the Philippines, where the first day you have to eat lunch in the bathroom and people are throwing spitballs at you. I was like, girl, this is not what they told me in Mean Girls, but I'll take it. Okay, I hadn't watched Mean Girls at that point. Almost all the kids at the school were brown, Pacific Islander, or Asian. I felt like I fit in right away. People didn't know what the fuck I was saying, but I was instantly that funny kid who was friends with all the girls. At first, all the guys wanted to be my friend too. More on how that changed in the next chapter. I still hate that I have a resting bitch face. I always look like I hate everyone in the world, and it's not true. Anyways, I made so many lovely friends, every color of the rainbow. I always felt like a local celebrity. I was literally the only gay kid in my school. I had to bring some culture to them at stat, so I made them watch RuPaul's Drag Race. I stood out, but I was also cherished by most people for that reason. At one point, I was part of a group called BBL Cat, pronounced Bubba Kata. But it was our initials: Bretman, Brittany, Laura, Kriza, Abigail, Trixie. We actually had 2 names we voted on: Babelcat or Fridge Attack, because poor Brittany, every day after school we went to her house and attacked her mother effing fridge. Every time Brittany would get in trouble with her parents, like, why did your friends eat all our food? But now that I think about it, like, why did you keep letting her invite us knowing full we were going to eat all your food? Seems like a you problem. Most of my friends' parents loved me too, while my mom hated on my friends, but she's a Scorpio. That's just how she's built. After I got into makeup in middle school, my friend's mom would always ask me to put their makeup on for them. They always thought I was a good influence on their little angels, but little did they know when we got a little older, I'd open a hickey cover-up business. Every girl who had a purple love bite on her neck and was afraid to go home would know I was the go-to to help them. At one point, I was making $50 a week for my hickey cover-up biz. From the moment I got to America, all my cousins and aunties told my mom I was the smart one and that I was going to be the merman of the house. This is going to be the kid that's gonna be a doctor, they said, not giving one F if my brother or sister was in the same room. Bretman, is the breadwinner. I hated school when I was a kid in the Philippines, mostly because in the Philippines, the teachers were allowed to hit you. I was also, for lack of a better word, a relatively spoiled brat back home. Cousins who babysat literally washed me in bed with a cloth, you know? If I didn't feel like going to school, my dad wouldn't care and I'd just hang out with him. When I moved to America, my mom started to really enforce my going to school, and I didn't mind. I was so grateful to come to America, and I was just like, you know what? I'm going to prove them all right. I'm going to be the smartest one, and I'm going to be my mom's breadwinner. After that fashionably late first day, I started going to school early. Every day, I was the first one out of all of my cousins to wake up and get into that shower. I learned to love school for many reasons. First of all, it was so easy since I was held back a grade. When I arrived in America, I was older than everybody in second grade, so I already knew cursive and multiplication. I struggled with English at first, but I was immediately the smartest bee in science and even more so in math because there's no language barrier when it comes to the numbers. School was fun because it gave me things to do and got me out of the house. I shared with my whole immediate family. I was a total joiner from the get go, all the way through the end of high school. In elementary school, I was a junior police officer, the pretty girl who held up the stop sign so bitches could cross the street without getting run over. I also became a peer helper so that I could wear a bright yellow vest and everyone had to look at me. I carried a clipboard at recess and reported kids who were not using the jungle gym equipment ethically or efficiently. Peer helpers heard all the kids' stupid ass problems and snitched on other kids, like Davina doesn't want to share her snack, which then were recorded and processed by us. Now, don't get it twisted. Even though I heard the snitches out, I was still Mr. Aloha. When I walked to school, all my elementary school friends would scream my name like I was Beyonce on the red carpet and they were paparazzi. Basically, school was my very first experience with being an influencer. School gave me the audience I realized I'd wanted since that moment at Walmart, since I started watching reality TV. My whole life, actually. Through elementary school, I thought that I wanted to be an actor. In third grade, I was cast in my first acting gig, the starring role of Genie in a school production of Aladdin. My very first line as I emerged from my lamp was supposed to be a simple ta-da, that's me, but I felt it needed a little rewrite. Let's just say that I was a method actor, so I like ta-da, that's me, with some spicy neck moves and tuck to the hand motions. If I remember correctly, I ended it all with a dramatic finger snap. Bretman, come on, just go, ta-da, that's me, the director begged. I refused to say it like that. It was a flashy role, and she obviously gave it to me for a reason. She knew how passionate I felt about it. Let's just say we had our creative differences, and to this day, I still want to start the F up about how my turn as the lovable, larger than life genie. That's the first thing that's going to be on my IMDb account, Aladdin in third grade. Thank you very much. In middle school, I joined what we called leadership, which was basically student council. I only joined because you had to be in it in order to do the talent show. Them's were the rules, no matter how random. I know you didn't ask about what I did for the talent show, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I choreographed a Britney Spears melody and remixed it myself. I still remember the first two moves. And you know, me being the badass, thoughtful bitch I am, I hired my peers who were also in student leadership who unfortunately didn't have the talent that I did as a backup dancer. And I paid them in grades because we got an A for our performance. Did we get a standing ovation for that performance from our peers? Yes, we did. My other masterpiece was choreographing Britney and Chris's song and dance routine to Miley Cyrus's Best of Both Worlds. I had to let the girls have their moments too. Yeah, I could be the diva and their stage mom. Oh, I almost forgot my most important activity. I was the star of the student-run TV station Elima TV in middle school. This was the next step, you know, going from closed circuit TV monitors at Walmart to finally having a real audience of my own, and nobody had a choice but to watch me tell them what was for lunch. Of course, I added my own flair. I dubbed myself Bretney Spears, and this is a sample of how I would do it. Hey guys, good morning. It's Bretney. Today is June 30th, and for lunch we will be having kalu pork. I know you want a pizza, but bitch, that is not pizza. It's cheese and cardboard. Yes, so line up. Okay, I definitely couldn't say bitch. I was a teacher's pet, so I didn't want to ruffle any feathers. And all my teachers were so accepting of me. My PE teachers even let me pick if I wanted to be on the boys or girls teams. Before you could get your granny before you get your granny panties in a knot. I mean, if we were playing football, I wasn't going to be on the girls team and tackle them, duh, but I was all over the girls' badminton, a no contact sport. I want to give a shout out to my girl teacher in particular, hi Miss Silva and Miss Alimiza, the first people who ever told me that I had star quality. They knew Bretman Rock before Bretman Rock knew who he was destined to be. At the end of 8th grade, I had a teacher named Miss Matsumer who who wrote each of her students a letter. After graduation practice, we all came back to our homes and found our letters on our tables. I opened mine and was immediately in my feels. It was all about how much she believed in me, how bright I was, and and that everything I wanted to do in life I was going to achieve. She ended it by saying, "Continue on your path to success. I know that someday you'll be an actor that you dream to be. Reach for the stars and you will become one. You are one." I cried so much. To this day, I've kept a folder with all my achievements way back to elementary school. Yes, I have the receipts, all of my test results, report card, honor roll notifications, perfect attendance records, elementary and middle school only bitches thought was a different Brett. Hard worker badges along with the bronze trophy from the mathematics awards. I'm just so proud of these. I'll probably have them until the day I die. When I was in the Philippines, I didn't know that my mom and her siblings were living on top of each other in Hawaii. Even though they all worked at a hotel, at some point, 4 of the families were living in my uncle's and auntie's garage. Their beds were literally made out of their clothes that they had piled to sleep on. When I first arrived, it was a huge wake-up call. My family was not living the lavish lifestyle that I thought they would be in America. All immigrants hear about the American dream, that in America the world is your oyster. Bitch, as soon as my plane touched down, I remember thinking, I'm an American now. I can be anybody. I have no excuse. My American dream has only ever looked like hard work. I barely even saw my mom because she had 2 jobs, as a hostess cook at a military-based restaurant and selling vegetables in Chinatown. And even though my dad was a cheater, I knew he was a man who worked hard for everything he had. I always knew I was going to be a star and not the doctor my family thought I'd be, the breadwinner of my family, but I also knew that it was going to take so much work and so many sacrifices that I, like everyone else in my family, had to give my all to get everything. And all these experiences, besties, are what make up my backbone and my foundation, and also explains why I also go above and beyond to have a mother effing outfit to match everything I do. Chapter 6, my mahalu to maho. I'm such a strong believer in having a positive personality that barely like talking about my feelings. I'm just averse to the feeling of pity parties. I don't want everybody to be sad with me and hate the trauma dope thing. That being said, mental health is important to me, for you, for everyone. Even though my life may look perfect online because I live in a pretty place and I'm cute, it's not all glitter and rainbows all the time. I have shit I'm dealing with too, but I've never even been in therapy. So keep that in mind when you read what I'm about to share, which I'm only doing in case my stories help anyone out there get through some similar tough times. I was officially diagnosed with ADHD when I was in 5th grade. You're that young, you don't know what mental health is, you don't know what ADHD is, you don't even know how to spell ADHD. I've been told from an early age that I had issues keeping still, like when I would take a test, even though I was a smart kid. I got very physical a lot. I hate admitting this, but whenever I got frustrated, I hit or pushed my friends and pull their hair. For a little while in elementary school, the Bretman rock brand was a very bright but annoying bully who can't keep still. According to my teachers, doctors offered me pills and therapies, but the word therapy really scared me because the first time I ever heard it, it was through that court therapist during my parents' separation. She hadn't really acted like a therapist, more like an acting coach, making me remember dates and awful things that happened between my mom and dad. No effing thank you. I didn't take the ADHD diagnosis seriously or see it as something that would hold me back. Even when I got diagnosed with a lazy eye in 3rd grade, I didn't take it seriously. I was not about to pull up to school with a cringy eye patch, looking like an ugly ass pirate. Yes, she had a lazy eye and was with ADHD, girl. She had it all. Bitch, I still have a lazy eye and still can't see out of that eye all that well. And if I'm on an airplane or in a meeting, I still jump out of my skin just having to sit still for so long. I know how people usually act on planes, but I can't lie to you. There are times when all I want to do is push-ups and jumping jacks and 100-meter dashes in the aisle. And do not see me next to the fire exit. Like, girl, do not see anybody with ADHD next to the fire exit. Reagan! Because that whole 5-hour flight, I'll be sweating profusely trying to stop myself from opening it. My brain desperately wants to open it. Just let me touch it once. If you tell me not to touch things, that makes me want to touch things more. My extra energy and fidgeting has usually manifested physically, but I definitely do feel a mental challenge with the ADHD as well. I have had a lot of episodes where I get into arguments and want to hurt myself. I never want to get to a point where I'm super frustrated, because it wasn't part of my family's culture to really talk about these things. I learned to mask my ADHD and my anxieties and anger. Maybe that's not good either, but thinking about my mental health drains me so much. It's just something that I'm not used to talking about. I guess I don't even like talking about it much now. It changes my mood drastically for the worse. Even though I have such an elephant brain and I remember so much, my brain is also so good at deleting memories. It doesn't want to remember. When I'm trying to remember to speak about mental health, my brain doesn't want to remember the traumas, but bitch, now that I'm older, I'm trying to learn how to process. The very first bully I ever dealt with was my own brother, JR. He's about 12 years older than me, and I was pretty much his punching bag throughout my childhood after moving to the States. JR was a very angry person. Everybody in my family walked on eggshells around him, especially when he was old enough to start drinking. But I had a special target on my back because even though he was literally named Junior, everyone knew that I had been my dad's favorite. Junior was especially jealous and resentful after I stayed back in the Philippines and became my dad's sidekick. I had gotten to keep a father figure in my life, but he had it during his formative years. I barely knew Junior by the time I moved to America 3 years later when I got here. He was too old to really hang out with me. The only time I did really get to see him, he'd be joking around, asking me, Brett, if I pay you $2, can I kick you as hard as I can? If I pay you $1, can I spit on you? Silly shit like that. It wasn't just verbal abuse. As far back as I can remember, it was physical abuse too. In second grade, he told me to cook him a meal. After I burned it, I was only 8. He hit me. I remember crying. Another time later in grade school, he got mad that I didn't get up to bring in the groceries from Costco fast enough, so he threw a charger at my forehead, then smashed my laptop so that I couldn't turn in my science lab report homework. My teacher thought I was making up my dog ate my homework type excuse, and I got a first ever B. I was a effing straight A student before that. Anything could set Junior off. He was totally unpredictable. Another time, I accidentally stained my new laptop white I accidentally stained with my new white laptop with red Sharpie and it set him off. I went into the garage and it got solvent to rub off the stain. I could tell that it didn't get out. I was gonna get beat, but even with me trying so hard to take off the Sharpie, when Junior saw the stain, oh my god, it's so traumatizing. He smashed my head into the ground and gave me a concussion. The room felt like it was shaking. It legit felt like my brain went from the back of my head to the front. I lied to my teachers and told them I got a concussion from soccer. I wasn't even playing soccer yet. I still have a weird bald spot from that, and that was actually the second concussion he gave me. The first, I was really young and he hit me at a weird angle on the back of my head. You're probably thinking, how did you live in a house with 25 people and nobody defended you? Every person in that house was scared of Junior, even my mom. The most badass Scorpio ever did not stand up to my brother. I would go to my mom and ask her, hey, I'm bleeding, and she would basically be like, you can't go to the hospital because your brother will get deported. Same with my sister. After he threw a plate at her eye and busted it open, we lied to teachers, to anyone who raised an eyebrow, and she fell down the stairs. Instead, she fell down the stairs. I was pretty much stuck dealing with Junior's rage and his abuse. We were all stuck with it. My brother was also the only family member I can recall who was bothered by the fact that I was gay and open about being gay. If you ever are gay, which I obviously was, he threatened me more than once when we were younger. I'm gonna kill you. He was the person who first really intentionally ingrained in me that being gay was a bad thing. If there was any teeny tiny speck of a silver lining in this at all, and remember we're Filipino, so I have to look for one. It's that JR's a junior's abuse made the taunting I got at school look like child's play. I loved school and I had an incredible group of friends, but the same dumbass group of boys at school used to bully me, pointing out every day that I was a FOB, fresh off the boat and gay, as if nobody knew the gay part. The same ones who catcalled and bullied me would be asking just S their D's in the bathroom as a joke later, but was it a joke? Do the math. I started to dress more feminine as I got older and braver in middle school, like wearing leggings. I'll never forget the day I dared to wear blue effing pants to school. I had to walk by the younger kids and they shouted, "Those pants are ugly. Those pants are for girls." Even the security guard let out the biggest chuckle as I walked by. Little kids are cruel, and I can't believe I let them ruin my day. But my main bullies were always the football boys. In eighth grade, I started making and wearing hak, haku flower crowns, and no one could dress code me because they are a part of Hawaii culture. I would rip up my auntie's fake flower vases and hot glue flowers on my cousin's chicken wire. The best part about it was that you could keep adding flowers onto them, so my hakus just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The football players all had wood shop, and I had to pass by that class every morning. And of course, when I walked by in my crown, they'd yell F word and Mahu. And the first time I was ever called Mehu was in elementary school when I refused to play tag with the boys at recess because I'd rather play with the girls. They all called me Mehu, Mahu and laughed. I didn't know the word, but seeing how everybody reacted, I realized it was meant to be mean. For the longest time, I thought Mahu was just the Hawaiian word for F word. I didn't learn that the true meaning of the word until I had Miss T during my junior year of high school. Turns out it's a Polynesian word and it's not even derogatory. Back in the olden days, Mahu were accepted as a third gender and had really cool spiritual and social roles. Mahu were teachers and priests and healers. Parents would even ask them to name their children. I mean, who does that? It's funny because there's also a third gender celebrated in Filipino culture too. Babylon, Babylon, Babel, Babylons were traditionally shamans and healers and could be male, female, or trans. It's kind of a shame that I didn't know that Mahu and Babylon were both such beautiful words and spiritual roles until later in life. It made no sense for the kids to call me Mahu in a negative way. These boys probably didn't even know that their own ancestors, including Mahus, or that they could have been complimenting me the whole time. Over time, I earned some street cred, and people stopped calling me Mahu, or at least not to my face. But I never forgot the words or its powerful symbolism after Miss T taught us about it. In fact, later down the road, after I became successful in creating my makeup palette for Morphe, I named one of the golden highlighter shades Mahu. Back in my school days, I didn't have the knowledge or confidence to say, "Look up to me, bitch, I am Mahu." All I was thinking about during the school day was, oh my God, I can't wait to get bullied more when I get back home. Between my brother and those ugly ass bitches, the abuse, especially over being gay, was a lot to deal with, and it hurt me a lot. Being Asian and an immigrant, my mom also didn't understand that I was feeling anxious or that I had ADHD. She thought I was just being dramatic. People her age who grow up in different times and places also don't really believe in mental health issues, since when they were growing up, the attitude was usually just suck it up, you're fine. I'm so sensitive about talking about mental health. I will talk about it, but I don't like to shove it down people's throats. But the honest, vulnerable truth is that when I was growing up, I was suicidal. There were times when I wanted to vanish. Now I realize that while my family was largely so accepting of my queerness, the ones who didn't accept me, still did get to me. The more I think about it, the more I remember the little instances of non acceptance that stick out to me now. Like when I was still living in the Philippines, I remember saying something mean to my sister Princess, and then my cousin saying, "You're only teasing her because you're gay." I was really hurt, and I specifically remember my dad hearing about it later and not coming to my defense that time. The way that my uncle called me bakla, I felt defeated. I'm a Leo, and my dad's a Leo. He's he effing knew damn well that our blood type is pride. I felt so ashamed of being called gay and so angry that my dad hadn't stuck up for me that I stood outside my house in the burning hot sun for 2 hours, refusing to come inside, hoping to die. I was so effing thirsty and dehydrated. When I finally went inside the house, I realized nobody had been paying attention to me, so I needed to be more dramatic. I decided to hide under a big, heavy comforter on a bed and try to suffocating myself. Nobody knew I was in there. Nobody even knew I was hurting myself so badly. And I eventually passed out from the heat and dehydration. By the time they finally found me the following dawn, my eyes were rolled back, my lips were pale, and I was unresponsive. My mom kept shaking me and was screaming so loud the whole village descended on my house. I finally snapped to, and my mom couldn't stop crying. And the bullying at school and home got so bad in Hawaii in grade school. I tried to suffocate myself with a blanket again in my bed before school. I told myself, Brett, don't breathe. I remember hearing my grandma watching Wheel of Fortune in the other room before I passed out. I wasn't found until after school by my auntie. But you know what's so wild? After that second attempt, something in me snapped. I was so tired of feeling that way, so I toughened my skin. I also realized I couldn't shove all the abuse down and not deal with it. Something I was taught all the way back in the Philippines was to have humility and compassion. Even though those football boys were punk ass bitches, I tried to put myself in their non cute shoes, and here's what clicked in my head. The bottom line is that the biggest insecurity for a lot of straight cis boys, not all, don't at me, is constantly questioning their own masculinity. In school, I don't think they actually disliked me because I was gay. It was because I was actually more confident and more masculine, and also more athletically gifted than a lot of them. Physical and mental strength has nothing to do with gender. Just because I'm gay doesn't make me weaker, and that's made them vulnerable, so they acted out towards me. After that realization, I started not giving a shit about what they thought about me. I understood that they were just projecting, and maybe they wanted to be more like me. Maybe they wanted me and couldn't deal. Who knows? It could have been a million different reasons for any of them. After this, I went back to school, and no one ever would have guessed all that ever. After this, I went back to school, and no one would have ever guessed that I had been suicidal. The realizations kicked me into gear. This is going to sound dramatic, but this was the point when I started taking school even more seriously, pushing myself to the best in everything I did. I know for a lot of people, recovery doesn't happen like this almost overnight, and that real outside help is needed. I just had no other choice at the time but to push myself forward, forgive, and give empathy to who I could, including myself. The boys at school no matter the boys at school no longer mattered to me, but my brother Junior still mattered and still matters. I used to think my brother had no feelings or soul, but I love my brother now. In the last few years, because of COVID and other illnesses, I've lost so many family members. It's just so hard to hate any of my family members to hold grudges at this point or ever really. And both of us have changed and grown up since then. I tried to have compassion and perspective about Junior bullying and understood where he was coming from. I realized he was projecting his anger onto me. He and my dad were very close when he was growing up, though my dad was going through a rough period then. After I was born, suddenly I was my dad's angel. I think Junior was very jealous about that, and that resentment stuck with him as we both got older. Even after we left our dad behind, he continued to be a very, very angry person until his own kids were born. And guess what? Whatever God you believe in, and has a cute sense of humor because one of Junior's daughters just came out as bisexual. It's so weird. My brother is suddenly totally for the gays. He's finally making a huge effort to learn about the LGBTQ community. In fact, he just asked me about the other day what the letters stand for. He comes to me now to help educate him on the lesbian, gay, trans, queer. The other day, Junior asked me why I corrected him all the time on Kiefer's pronouns. He's still a he said. Well, Junior, you will always see her as Kiefer, and I will always see her as Kiefer as well, but that's her pronouns now. You have to try at least, and she appreciates that. I was so glad he even asked about it. Small stuff like that is actually huge for him. My brother's journey has been beautiful to me because when I was a boy, I never could have fathomed Junior asking me anything about being gay. Now that we're adults, I've spoken to my brother about his bullying, but I don't think he knows how to apologize. However, he's been around in my life more than any. However, he's been in my life more than ever lately. His love language and maybe his apology for how he treated me growing up have become acts and services. He does things for me now, like mowing my yard and putting the flooring down in my gazebo. I still love him and flaws and all. I mean, I'm full of flaws as well. I look at Junior's kids now, and they are the same age as I was when he used to hit me. They are so small, they are innocent. I look at his son's head and think, how could you hit that? Because of him, my sister almost lost an eye. Because of him, I have an effing bald spot on my otherwise perfect head of luscious long hair. Every now and then, I still look at Junior and think, when do we get to throw a plate in your effing face? But I know that's not healthy or helpful. And I'm not about to go to jail for this shit, bro. But for weed, I would. And for on that, see chapter 12. To be honest, thinking about all this, I'm like, how am I still here and still so positive every day? I had to teach myself resilience as a little kid, something I was always telling myself as I was getting bullied for not knowing English, for being an immigrant, for being new to America, for being gay, for messing up, or for no reasons at all. Was I I have to make this work. I knew there was so much more I still had to do with my life. That my friends, my teachers, my family believed in me. I remember how grateful I was to be here and that I had so much I look forward to. That resilience and empathy I developed as a kid shaped into who I am. I truly believe that anyone is capable of learning, changing, and evolving. I mean, if Junior can do it, anyone can. I forgive Junior, and that's all that matters. Chapter 7. I can be whatever. I've always been gay. I've always been 99% comfortable with my sexuality. I love being gay. Being a little different has been an issue, and I don't want to be like everybody else. Except I do still eat bananas with a fork because I get uncomfortable when people watch me eat a banana, and not just because I'm gay. But sexuality and gender are two separate things, and I cannot and will not lie. I took a little longer for me to be brave enough to express my feminine side openly. My very first experience with gender fluidity was while I was watching this mermaid show in the Philippines. There's just something about queer kids and mermaids that makes sense. Maybe because they don't have genitalia, so we don't know if they're a boy or girl. We don't know what's under that tail. This mermaid also had really big lips and I always had big lips too. That that lip representation meant a lot. I was all of them. I'm mermaid as fuck. I think I started to come more into my femininity in elementary school when my sister and I started to wear the same size clothing. I found myself drawn to her crop tops with magnetism stronger than the gravitational pull of the earth. It also helped a lot that I lived with a lot of older girl cousins, and they were always bored. They dressed up Kiefer, Colin, and me in their clothes and made us complete each other and made us compete against each other for the house pageant crown. You can take a girl out of the Philippines, but you'll still figure out a way to have a pageant. We'd have a bikini contest and a Q&A, but we were too broke for evening gowns, so they held a nightgown portion. It was def more casual wear girl instead. This was the first time I put on a bikini, and I was like, I like this. The girls would only give us 5 minutes to put on our makeup between events. I just learned how to put on makeup watching my teenage cousin Jorley. She gave me her expired half-used products, but I didn't care. Feeling rushed, like, oh god, I need more time than this. I'd quickly apply lipstick and sprinkle baby powder all over my face until I looked white as fuck. Thanks, colorism, and then started performing for the cousins. I remember prancing around as the girls took photos of us and looking over as at Miss K and Colin, who were clearly not home taking these home pageants as seriously as I was. Bitch, when I tell you I was so poised, I gave it my all and I won every time. The prize for second runner-up was $1, the first runner-up $2, and the winner received $3 and a mac and cheese bowl, a highly coveted snack in our house. I don't even know what the F. I was so excited to win that. Bitch, I'm lactose intolerant. When my mom and aunties got home, I would show them our pageant pictures proudly. There was no negativity around the pageants other than Colin crying because he got last place. Even my uncles would laugh about them. You guys look so pretty, they all raved. Who won? I mean, me, duh. There's a huge difference between dressing up and with a woman's clothing for yourself in the safety of your own home with people who who know you and love you, and asking the rest of the world to accept you. But by the rest of the world has accepted you. But by the time the rest of the world has accepted you, realize that the most important people who really need to accept you are just the people you love. I'm so grateful for the space those pageants gave me to explore and show myself and my family, my feminine side, and we still talk about those competitions to this day. Those pageants brought our family together in the States, just like how pageants used to bring us together back in the Philippines. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. I know that expressing your feminine side when you're born a guy is easier said than done. Even for me, going out into the world wearing women's clothing started with BB steps. In fifth grade, I wore a two-piece bikini in another wait. In fifth grade, I wore a two-piece bikini in another play, but for the longest time after that, I buried the estrogen infused part of myself in public, especially with all the bullying. As I got older, the more and more experimental with my look. One time, I wore a flower crown, blue lipstick, and pink shorts to school. I had to defend myself. Kids would tease, "Are you trying to be a girl?" And "Hey, bro, are you wearing lipstick?" "What do you think?" I clapped back. "Have you ever seen anyone with actually blue lips?" I don't know if I'd call it going back into the closet exactly, but I had a girlfriend in seventh grade named Jasmine. Even though I was gay as fuck and everybody knew it, everybody was still like, how will you know you don't like girls if you ever tried it?" Oh my god, this is going to sound so problematic, but Jasmine was just very tomboyish. She reminded me of my girl cartoon crushes like Kim Possible. She was not afraid to say what was on her mind, and she had masculine energy. I think if you met her today, you'd be like, "Bitch, how are you not a lesbian?" And I could not kiss Jasmine. We broke up after a month, and after that, I was like, "Well, I tried it, and now I know I don't like it." Okay, after my girlfriend, bitch, saying my girlfriend makes me giggle. I went hella effing gay, like super freaking gay. I started being even more bold about showing off my feminine side in public. The first time I realized I was pretty was in eighth grade. Mind you, I was still ugly at the time, but one day before I left for school, I decided to do my eyebrows. I was putting on the $1 Jordana eyebrow powder, and I looked in the mirror in my cousin's room and said out loud to myself, "You are a model as fuck. You are so beautiful. I have makeup on today, and I will take your man." And it was a little bit delusional, but I believed what I was saying, and I've never felt ugly since then. And I think the reason why I think I'm physically and the reason why I think I'm beautiful specifically is because I don't think anybody else looks like me. The most beautiful people in the world are the most different looking, or the ones who embody every single feature and every single flaw, every single imperfection that they have. Like my two different eyelids that I inherited from my grandparents. That's what beauty is to me. After spending so much time in the industry, I've yet to see a bitch that looked like me. I've yet to see another magazine cover that features a model like me before. My uniqueness and my features and how I embody my masculine and feminine energy, I'm unique as fuck. Dressing more femme was actually easier than it needed to be. Fortunately, I lived in a house full of women, and because we were tight on money, I didn't have many other choices beyond women's hand-me-down jeans. To even take the effing bus to the mall and window shop was a privilege. To be honest, if my mom weren't working two jobs with no days off, I'm pretty sure she would have bought me a dress in a heartbeat. After she beat the owner down first to get a bargain, sometimes I'd go to school and this kid, Bill, not Billy or Willie or William, a little effing kid named Bill, would be like, "Those are your sister's pants. Como se dice? Como se dice? Como se dice?" I clapped back. "What do you want me to say to that, Bill? How about you say instead, 'Love those jeans, your sister has great fashion sense.'" It's so funny because in hindsight, I was a cute ass trendsetter. I wore skinny jeans before effing Justin Bieber wore skinny jeans. Boys would be like, "Can you even breathe?" "Bitch, my effing nose is up here, bitch." I responded coolly. "My nose is not on my leg. What do you mean? Can I fucking breathe?" "Yes, I can." And tell me why after Justin Bieber wore skinny jeans the next school year, oh my god, all these boys were wearing skinny jeans. Another time I knew I was a trendsetter in my school was when I started wearing Tom's shoes. Remember how they brainwashed the whole society to buy them because they swore they were going to donate one pair of shoes for every shoe bought? I thought the slippers were cute and made me look like a ballerina. I could do a point in those. And when I started wearing them, all I heard was, "Those are girl sandals." Bitch, if you look at the label, it says women's size 10 and men's 8. Why the fuck would they put the men's size in there if it was just for women? I had this conversation with so many boys over and over again. When you look at your epping Converse, look at the bottom of your epping shoes. It shows the men and the women's sizes. Look at your Vans. Tell me why tell me why you and your girlfriend have matching Vans, bitch, and why do we all have the same jam sport bags, bitch? Clothing is not gender, and I look cute. Fuck you, Cody. But I must have had some influence on them because the next year the boys all got Toms in every color of the rainbow, every print. After this kid called Tony started wearing them, Tony got to walk around in his mother effing red Toms, and not one word was said to him. I guess because he was Samoan and big and tough and on the football team. Now because Tony was wearing them after football practice, the whole effing football team had Toms. Eventually the teasing stopped because people figured out I was going to wear whatever I wanted and do whatever I wanted to do. And if they had something cute to say to me, I had something cuter to say back. I'd earned my street cred by being bold and saying true to me. The first time I ever wore makeup to school, though, was such a fail. I hadn't worn makeup out in public since my grandma put blush on my cheeks before church in the Philippines. And then the one time I took my mom's makeup bag and put baby powder all over my face because it would it would because remember it would take me a while to embrace my brown skin. I looked white as fuck. I just started putting mascara on, and then I broke her little eyeliner pencil drawing my eyebrows in. I walked around my house the rest of the day like that, waiting for my mom to come home. And when she did, she was like, "Oh, you're so pretty." My grandma was the only hater though, because I got baby powder all over our room that she was trying to clean. She didn't hate on the makeup though, because she knows I would have shot back at her boobs that were because she knows that I would have shot back that her boobs were on the ground. Fast forward to the start of 8th grade, I was watching America's Best Dance Crew, and a dancer had that slit brow look. I wanted to do it too, so I snuck my mom's tweezers and plucked so much that I was left only with a naked strip of painful red bumps. In a panic, I used her mascara brush to paint my brow before going to school, but it was really humid and the mascara melted all down my face. My teacher called my mom to rat on me that I wore makeup to school. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble with her later. Instead, when I got home, my mom said, "Can you translate what your teacher said? Because I don't understand why she called." This was the most iconic thing she could have said to me. I know she understood what my teacher had said, but my mom didn't see why it was an issue, and she didn't give a shit if I wore makeup in public. I continued experimenting at home with these tinted lip balms called Baby Lips from Maybelline, the first makeup products I bought with my own money I earned myself with all my hustles. Yet, I remember I spent exactly $63 at Long's Drugs on makeup, where I also got my finger primer and lip glosses. Just a sheer tint of red gloss on me did so much for my self esteem. I got good at doing makeup through trial and error. I watch tutorials and practice on my cousins and on my friends every day and weekends too. And when you're doing something that much, it's just kind of hard not to get good at it. I put in my 10,000 hours to become an expert. Their compliments encouraged me to keep going and explore makeup even more. I could walk around that whole house with purple eyeshadow and freckles on and a green lip, and no one would ask me questions. It was an amazing freedom that I had. I got so good that girls started asking me to cover up their hickeys, like I mentioned earlier. I feel like people look at makeup as just makeup, but I see it as much more than that. I see makeup as an art form. I see makeup as me. I see makeup the same way a jock sees a football and it makes him feel happy, or like the way when singer sees a mic and feels powerful. I see makeup as possibility. Vanity became sacred to me. Vanity became my passion. I imagine vanity as fire. Fire is a triangle. To create fire, you need three ingredients: earth, fuel, and wind. And to ignite a fire with vanity, you need hair, makeup, and fashion. All three of these ingredients are vital to me. Vanity is power, and when I am in my makeup and my hair is done and I have a cute outfit on, I feel powerful. There's literally no other word to describe it. When I was a kid, I'd watch all these superhero shows, especially Filipino ones. We we had one called Elastic Man, who I love because his superpower is being super stretchy. I love them because they're like one thing in the daytime and then they transform when they have to save lives, be the superhero. And I think there's a type of not exactly gender expression, but something I wanted in watching these shows growing up in terms of having the power to go beyond the boundaries of your own body, beyond what people expect you to like or do. I start as Clark Kent, and then I blossom into Superman when I'm in a full face of makeup in the right fit and hair fixed just right. It still took me until sophomore year of high school to show up to school with a full face of makeup on. I'm talking my I'm talking my whole face, contoured, foundation on, reconstructed, highlighted to the gods. I just woke up one day and was like, I'm going for it. I wish I had a more dramatic story. Like, oh my god, some kid took a makeup wipe and smeared off my makeup in third period. But by that point, after years of me pushing my gender norms, nobody cared. My eyeshadow was always mother effing popping, but nobody mother effing ever said anything. Not that I wanted to get bullied, but at least some bad press. Come on, I don't know if people were talking their shit behind my back, but even my teachers were like, "Oh, you look so pretty." The only thing that sucked was being a teacher's assistant for Mr. Nagamina for PE. Don't get me wrong, I love being athletic and sporty, but just not when I've worked hard to put on a full face of makeup. Mr. Nagamina was the type of bitch who was just like, all right, class, Bretman's going to show us an example of how to run the half-mile relays. Bitch, I just beat my face. Imagine being late to school because you were perfecting your eyebrows and then it melts off in BE in first period. But if anything, at least my daily looks helped kick my hikey cover up business up to a whole new level. After a while, I started to do my friends and cousins' makeup too, and I just love witnessing their transformations and seeing their confidence blossom. After I showed them their final faces, they turned into totally different people. I mean, not just from the outside, you could see their light shine from within as well. People are always asking me, what is the best primer? The best primer is not something you can buy on Amazon, bitch. You can't use my code for 10% off. The best primer, the best thing to start with is your own self fucking confidence and an understanding of who you are, because if you build your makeup over your insecurities, you're just going to be a pretty insecure person. I want to be a spiritual healer recently. I went to a spiritual healer recently and asked so many questions about my past lives. I told her I felt like I've been gay in all of my lives. Yeah, she confirmed in all your lives you've always been the third gender. In your past lives, though, your throat chakra was stuck. You were never allowed to be loud. You were never allowed to be who you were. Now in this lifetime, you've been reincarnated to someone who you're supposed to be. That's why you're a star. Your ancestors are jumping up and down with joy. You are their wildest dream. That was so life confirming for me. I needed this verbal affirmation of who the fuck I was and what the fuck I meant to put out in this world and what really I wanted to do. I've always joked around that if I was ever brought back and given the choice to be straight or gay, I'd definitely come back gay. I wouldn't even think twice about it. If anything, I'd be a gay woman coming back to try something different. But I'd definitely still be gay. So this reading from the healer was validating to know that I've been queer in all my past lives. I've, if if I felt if I felt 99% before today, I finally feel comfortable being 1,000% me, a perfect blend of masculine and feminine. I don't get upset if you call me he when you see me working out, or she when I look like a goddess. Call me either. Just don't be mean. I know I'm not always perfect. I still have days when my hair looks like pubes. I still don't think anyone is 100% one or the other gender, either only gay or straight. Everybody is in between. I hate all the labels personally. Like, I wouldn't call myself non binary, but I love that I have a precedent in traditions like Mahu and Babylon. I know what makes me feel confident. Like, I like having muscles and being dirty. I will also be Miley Cyrus for Halloween. Bitch, I only get second place for best costume that year, though. Bitch, I only get second place for best costume that year, though. I shop in the girl and boy sections. I do cardio with a full face of makeup. I embody both energies. The moral of the story is, once you get comfortable in your own skin, both your day to day skin, and figuring out what makes you feel like a superhero, no one can bring you down. You can do anything when you're pretty and handsome at the same time. I want to finish this video and bang it out, but I can't read. I can't read for that long. So I'll see you girlies tomorrow. Chapter 8, Too Short to Be a Stripper. While my other classmates were busy hooking up with each other, I was busy becoming Bretman Rock. I didn't date anyone the whole time I was in school. My middle school girlfriend does not count. So I thought I was asexual at some point, because everyone at my school was ugly. I mean, my back cramped up from carrying the only cute jeans at my school. Instead of getting STDs, though, I got famous by the time I was 15 as a content creator. Everybody always wants to know how I did it. It started with my name. Being named after two wrestlers, Bret the Hitman Hart and Dwayne the Rock Johnson, has defined my life from the minute I catwalked out of my mom's snatch. Way before the Bretman Rock, people were already telling me I had a star's name. You know, names that just roll off the tongue and have the celeb vibe, like Rihanna, Zendaya, or Beyonce. When people said that, I always wondered, what is a star? The seed was planted very young. The marquee name plus my bottomless need for attention created the perfect storm. When I was starring as my school's morning presenter on Lima TV, I officially dropped my last name, Sakaya Nan. And from then on, I was forever known as Britney Spears or Bretman Rock, and I treated myself as if I was genuinely already famous. Walking to high school every morning, I put my headphones on and blasted generic audio of crowds cheering. I literally Googled concert screaming and found some good ones from Hannah Montana and played that instead of music. It was unfortunate that I couldn't find anybody legit screaming my name anymore like they did in elementary school as I rolled in, but I also had the headphones on because I had to walk past an intermediate school every morning to get to my high school, and if there's anything about inter-effing mediate kids, they're cruel as hell, the meanest mother effing creatures in this world. Girl, you can't scream taunts and mahu at me if a full concert worth of people are already screaming in my ear. I'd smirk as I paraded by with my 100-yard model stare, thinking, bitch, one day you guys are for real going to be freaking out while I'm walking to school. Also, go Google mahu. It was small things like that, and my confessionals in front of the mirror, or the Walmart security cameras, along with continued manifestations of fame. Even if this particular one was a combination of being a little delusional and not wanting to hear the catcalls and shit from intermediate school kids, that put me on my track to stardom. The other important piece of the puzzle on my journey to fame and fortune was the invention of camera phones. Bitch, I couldn't just go to Walmart every time I wanted to be recorded doing something. The first time I saw that my mom's phone had a camera, I literally started crying. Oh my god, this is all I ever wanted. I'm not exaggerating. Anytime I saw a lens, the idea of being on screen became my whole world, even if it was just a few pixels. There was only one major hitch. My mom wouldn't get me my own phone for the longest effing time. She'd given me a phone to call her when I was a toddler in the Philippines, but after I came to America, she didn't allow us to have phones because my cousins also didn't have phones. Girl, that was a bullshit excuse. The bitch just didn't want to buy me a phone. The other kids got phones in 6th and 7th grade, and they were keeping up with the world. Not this bitch. I only got an iPod. I could communicate with people if I had an internet connection, obviously. There were plenty of times back then when my friends would be planning fun activities and I'd have to run all the way to McDonald's for Wi-Fi to be on the group chat. If we were going to the mall, I'd have to run to the McDonald's next to the bus stop just to tell them I was on the way, hop on the bus, get to the mall, find the nearest Wi-Fi hotspot, and text, "Where are y'all at? I'm here." It was a pain in the fat ass. My mom had one of those burner phones that didn't even come with T-Mobile or AT&T. It only had a 5 GB memory, but drumroll please, it did have that phone camera. I used to steal her phone and make 2-minute videos doing the most embarrassing shit on it, making faces, screaming, which was all that it could handle. When she noticed, she started yelling, "I can't even save my numbers because you keep recording these dumb videos." But I still didn't get my own phone until like freshman year, if you can imagine. Shortly after, in 2012, and at the tender age of 12, I posted my very first video masterpiece on Facebook, reading a dirty Valentine's poem I found on Tumblr. I read it to my friends, and they were just cracking up. Before that, my online presence was just me posting typical text posts on Facebook, like how I farted 2 times in class and blamed it on somebody else. My posts saying, "Rest in peace, Whitney Houston," even though I have no idea who you are, got a pathetic 21 likes, but the video of me reading that poem got 50 effing likes, which was a huge milestone for me. I was over the moon that anyone cared. One day, I went to hunt each of those 50 people down and give them a gift because they were the reason I kept going with my videos. When I look back at my old videos, it was mostly just my friends commenting and hyping me up. I was just so blessed with great friends. They kept pushing me to keep making videos. They were such free souls, and I love making them crack up. It's so effing embarrassing, but even before my videos, I'd always do skits and poems in front of them, like, "You're my light and my dark, and you make me hard. Your booty is full of cooties, and I want to get in your coochie." Without them, I don't think I would ever have truly found Bretman rock. My friends would have. My friends would always compare me to an early YouTube creator named Ryan Higa, one of the first creators from Hawaii to make it viral. We all looked up to him because he was Asian and from Hawaii. I was obsessed with him and skipped school once to go to his meet and greet at a local mall. Don't you want to be like Ryan Higa? They asked me. Bitch, I did. I moved my videos to YouTube, but it would take a little trial and error to get to the Ryan Higa's level. We never ended up collaborating, but I finally did get to meet him at a gaming event. Oh, he didn't know who I was and was like, "Are you from Hawaii?" So that was kind of a buzzkill. My first YouTube videos were basic AF, like eating a roach from the Philippines when I visited there and doing leg windmills, but I soon realized people enjoyed it when I was just twerking and cursing and being 100% myself on social media. Within 2 years, I was getting 50,000 views per video on Instagram and Snapchat. People were just eating my shit up, and I just kept finding more things that I enjoyed doing on camera. The possibilities felt endless. As my audience grew, I got unofficially inducted into the Micro Influencers Club, where they were all doing shout outs to swap or add followers. At this point, all I wanted was fame. Those early days were such a different time to be an influencer. It generally took a lot of time and effort to be famous back then, so you really had to want it, and then you might need a little luck. Nowadays, you can get 1 million followers overnight because of algorithms. The new influencers have help from the app. Back then, you got your fame from word of mouth and really earned it. We were all just making videos left and right, posting without even thinking. This was an ing- this was an this was an ignorant experimental era of my career and my life. Sometimes I think about things I would do or say when I was younger, and I'm mortified. But the internet never forgets. When I got to about 10,000 followers, my numbers plateaued for a hot minute. Then one fateful afternoon, I was trying to record myself dancing dramatically to Beyonce "Smack It in the Air" in our living room and had asked my sister Princess to wait before crossing in front of me to get through to the other side of the room. But the bitch walked through my shot anyway, carrying her stupid ass red solo cup, ruining my best take yet, so I reflexively smacked the back of her ponytail super hard. The way her hair went, girl, the way I snarked, "Are you fucking serious?" Well, that shit went viral, period. That was a watershed moment. I went from 10,000 followers to 2.5 million almost overnight, and the rest is history. I never looked back. The second video that took me to the next level was my makeup tutorial, how to contour video. I made a bold announcement on Instagram that I was going to do more makeup content. I'd been wearing makeup at home and at school, but never publicly in videos at this point. I mean, men have worn makeup since the beginning of time. Scott Barnes, Dimitri James, and Kevin Aquin, to name a few. But it was sort of unheard of for a younger, openly gay boy to teach people how to wear makeup. It was like the spirit of Beyonce possessed me, and my life purpose had become clear. It wasn't about being a stripper anymore. My backup plan in case of acting or being a content creator didn't work out. I mean, there's a good reason I had a stripper pole in my bedroom, duh. I dropped the contouring video on Instagram as 16 separate videos uploaded every 5 minutes, after which someone compressed all into one video, which they uploaded onto Facebook. That video solidified me in the makeup industry, and it's what made Bretman rock, Bretman rock. At the time I was recording and posting, I didn't think I was doing anything revolutionary. It makes me so happy to see how many boys in makeup now. Until the likes started rolling in, and my mom said looked cute. She never said I looked cute. Beauty, which had become a huge part of my life, truly became an inextractable part of who I am. What made me famous was being 100% me, vanity and beauty and makeup. It was total chaos after that video went viral. I started getting hundreds of thousands of followers every hour. The DMs were pouring in. I had locked a lot of videos that had been set to private so that by the time they came to my pages, there was so much content there. I remember being glued to my new phone and I kept refreshing going, OMG, OMG. From that moment on, my phone would never be off again unless I went on vacation. Back then, I was new to all of it. To say I was very excited about all the attention is an understatement of the century. After that, it was easy to go viral over and over again. I mean, the other day I backed up too fast while I was dancing to a Bruno Mars song and I hit my ass on the floor and it went viral on TikTok. 5 million views. Who the fuck knows why? This shit comes so fucking natural to me now, especially after years of entertaining my family and friends. The hardest part of my job now is staying relevant and creative without losing my soul or my mind. I don't know exactly why some content works the way it works, but all I know is that I'd rather be relevant for falling on my ass than weird drama or bad shit. Just like Ryan Higa before me, I became a local celebrity. Like I did a radio interview with two straight men, and I remember them saying, "Do you realize your number of followers is double the population of Hawaii?" At the time, the population was around 2 million, and I had like 3.7 million. Oh my gosh, I could overthrow Hawaii. I joked as cutely but as seriously as possible. But really, that mean people was hard. But really, that many people was hard to fathom. Local TV news wanted in on the Bretman Rock action too. At the time, I didn't have a manager, so a reporter, now anchor, congrats on your promotion, named Brenton AWA from KITV Island News emailed me directly but wanted to talk to me in the middle of third period. I was like, bitch, what the fuck? But yeah, he came to my school and no one gave an F. Although until he shut up, I didn't know Mr. Brenton was that cute. People already knew me as Mr. Aloha, Mr. Popular, Mr. Extra at school. So to be honest, you can't be famous twice. It'd be like I'd be like double jeopardy. The only ones who really cared about these interviews were my friends' moms. They'd always trusted me with their daughters because I wasn't going to be the one smoking a joint in the bathroom with them during their period. I was going to be on the news. Yeah, I wasn't a troublemaker. If anything, their daughters were the bad example. They'd always say, you made me want to have a gay son, which make me really proud to hear because I know not every family is accepting as mine. But because the local news interview, the whole island knew who I was, and I felt nothing but love and support ever since. Hawaii is where Bretman the rock and the influencer was born, bred, and nurtured. A couple of weeks after the TV interview, I got recognized while at the movies by a girl named Chelsea from Oahu. We still DM to this day. After Chelsea, fans popping up to say hi just kept happening, so I thought, is it time to meet people? It seems like it's what the people want, so I set up a meet and greet at the mall by posting a video about it. I'm going to be in the mall walking around. If you see me, say hi, bitch. People showed the fuck up. I mean, there were also people that were just like at the mall to get Sabaro, but whatever. I wound up making a whole collage afterward of everybody who showed up and took a picture with me. Good shit was happening at a pace. I couldn't keep up with it. I never actually realized when it all got to be too much for a single person to handle. I actually still don't know what is too much for Bretman Rock. I knew at some point that I needed help, but I had no idea where to turn. I was still just 16 years old. I went through two not great managing situationships. The first was a 20-year-old who knew less than I did but talked a big game, and the next one didn't get me at all. She called me a spectacle to my face, and not in a cute way, and sniffed that I would eventually flop, fade away, my brain would never ever live on or amount to anything. Hearing those things from someone who was supposed to lead me in my career hurt and had a lasting impact on how I saw myself. That shit stayed with me longer than I ever imagined or wanted. So I thank my lucky stars I found my perfect manager, Drew. I just knew she was good people when I flew in from Hawaii to LA and she asked me how my flight was. I told her a funny story about how the 90-year-old man almost died right next to me and she was dying cackling. She told me that I was a legit comedian. That was the first time somebody called me something other than an influencer. Her vibe wasn't, let me milk Bretman for all he's worth, then toss him aside when whatever he's doing becomes so 10 minutes ago. Drew's vibe was, this kid has what it takes to make it to the top. Find you someone who believes in you 1,000,000%. No, infinity%. Drew didn't look at me as a client or a commodity or just work. She saw the reality in my fantasies, and I was also a part of her dreams, something bigger. Drew and I fell in love, and we would stop at nothing to reach our goals together. Once we became a team, amazing offers came pouring in, and we said yes to everything. Duh. Commercials and shows and podcasts and video game collabs started happening. When I was 22, my idol, Michelle Obama, named me a co-chair for When We All Vote Drive. I was beyond honored with people like Selena Gomez, Tom Hanks, Liza Koshy, Janelle Monáe, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Steph Curry, Megan Rapinoe, Shonda Rhimes, and Kerry Washington to drive voter registration, education, and turnout in the midterms and future elections to help change the culture around voting and close race and age gaps. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Biz peeps really started to trust the idea of Bretman Rock and just allow me to be myself. Brands stopped sending me scripts and started sending me blank pages. Now the messaging was like, just do whatever you want. The corporation saw the most success when they let me be me. Being able to convince people of this is one of the most powerful things I've done in my career. Drew and I put in work using our own formula. Even with my merch, we do our own thing. We don't go up to other people. We try to create everything ourselves because we feel like that's how we can learn the most. And I think it's working. Actually, bitch, I know it's working. In 2017, Time Magazine named me one of its 30 most influential teens. In 2018, Ford put me on their 30 under 30 Asia media marketing and advertising list. At this point, I've collabed with Klarna, Sephora, Nike, Morphe, ColourPop, Cosmetics, Wet n Wild, Curology, Crocs, Ole Henriksen, Dime Optics, and Sims. I've shattered some wild glass ceilings already. I was the first gay man on the cover of Playboy. I'm an ambassador for Nike, even though I don't even play a mother effing sport. I've been included and celebrated and dressed by A-list designers in the fashion industry. Not exactly a hotbed of diversity for brown Asian immigrants without inherited wealth. Look what I've already done just by believing I could, being myself and fucking around and having fun. This is why I know I can go the distance. It's not even about awards or being on lists in magazines, though those are cute. Please keep them coming. It's stuff like this. The other day I was at Brandy Melville. I don't usually shop there. My friends was exchanging her shirt and I hate waiting for bitches. So I was just wandering around and finding some cute stuff. When I went up to the cashier to pay for it, the girl ringing me up was like, "Hi, I don't want to be creepy, but can I show you something?" And she pulled me out a picture that we had taken together in 2015 at my first meet and greet. She had been 10 years old then, and now she was a grown ass 18-year-old woman. Damn, I thought I've really been at this a while, huh? And I got all teary eyed. And once again, I hate crying because I look ugly when I cry. So I pulled myself together for her. One of my true OGs. But later, I couldn't stop thinking about how far I'd come. How people do that all the time to me now, and it still doesn't get old. They're pulling out pictures from my first meet and greets and telling me how much I made them happy at terrible times in their lives and how it influenced the way they see the world, their sense of humor, even the way they talk. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And got all emo. One girl who'd been a fan since the very beginning and had taken a photo with me then was like, yo, my mom told me to never delete this picture because she always knew you were going to be so much more. We want to pull it out. We want to pull it out one day when you come out with your first movie. It's so cool to hear from people who have believed in you for so long, from before you even believed or really knew yourself. Bitch, I told this girl I really raised you. Don't even get me started. I literally take after your personality. She said, yes, you did. Confidence in yourself is everything. I've always been confident that I had what I needed to reach my very lofty goals. I vividly remember having a big conversation with Drew when we first started working together. I was spitting out all the dreams I had, and we were writing them on a mood manifestation board. I want to go to the Met. Okay, then we have to tackle fashion. Oh, like the Met. Okay, I want to go to the Met. Okay, then we have to tackle fashion, she said, and put it on the board. I want to act. Duly noted on the board. I want to model. She wrote it down in pink marker, bitch. When you think about this list now, you can see how many things we've already ticked off. I want to be a sex symbol, I added, not joking at all, totally serious. I want to be on the cover of Playboy magazine. A lot of great entertainers are sex symbols. A lot of people that I looked up to also exclude sex, like Marilyn Hobbs and Beyonce and Wonder Woman. Prince is the gender fluid sex icon god that I want to be like. I like to think that I channel Prince when it comes to what I attract to the way I also exclude sex with non-binary looks still based in masculinity. I said it out loud again to manifest it. I want to be a sex symbol and I want to be a sexy bunny. So this is how I know I got the witchy genes from Grandma Lulang. When one night last year I was craving sushi. I was waiting to be seated at a restaurant in Hawaii with my sister and I was on my phone. I don't even know how I was recognized because I had a hat on, but a woman came up to me all excited. Bretman, can I get a picture with you? Obviously I wasn't going to say no. I never say no. We had a short conversation and I thought that was that. Minutes went by when my publicist texted me, "You just met one of my friends and she works at Playboy." What the fuck didn't why the fuck didn't that bitch say so? It just so happened that she was in casting. If I hadn't had a craving for sushi that night, one of the biggest moments of my life might have passed me by. The lesson is always listen to your heart and your stomach. The photo itself was epic. The photo shoot itself was epic. The powers that be decided to put me in a jet black bunny corset just like I'd always dreamed, and wearing it did something to me. It was so Playboy, and this is so effing cliche to say, but for once, and I promise the only time, bitch, I'm at a loss for words to describe the feeling. I'm gonna try anyways. I finally felt like a sex symbol, like I've always believed that I'm beautiful, but now I truly believed it when people told me I was hot, that I felt that other people could see it. It was the first time I was genuinely felt so fully myself, like no one could tell me shit. Every little gay boy deserves to feel like that, of course. Not every gay boy wants to be a sex symbol. Some want to be ice skaters or event planners. I was so happy when Playboy let me pick which of Brian Siff's photos to use on my cover. I chose the one of me standing like a supermodel wearing the iconic bunny ears corset just below my perfect chest, nips out, the black tights, black bow tie, white cuffs, and platform heels. While I was at the shoot, I'm not even gonna lie to you right now. I do not think that the cover would get quite this much attention. I'd seen straight men like Bad Bunny and Bruno Mars on the cover of Playboy, or at least not out at the time men, because I got a bisexual vibe from at least one of those bitches. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. So I already had in my head that they done men before, but not wearing a bunny outfit. I woke up the day it came out, October 1st, 2021, knowing that my cover was out and that it was iconic, obviously, because bitch, I'm iconic, but I didn't know it'd be that revolutionary. But that day, I became the first openly gay man to be on the Playboy cover, the first openly gay man to be by himself on the cover. I've never been more honored to post anything in my life. I wrote on Instagram, for Playboy to have a male on the cover is a huge deal for the LGBT community, for my brown people community, and it's also surreal. A total, is this even fucking happening right now type of vibe, and I'm so pretty. The first day my cover came out, it was nothing but positive comments. Everyone was congratulating and warm. I thought I was gonna get some boys hollering at me after they saw it, but that didn't happen. This did not add up. How am I on the cover of Playboy, but I have no boys to play with? However, the response from the community was so great, especially since it debuted at the beginning of Filipino Heritage Month, and my mom was proud, and she was like, "Oh my God, my son!" She didn't say sexy, but the equivalent in English for the word she used is ferocious. She usually never calls me anywhere that even slightly feminine. Even when I'm on a full face of makeup, she's usually always like, "You're so handsome." Ferocious was like the most girly adjective she had ever used to describe me, and it made my heart swell. But then, dun dun dun, 4 days later, the big guns started posting about my cover, CNN, USA Today, People Magazine, all of them. They have access to a middle America. Girl, when I tell you it was a landslide, oh my God, an avalanche of chaotic ass comments started rolling in. Luckily, I had already gotten the time to feel myself and collect all of my kudos. Now I started getting a ton of hate from straight middle-aged men who kept commenting, Hugh Hefner's rolling over in his grave. I'm unsubscribing. I'm throwing my copy in the dumpster. I was like, baby, last time Playboy did print was 2 years ago, so obviously you don't know anything about Playboy. If I've ever hurt people, that actually bothers me, because that's never my intention to hurt people. But for this, if some straight guy in the suburbs was hurt, I didn't give a fuck. It was comical for me how these images bothered so many people. I was like, well, what do you want me to do? I couldn't help but ask these questions. Do you want me to unprint them, bitch? Should I not be gay? Should I not move history forward? Get the fuck out. My favorite was Playboy. I just lost all respect. I don't even think Playboy gives a single fuck if you respect them. Yes, they've had their fair share of criticism about exploiting women and their body parts, but I did my research, and Playboy has also pushed the envelope and pushed the public discourse forward, not a all back ass word. In 1965, they featured Martin Luther King Jr., and in 1971, they had Doreen Stern as their first African American woman on the cover. In 1991, Carolyn Cosey became the first openly trans woman on the cover of Playboy, decades ahead of its time. They've also pushed for abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. People who associate Playboy with nothing but women and sex are so narrow minded. And last of all, don't be mad if you're like, why am I aroused by this? Embrace it, ho. If it's making you mad, then it's doing what it's supposed to do, which is creating conversations around sexuality. This type of anger is what moves society. It's what makes progress. If you're saying that Bretman rock doesn't belong here because Playboy is for sex, well, sex is for all genders. And if you tell me that Playboy is for men, well, gay men are men too, period. Even though I got a lot of hate online, I know I was able to change so many hearts and minds because I witnessed it with my own two eyes. Back in Hawaii, I took an Uber right after my cover came out and struck up a conversation with the driver. What do you do? He asked me. I'm a model. I answered, yeah. Oh, for who? Actually, I was the first Playboy gay cover this month. Shut up. He literally fucking turned around. I saw that while reading my phone and drinking coffee this morning. That's you. Turns out that he had been reading the story when Facebook and Instagram infamously went down for an entire day, so his page was open to it all effing day long. I'm not gonna lie, you're sexy, he said bashfully. I'm not gay, but you're sexy. For this straight Hawaiian man to put his masculinity aside, I could barely even comprehend. It still gives me goosebumps to think about this conversation to this day. Not long after that happened, I was walking my dogs, and my neighbor, he's like this old, oh God, I hate calling people old, but he's a white, silver-haired straight man, and it's relevant to the story. Bitch yelled at me, Brett, I saw it. My missing chicken, Maisie, where's she at? I saw your Playboy cover. Congrats, man. You're so hot. Like a 6-year-old man calling you hot early in the morning. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Then all these workers who I didn't even effing see earlier came down from the roof and just did one of those slow claps, like in the movies where one guy started clapping and they all join in and everybody cries. It made my day. Playboy was one of those things that was supposed to happen in my life. I manifested it. I was meant to have it, and it's empowered me ever since. It's If that one photo meant anything, it's that I belong in this cultural space. It created the type of change that I could have only imagined when I first started all of this. Every time I put something out now, I want to tout what I've done. Previously, since Playboy, everything seems impossible. Like, I've been getting so many visions in my head, and I rarely get visions, but I really feel like this cover is propelling me to something greater with my higher self and with the universe. Not Chapter 9, My Fat Puss and Butch Body. Girl, the Lord or whatever higher power you believe in has blessed me with this badass, but getting my body in absolutely stacked and jacked hourglass shape is way more than looking good. I've always upkept my mental health and a sense of control through physical movement. My dad was my biggest influence when it came to being active. When I was growing up, he let me do whatever I wanted most of the time, but he also made sure I did things that were good for me too. The other huge influence on me after I came to America was Michelle Obama. President Obama grew up on the other side of my island, and Michelle Obama, girl, that woman really got me moving a lot when I was a little kid. In elementary school, I was doing all of Michelle Obama's presidential fitness workouts that she used to do. She was also into growing vegetables and herbs in her garden and whatnot, which I've also gotten into. She actually made a difference. She was the first lady who actually did something for the youth. Anyways, from the start, my dad was my biggest fitness supporter. You could probably guess that he was into sports because he named me after wrestlers, but he was a real athlete too. My dad woke up every morning and did 100 push-ups. In my early days, I was a skinny little bitch, and yet, as I've mentioned, before I could even effing tie my shoes, I used to go jogging with my dad. Before I fell in love with beauty, I fell in love with fitness. Growing up in the Philippines and Hawaii, I was always upside down, running around and hanging from trees, except for one stoner period where I was kind of lazy, but we'll get to that, patience. The first sport my dad ever put me in was Pony League Baseball. We call it coach pitch in the old country because you stood there with the fat bat like a mother effing idiot while an adult underhanded the ball to you, and then you hit it. Everybody ran around like chickens. I remember being very irritated the whole time because I didn't want to be there, first of all, but also because we didn't really have the best equipment to play. My mom had sent me a baseball mitt she bought from a swamp meet, but it was a baseball glove for a 6 foot fucking man. Both of my hands could fit in this glove, and we were middle class compared to other people in town, so every other kid was using a hat to catch a ball, or whatever they could find, honestly. Some used winter gloves. I was the cool kid because I had a glove and cleats. There were soccer cleats, but they were cleats nonetheless. But 2 days into that pony league, I was over it. I realized almost immediately that I wasn't going to be any good at sports, that I have too many rules and I wasn't going to be any good at sports that have too many rules and regulations. I moved on, bitch. So baseball was a definite ew, but in intermediate school in Hawaii, after my math teacher, Mr. B, saw my famed Britney Spears talent show performance, he recruited me to join the dance team. I was offered the captain position, sight unseen. People just want me, girl. Everyone was into Mr. B too. All the kids had crushes on him. He was in his 20s and super cool. His card license plate read PEMDAS for please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. The order in which you're supposed to solve equations, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. I still got it. That's was so hot of him. Anyway, Mr. B was all, we need you, Bretman. All my girlfriends were already on the dance team, so I'm in. Me and the girls relentlessly practiced Our Routine to Next to You by Chris Brown, which was definitely inappropriate. I knew we shouldn't have been dancing to it, but did I kill it? Yes, I did, especially during the line, you will never go cold or hungry. How do I remember this like it was yesterday? I have an elephant brain, I'm telling you. Bitch, I was so good at dancing. I was all set to perform center stage for Winter Carnival when fate intervened. During lunch, one bright sunny afternoon, I was working our carnival fundraising booth in the cafeteria when suddenly the dreamiest teacher at school, Mr. Nee, approached the booth. No, it was not a kissing booth, girl. Let me finish. Mr. Nee always reminded me of Paolo Montalban, the Filipino American who played Prince Charming in the POC version of the movie Cinderella, you know, the one starring Brandy. How dreamy was Mr. Nee? If he were standing outside my door right now, years later, and asked me, "Would you leave your life for me, bitch?" By anyway, he taught science, my favorite subject, and he taught frog dissection in a classroom that overlooked our dance rehearsals. I know he could see me, and I definitely saw him. One day, Mr. Nee came up to the booth and asked, "Do any of you guys want to join the soccer team?" He was staring right at me. I was convinced he wanted me and only me. I thought to myself, Mr. Nee, just be honest with your feelings. Come on, Mr. Nee, girl. I see you peeking out the window, watching me dance from there. Instead, I just giggled with my hand over my mouth and turned away bashfully. Oh my god, I'm falling in love with all over again, reciting the memory. Does anybody want to join the soccer team? Mr. Nee asked again. Then he touched my mother effing shoulder. I melted. I'd never wanted to play a sport with balls in it after Pony League, but you know what I did when I went home? I turned my piggy bank upside down and took out every mother effing coin. Then I went to the coin store, traded in all my coins, and went to Sports Authority with $20, burning a hole in my pocket. However, new cleats were $85, period. So once I got to work, I had $20 from doing yard work for my uncle. I borrowed $25 for my sister, and my mom gave me $20. And not only did my brother give me $10, that bitch got in his car and drove me back to Sports Authority. He probably felt guilty about hitting me or something and wanted to make up to me. Tell me why I got Tell me why I got recruited for soccer right at the same time I was supposed to perform my Chris Brown interpretive bop. The gag is I never played soccer in my whole life. I was just there for the dicks, including Luke, who was on the soccer team and the cutest boy in my class and the crush on my grade. He was that kid. Everybody was hot for Luke. So before we even got to competitions on performances, I bailed on the dance team. I was like, yo, I'm too good for this. I need to try something that I'm actually not good at. Get popcorn and settle in, girl. Luke was in homeroom and a star student. He sat right across from me and we bonded over sports. I was gay as fuck, but we had soccer to talk about now. We complained about how We had to run around the track for an hour straight for conditioning. I can run for an hour, but not in circles, bitch. That's got me all kinds of fucked up. I'd say, and Luke would laugh and laugh. I wasn't kidding though. After my third lap, my boredom would kick in, and I'd be like, "Girl, why the fuck am I running in circles? I'm tired of looking at the same shit over and over again." I was already busted ass broke after buying my cleats, but I didn't know I needed long socks and shin guards too. I had no money left to buy them. Luke, do you have extra socks and shin guards? I cooed. I forgot mine at home. Luke came through for me. I wore his extras with sweat on them and everything. Fast forward 2 months, I realized I was actually good at soccer and I was in heaven for being in a Mr. Knee and Luke sandwich. I was torn between two love interests and feeling fine about it, I but if I was forced to choose at gunpoint, I only had my eyes on one thing and one thing only, and it was Mr. Knee. We had such a loving, healthy relationship and excellent communication. Communication is so key in a relationship, wouldn't you agree? You're going to practice today, he'd ask me as I swept past each other in the hall. OMG, not you checking up on me, making sure I'm coming to practice. No, I'm not coming to practice. Make me, I said. We were so cute until Kevin came along. His name triggers me still to this day, the most obnoxious bitch in the world. He sucked at playing soccer, but he thought he was so good. I was like, girl, how am I just playing this for 48 hours and you've been playing this since the beginning of your mother effing life and you still can't hit a goal or hit it straight? And you are straight. We had a natural beef. One day we had a scrimmage and Kevin really thought he was the best star player that day, trying to run circles around me. Kevin, do you know that if you Google defense, a picture of me is going to pop up? I invented defense, bitch. I defend my motherfucking goal, and I did what I had to motherfucking do. I had gotten so heated that I took it a little too seriously, a little way too far past my limit. I slide tackled him. Everyone on my team was cheering me on, like, go, go, go. Even Luke was like, wow. But Mr. Knee turned me on. Brett, he said sternly with zero emotion, it's time to go home. You're playing too rough. It felt like he'd chosen Kevin over me. I was ashamed and I was heartbroken. I never showed up to practice ever again. After Mr. Nee and I broke up, it was cold shoulders 24/7 from me. When he came into a room, I would go out. If he was talking to people in the hall, I pretended like I was checking my locker. Years passed. They say time heals all, and they say those mother effers are right. My heart healed, but I never forgot. One day in a high school science class, I was making a bridge out of toothpicks when the ghost of Mr. Nee rose like a phoenix from the ashes. Did you ever have Mr. Nee in 8th grade? My science teacher, Brett Kim, aka Mr. K, asked me. He was so cute too, but I couldn't fall in love with someone who had the same name as me. Hearing my old beloved's name made my stomach drop and my heart burn with the passion I hadn't felt in ages. I did have him, I told Mr. K, then paused for dramatic effect, but only for soccer. I'm not going to be teaching next year, Mr. K continued, ignoring my sexual innuendo. The whole class gasped. Mr. K is not talking to you, he's talking to me. I hissed inside my head to my classmates. You're not teaching next year. They all cried like little bitches. He told us he was going to be a firefighter with Mr. Nee. Well, I haven't mentioned this yet, but being a firefighter is my end game too. What the fuck? When the spotlight fades and my millions of followers and fans scatter into the wind, I plan on getting the training and taking the test to become a hose ho. God, wherever flames may rage, give me strength to save a life. Someday I will be meeting up with Mr. Nee again. Put money on it. Plus, I already figured out which station house Mr. Nee works at. So that was a really long tangent just to tell you that I played soccer for 1 quarter, but I felt in my heart and my joints in my loins that you but I felt in my heart and my loins that you really wanted to hear that story. Sports, to be honest, wasn't really an emotional outlet for me. I mean, clearly it wasn't helping with my outbursts or frustration until high school when I got super into track. I was already pretty stressed out from my increasingly successful influencing career. My life was pretty absurd for a high schooler. In 11th grade, I'd gone on a big tour with other social media influencers, but even with all the travel and attention, I stayed focused on school. I would graduate high school with honors. I did my homework on planes and did squats steering effing first class to keep in shape for the track team. Track became my escape, and the endorphins helped manage my ADHD by keeping my mind from overthinking. In track, you're either fast or slow. I happened to be very effing fast and even went to the state championship. And don't get me wrong, I love winning. My dad didn't raise a loser, but more important, on the track team, I learned that your real competition is always with yourself. When you think you can't do it anymore, it's all up to you to decide whether or not to keep going. Track also taught me not to run in the rain or you'll get sick in the next day. When I run, I can leave everything behind as my dainty feet hit the pavement. I never think about my destination. I get to forget this chaotic world that we live in. I think that's the true beauty of running. Track was my healthy outlet at the time, but at the peak of my running career, I also found weed. Well, the first time I actually found weed was in my dad's closet when I was 8 years old, but I started smoking it myself my senior year. I hadn't smoked weed my whole life up until that point. I feel like people think I've always been a stoner, but no, it's always been for a few years. No, it's only been for a few years. I'm not sure if weed actually made me faster, but I do think it made me a little more paranoid because as I gained more and more notoriety, I wound up quitting the track team. I became really insecure and didn't want anyone to watch me run anymore. Being a perfectionist, I also had become more and more scared of losing. When I stopped running every day, my pussy got really fat because after I became a stoner, I started getting the munchies and eating a ton. For many people, this seems like an unfortunate turn of events, but not for this bitch. Eating a lot was a good thing for me. I've never talked about this before, but the only body image issue I ever had has been struggling with an I've never talked about this before, but the only body image issue I've ever had has been struggling with an eating disorder. I'm pretty sure I had one then. I wasn't diagnosed with it, but there was definitely a time when I was younger when I was hardcore blaming myself when my parents split that I purposely tried to eat as little as I could in a day as a response to the trauma. I used to tell myself don't eat, or I would refuse to eat, or joke around with my auntie about how tiring chewing was and get away with not eating. Everyone in my family will tell you as a kid I barely ate after my parents separated. Even though I was running around constantly doing after school activities, I don't know how I didn't collapse. I think I just got used to it. My mom was even a whole ass cook. Maybe in some ways I didn't think I deserved her food because of what I did to her. Again, this is the kind of stuff that's hard for me to think too deeply about and stuff I'm still working through. I can see how that I had been using track and then weed to try and cope with stress. In a lot of ways, I think it was a good thing that the weed caused me to start eating like an animal. The munchies triggered what I call my masculine era. Before weed, I was muscular but skinny, and after I was able to gain fat and muscle from eating more, bulking season, as it were. When I first started gaining weight, I was wearing these blue pants that made my ass so scrumptious, and someone shouted, "Brett, your ass is so fat." That was the first time I'd ever gotten that compliment. In that moment, mental health and body image issue vanished from my mind. Somebody said my ass was fat. I'm pretty sure it was one of those I'm pretty sure it was one of my thick girlfriends who said it, either justice or dream, because ever since that day, we'd always refer to ourselves as the thick girls, and I kept eating after that, especially I liked being called a thick girl. If I turn around in a photo, my ass takes up the whole pic. It's so exciting. I was also excited when my metabolism evened out a little more after I hit puberty. I started to broaden. The only downside I can see during this time is that I got kind of lazy. Sloth had never been part of my personality before that. Then one day I was lying on my couch eating garbage and watching Netflix, and when I stumbled on a documentary about CrossFit, it pumped me up and reminded me how much I really miss running track, and that being active was also a stress relieving escape from the real world. So I tied my shoelaces and went for a 5 mile run. I was dead as fuck afterward, but I loved it. I've worked out every day since. For a long time, I did CrossFit 3 times per week and weightlifting another 2 times. Now I just make sure I get 2 arm and leg days in and at least 1 cardio a week. I have a workout itch. If I don't work out, it actually eats me alive. I hate to admit this, but there are definitely times where I get out of bed in the middle of the night to do an hour workout because my brain is like, bitch, you didn't do abs today. You got to do abs. Sticking to a schedule has definitely become a coping mechanism and a way of ADHD. Sticking to a schedule has definitely become a coping mechanism and a way of feeling like I'm in control of my life. I still experience the effects of ADHD, but sports help me find a way to exert my energy and manage my stress and emotions differently than how I used to. I post myself working out shirtless a lot because, yes, bitch, my abs look fine and my ass is so juicy in my workout shorts, but I also think it's important for everyone to have self-love and practice self-care, especially genderqueer, non-binary, and trans people who may hate the bodies they were born in. Your body is enough, but you should move it sometimes too. Michelle Obama taught me that. Even if you don't want a six pack, at least go on a walk. When Nike asked me to be a model and ambassador for their Be True campaign for pride awareness, it was one of the highlights of my life. For my main photo, I was jacked up, but there was also a sports bra and a pastel scarf. I looked hella fit, but also femme. I truly believe strength has no gender. It's a measure from within. Being seen the way I've always wanted to be in this campaign was such an honor. I love my feminine curves, but I also love being strong and butch. I love that feeling of knowing that I'm strong, not just mentally, but physically too. I think I got away with looking a little bit more feminine throughout my early years because obviously I was skinnier. It's a little bit harder to hide these arms these days. So now I'm a pretty face with arms and a thick little tush. I love the quote, "My body is my temple." I burn incense before every workout and I lay out all my crystals right in front of me. I do a meditation. After every workout, I burn Palo Santo for spiritual purification and energy cleansing. I don't show that part of my ritual because I don't want people to think I'm weird, but I do see it as an extension of a spiritual practice. Working out is so much more than sweating and sculpting your body. It's a time to be with yourself, appreciate your mind and body, and test out your capabilities. Audio. It's not you, it's your wiener. There are twinks and there are twonks. I feel like more than ever people associate me with the word twonk, a hunky twink. During high school, I graduated with twink to twonk, and I haven't looked back. And as a twonk, I am bombarded with dick pics daily. This is not a humble brag, it's a fact. Thirsty guys slide into my DMs on the regular. I need to make something crystal clear. Stop sending me nudes. I'm not interested in your crusty pics. That looks like a dirty ass rat, period, because I happen to be an international sex symbol now. If being cute is a sickness, then pray for my recovery. I feel like people get the wrong idea about who I am when it comes to matters of the heart and head. Also, it's extremely rare for me to talk about my dating/sex life on social media, which only adds to the confusion and mystery around who I am as a sexual being. Here, for the first time ever, I will share all of the twists and turns on my path to my sexual awakening. The journey has been littered with broken dreams and shattered hearts and loosened holes, but I want to dig deep to explain just exactly who the fuck Bretman Rock is as a lover. Let's go back to the beginning. I realized while writing this book that I've kissed more girls than guys. Don't get your panties in a knot. I'm still 100% a gold star lesbian because I've never had sex with a girl, but straight activities had me fucked up in early days. According to the rules and regulations of the Council of Fashion Designers of America, I've had two real girlfriends. The first one was Melanie. Remember our neighbor girl back in the Philippines that everyone always teased me about getting married to? When I moved to America, I was still in denial of my sexuality. Everyone was well aware that I was, let's say, girly, and that my gender was, shall we say, gay, but that early on, nobody knew what my sexuality was. This is a pop quiz. Are gender and sexuality the same thing? No, bitch, the fuck. And my second, who I also mentioned earlier, was this tom girl in my homeroom named Jasmine. She didn't even like me. She didn't even want to be my friend, and everybody wanted to be my friend. So I think that what attracted me to her was mostly the thrill of the chase and that she was a cool chick. I told my girlfriends that I had a crush on Jasmine, and them bitches had loud mouths, and they told her. Before I knew it, I made a poster for this bitch, like those scientific three-fold posters, and I put a "Will you be mine" in big letters before opening it at lunch in the cafeteria in front of God and every kid in that school. Girl, I invented the promposal. Before that, it was just basic ass pen and post-it note under the table. Will you be my girlfriend? Yes or no type shit. Jasmine said yes, even though this punk ass bitch named Jaden tried to ruin the moment by shouting I thought he was gay, and I made the whole school sign the poster for her. I've had foundation that lasted longer on my sweaty face than my courtship with Jasmine. Around Christmas time, people tried to get us to kiss under some mistletoe, but I was not having it. That is so fucking gross. I thought like I would never. Hello, that was a big clue. And after never even so much as holding hands, Jasmine had the audacity to ask me to meet her brother. This is too soon, I cried. What was she thinking? There was no way I could meet her brother because I was scared that if I fell in love with Jasmine, she was a girl. I could only imagine how handsome her brother was. I didn't want to fall in love with him too. I broke up with her by saying, Jasmine, my mom found out about us and I'm not allowed to have a girlfriend. Bye. Even though my mom literally could not give a fuck and probably would have laughed like a hyena if I told her that I had a girlfriend at the time. I really tried before I came out officially to everyone. I had a girlfriend in the Philippines. I had a girlfriend in Hawaii. After I came out publicly by starting to wear makeup to school in 8th grade, and after I started to become famous, I wish I could only say I was drowning in sexy time afterward, but nothing changed. I lived on a rock in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, population 8 gay people. I was still the only gay boy at my school, the only out gay boy that I knew of on the island at the time. And P.S. Everyone was still ugly. I couldn't even find action outside school. One time I was waiting for food at a restaurant and a cute guy asked for my number. I really thought I found the love of my life. The next day a girl hits me up like, hey, can you do me makeup for my sister's wedding? So I stayed single until the end of high school, even though there was one notorious straight boy who wanted to experiment with me. Freshman year, after Mr. Nee betrayed me, I walked into my homeroom class and this one kid, Clark, told me I had nice blue pants, and I fell in love with him immediately. Girl, I remember everything about Clark. Born June 10th, we had every class together. He sat right next to me on my right. Every day I saw shade past Clark as Tyra would have instructed me to smize and sit sideways in my chair on purpose to make sure he saw me at all times. It was very Beyonce Rocket. See, 2013, let me sit this ass on you instead. But we had cute pet names for each other. He called me Burger King Bretman, and I called him Jamba Juice Clark. His football jersey was number 21 freshman year and number 11 every year after that. We played badminton together in gym class. No other straight boy wanted to be on my team or be my partner, but he didn't care. When we played catch, he'd throw the baseball as hard as he could at me, and I'd catch it every time. That's how sports people flirt, I'm sure of it. And then the day a single compliment would make me his forever, or at least until the end of high school. I was wearing dark turquoise jeans, and Clark said, Brett, where did you get those pants from? Oh, I just got them from Ross. I like them. They're kind of nice. Clark made sure to flatter me again when class ended. I love your pants, Brett. Not liked love, but he knew a good bottom when he saw one. He knew he loved them because they were the same color as his RVCA bag. We were color coordinated like vintage Cardi B and Offset. We were soulmates, obviously. We were a love story for the ages. Record scratch, the truth was, in hindsight, Clark wasn't even flirting. I'd become obsessed with him, but he was just being nice because that's how he was to everybody. And that was what was so attractive to me. Not only was he nice to me, he was even nicer to the bitches I didn't like in class, like Vivian and her loud mouth. I was like, wow, this is someone who sees the silver lining, the beauty in people. Clark was my biggest crush in high school, and everybody knew it, even though I really wasn't talking about it openly. Even my English teacher would ask me about him. I think LGBTQ kids, especially ones who live in small towns, conservative areas, or a mother effing island in the middle of a deep blue sea, don't really let themselves think that seriously about relationships during school. Well, you only have a small pool of prospects to choose from, like a kitty-sized pool, even an effing pool at all. So a lot of us spend our formative years feeling left out when it comes to love. We don't get asked on dates. We don't get to ask other queer people to proms or even get to fumble around awkwardly in the dark hooking up with our crushes and learn how to smash through trial and error, or at least I know I didn't. I think straight people would take that for granted. It's getting better for the horny queer teens today out here. But back in my day, my senior year of high school, I was ready to effing explode. It was time for this girl to get some serious action. Right after I turned 18, what? Where is this going? Right after I turned 18, I was invited to an Instagram event at VidCon, which was held at Disneyland that year. They rolled out the red carpet for us influencers. We had chauffeurs and beefy security guards. And they put us up at one of their fanciest hotel properties. I was the queen of con, the belle of the ball. I was really feeling myself, and the event itself felt charged from the minute I got there. While I was being escorted around behind the scenes, I saw an X-ray of Disneyland, the real underbelly. I heard of all the Disney characters talking in their real voices and saw Tigger and Goofy making out. I witnessed Minnie Mouse smoking a blunt and Elsa grabbing Donald Duck's pantless ass. Seeing how the sausage was being made kind of ruined Disney for me, but the whole trip wasn't a loss. I mean, drumroll please, I lost my virginity at the happiest and horniest place on earth. Here's how it went down. I was walking around the park with my influencer group and carving a churro so badly. I ditched them for a hot minute and snuck into a long line at a churro stand. A cute boy, also longing for a big, hot, fluffy churro, recognized me. You're Bretman, right? It is, I replied with a curtsy. Bitch, I don't know. I was high, so I can't remember everything perfectly. The boy laughed. He was cute, a light-skinned Dominican in his early 20s. He asked for a picture. I complied, of course, but my group started moving on. I had to forget the churro, but I didn't want to forget the boy. He'd given me some fills. That night back in my hotel room, I was hungry because I couldn't get the churro and thirsty because I couldn't get the boy. I downloaded and opened the Grindr app up on my phone for the first time ever because all my LA friends had it and were doing it. And literally immediately there was Churro Boy staring back at me. My phone made the da-boop sound and I got the message. I looked at the location thingy. He was 900 feet away. We were staying in the same effing hotel. What are you doing right now? I tapped back. Oh my, I do declare, who was this new sexually bold Bretman rock? A dramatic pause. I still need my churro. Obviously, I was there with VidCon and I knew I probably should have tried to bring people to my room because I didn't know if they had cameras on us, but I did it anyways. It was time. I was sick of looking like a dumbass when all my girlfriends were talking about dick and I was just out there with nothing to share. It was very much like it's effing time. And oh, honey, I got my big churro that night. To be honest with you, when I invited him over, I didn't even think S was going to come out of it. I just legit thought like we were just going to play around and kiss and maybe. So, I remind you, I've never done any of this before. At that point, I never even had held hands with a boy or been that close to one. I'd watched plenty of P really early on because one of my babysitters played it on the TV all the time, like white noise. She got some education, she got some lessons, and subconsciously some childhood trauma and whatnot. Still, I didn't actually know how to approach S. I didn't know what could happen, but I wanted it. The boy came to my room and we got on the bed, and my big move was asking him, oh, is that a tattoo on your stomach? Then he took his shirt off. What was that? All you had to do was lift your shirt up, bitch. You didn't have to ask to take the whole fucking thing off. And then suddenly I realized, oh my god, I will be getting F tonight. Yes, I will. He gave me a tour of all his tattoos, and the next thing I know, I found myself kissing my first boy. It was so romantic until the bitch started eating my A. I was like, OMG, literally, this is the first position. I had a little bit of facial hair and I didn't know how to get my ass. So it tickled. I was overstimulated. I kept clenching. He had his part. And then I was like, girl, I'm about to SD for the first time right now. I've already gotten naked while he was still in his underwear. At first, it was not intimidating, but then he took his underwear off and I got my first look at his pee. I was like, why is it folded? Is it a flip phone? Is this a taser? Am I being detained? Where does one begin in this journey? I was so confused, but at the same time, I was ready. I was like, you know what, Brett, you can, I started the glug glug, and that's how I found out I was really good at playing the clarinet. Unfortunately, after the blowy, it was intercourse time. Obviously, I was a bottom dub. I wasn't obvious to him yet that I was a virgin. He was about to find out, though, about how can I put this delicately? I was the opposite of throwing a hot dog down a hallway. It did not go down smoothly, girl, or up in or out. Believe me when I tell you every attempt was an epic fail. They always tell us we're kids, it gets better. Bitch, that shit did not get effing better. Every stab, thrust, and poke hurt. Pull that shit out. That shit out. I went. It's just the tip. He said, surprised. Then finally, are you a virgin? No. I had my whole life. That's literally what I said. I gay panicked. And a horrible stereotype came flying out my mouth like he had an island. He was from the Dominican Republic and was the size of a baseball bat, shattering stereotypes. Luckily, he laughed and kept trying. We finally got it in, and then something else came back with it. A meat fart, and then a speckle of poop that fell on the bed. I never even told the story to my friends. Well, after I shit on his steak, it was time to wreck this party the fuck up that fat girl had sung. After he ran to the bathroom to wipe off his dick, he was like, girl, it happens, and sometimes it's worse. Fine, he might not have said girl, but he was still very sweet and mature, despite the utterly disastrous virginity snatching. Despite the international poo incident, I was flying high the night of my deflowering, but the day after, it was really when it all hit me. Not only did I feel so gross, but my whole body was physically wrecked. Like my left like didn't work for some reason. Can someone explain that to me? The physical side effects of losing my virginity only lasted a couple of weeks. My whole snapback game was strong. It closed right up, but mentally I was forever scarred. I remember the next morning staring at the wall thinking, damn, nobody's gonna want to F me now. I went big and then I went home. And then for real, I didn't have sex for a year after that. The good news is that once you experience Titanic dick, there's nowhere to go but down from there. It's like how they say about the New York City. If you make it there, you can make it anywhere. When I finally tried it again, I realized not all penises are monsters. My second hookup was this decent guy, Asian and Brazilian, and his dick was smaller. So I was all okay. Yes, not traumatizing dick does not traumatizing dick does exist. Honestly, the best ones are the smaller ones. A year after that, I was feeling very emotionally and sexually available and looking for love, or at least an afternoon delight. I'd finally figure out what I like: men who are older than me and brown. Sorry to say, I'm just not interested in white guys. I'm so scared of their penises because they're very pale and you can see through them. And when I can see the veins, it's purple. It's like, oh my God, no, I don't want that. My choices still felt limited though. I didn't want to date a guy on my island. I did like going to places where gays were like, oh my God, that's Bretman rock. But I felt so cute being unavailable on my home turf. I still threw myself into the dating app world in Hawaii and LA and started meeting guys on Grindr and Tinder. I got hit on in my social media DMs a lot, but I'm also very cautious about dating via social media for obvious reasons. The apps were very icky and cringy. I love men, but I hate all men as well. Grindr was basically shirtless torsos or legs or ass. I used such a cute pic, and all I got was a D pic after D pic. Everyone's opening line is always top or bottom, bitch. How about saying good morning? People would send these messages always at the weirdest times too, at like 8 a.m. I still have eye bookers and you're asking me if I'm the top or bottom. I've yet to brush my teeth and you're always on Grindr. I mean, I'm on here too. Why the fuck are we both on Grindr? Most people were there for sex, but I was there to be seen. Everybody was always serving body, but I always served face. I posted the best pictures of me. I was like, this is my face. I'm 19. I'm 150 pounds and skinny. If you want me, come get me. Dating apps were tricky for me, especially as a public figure. Every time you have to verify yourself with the person, I'm like, girl, I'm already verified on the app. They're like, just so you know. Just so I know that it's you, can you send me a video? What am I doing? Giving you out free cameos now? However, if you're catfishing your crush on Grindr pretending to be me, I will help you. No joke. I've done this several times. The only problem I have with these catfishers is that they don't pick good pictures of me. I also hate when they catfish as me and use pictures from when I was younger. But if you need help, like if your sugar daddy doesn't believe I'm you and wants a picture with like a fork over your head, just DM me. I'll take a picture for you. I actually took a picture with the fork over my head to help someone, and that bitch said thank you, but never updated to tell me if it worked. After I lost my virginity, I didn't have much luck dating for a while. Everybody else, even these catfishers, seemed to get more action than me. I was super relieved that I had finally lost my V card and gotten some experience, but I had yet to experience true love. But bitch, no one could ever prepare me for my first time in love. Chapter 11. No. You don't want to talk about 9/11. I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone. I was in LA recently and I went to a spiritual healer. During our session, she told me my grandma was there with us, but that there was a male figure presence there too. Are you dating anybody right now? The spiritual healer asked me. No, girl. Damn, she definitely had the gift, but because most people assume I'd be taken being this cute. Well, she said, a little concerned. There's a male figure here who's making sure that you don't see anyone. She cut herself off and said, I think you've been hexed. I guessed, do you have any exes who are into witchy stuff? She asked. Oh, girl, do I ever? The only long-term boyfriend I ever had in my life was when I was 20 years old. This boy was Native American and Mexican, two very strong spiritual cultures. He always told me that he helped his witchy auntie mix potions and perform spells, and he always joked around saying, if you ever leave me, I'll make sure you'll never find anybody else. Bitch, I definitely been hexed. By the time I met up with the healer, I hadn't hooked up with anyone since our breakup. I hadn't been physically capable. I felt physically ill when I thought about boys. Like one time, this really hot top slid into my DMs, and I sent him heart emojis, and he liked them. But then my fingers got really itchy. I actually unsent the heart emoji and blocked the poor girl. Was my ex actually powerful enough to make something like that happen? All I know is that he was powerful enough to turn me completely upside down for 14 months. So let me go back and explain the shit show that was my love life for nearly 2 years. I've never spoken publicly about this relationship, but bitch, it's time. I'm going to tell you a story about the time I was love bombed and gaslit by a boy as beautiful and jacked as those long-haired lovers on the cover of cheesy romance novels read by middle-aged Karens. He had Fabio eyes, a very strong jawline, and he looked like a model. Let's just say that I can fall for this bullshit, so can you? And I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did, like that Olivia Rodrigo song. Here are the very important love lessons I learned in my very first disastrous relationship. Number one, don't be so easy. What do you call somebody who's sexually attracted to anyone that likes giving them who do you call somebody who's sexually attracted to anyone who gives them compliments? A Leo. I'm a Leo with daddy issues. I'm attracted to anyone who compliments me. Remember Clark, this boy that did that? A compliment has nothing to do with whether or not they are a good person, bitch. Get your head out of the clouds. talking to myself too. Number two, don't make all the mother effing effort. Sometimes you meet people in real life. Shocking, I know. I met my first boyfriend at the mall. So bougie. I legit thought he was a security guard at the mall because he was kind of built like one. Turns out he worked at Louis Vuitton and he was an exotic bag expert. So he knew a lot about lizards and alligators and ostriches and whatever the F. I thought he was cute. We flirted and I felt like an instant connection. So guess who suddenly needed an LV purse? Stat. I started going to the mall more than a zitty teenager who works at hot dogs on a stick. And this cute boy didn't even work the mall close by. He was at the LV 45 minutes away. When I tell you I would drive from one side of the island all the way to the other side of the island where he lived and where the mall was every effing day just to see him for a couple of hours after he got off work at midnight. It was so cringe thinking back. I'm like, damn, I really drove 2 hours every day to hang out with somebody for 2 hours. You may be asking yourself, why didn't he, you may be asking yourself, why didn't he come to your side on the island? It's because he didn't have a car. I, on the other hand, was like, which car should I take today? My G-Wagon, my Jeep, my truck. It made sense to me at the time, but in hindsight, I should have been the only one putting in all the time. Make sure you're treated like a queen, not a Burger King. Fabio and I lived two very different lives. Whenever I came to pick him up, he never let me inside his apartment because he was embarrassed that he lived in a studio. Boys hate when you make more money than them. I would have never been like you. I can't believe you live in a studio apartment, bitch. I lived in a house with 25 people most of my life. If I had to pee when I picked him up at his place in my car, that ever would make me go pee in the bushes. Someone could have peeked out their window and seen my cooch. Girl, if I had gotten into your apartment, girl, if I couldn't go into your apartment, you could have given me a heads up so I could have at least stopped at Burger King on the way. Number four, be on the lookout for the green-eyed monster. He became a possessive mother effer. He hated when we would go out and fans would ask for pictures as if it was something I was doing, and he hated if a bitch stared at me in the gym. I mean, he literally always at the gym, making sure everyone was looking at his big arms, and I didn't give a fuck. If I asked him for some space, he'd always think that I was cheating on him. That's just insecurity because you also don't need your space. Because if you also don't need your space, that's a red flag. Bitch, everybody needs their own space. And if you're going to sit here and tell me you don't, you're a liar. He was constantly threatening and belittling me for things that I couldn't control and things I needed. Number five, toxic dick is real. I think this guy fucked me stupid. I'm not kidding. Toxic D syndrome is a legit medical condition. Well, according to Urban Dictionary, it is. This is the main symptom. When a guy has a really good D, but he's incredibly bad for you in every other way, but you're addicted to banging him. I think I'd rather have toxic shock syndrome from my tampons because I made the worst decisions when I was with him. I was not even myself. The brain fog was destroying my better judgment, but every time after a fight came S, so I was hooked. Number six, beware of gaslighting. You're not crazy. They're just making you feel like you are. Trust your gut. My ex was the king of gaslighters. He always made me feel like everything was my fault. When he met one of my friends, he didn't like the fact that he was a hoe. My friend had just told a story about how he hooked up with the married father and the baby was in the room when they were hooking up. I thought the dinner went well. Everyone was laughing at the story, but Fabio ghosted me for 3 days afterward. If you hung out with people like that, you are like that, he declared. Don't be calling my friends hoes because I don't give a shit what they do when the lights off. If anything, I love hearing about it. Tell me all the dirty details. I'm not gonna judge you, bitch. I grew up having cousins who are sex workers. The more I thought about what you said, the madder I got. I'd hung out with girls my whole life. I don't have a clitoris. I had dogs my whole life. I don't have a tail. Where's my motherfucking fur? Number seven, don't let him alienate you from your friends and family. Kiefer had sent me a link to a cute guy's OF because she was thirsty and wanted my opinion. I clicked on it and Fabio freaked out, accusing me of watching pee and finally dumped me even after I showed him my entire combo with Kiefer. That proved me it was her love interest, not mine. We got back together. Then on Thanksgiving Day, he broke up with me in my own home. After meeting my cousin's straight boyfriend, who I admitted I had a crush on since the 6th grade. I love my pretty cousins. I love their handsome BFs and husbands as well. It was a running joke in my family that I called this particular boyfriend babe, and he called me boo. But Fabio did not speak to me the entire dinner. He was judging snobby to my entire family, even though he got fed turkey, kasong, putty, stuffing, sopas, and pandesal for effing free. And then he kept trying his best to turn me against my favorite people. Number eight, mooching is not hot. Not long after we started dating, he quit his job and stopped working, and I fully financially supported his ass. Listen, when someone I love needs money, I'm here to listen, advise, and help how I can. But Fabio didn't run into hard times, and he was trying to support himself. He spent all day just watching Harry Potter on the couch, and I'd let him borrow one of my Jeeps, which then he would take to his friends' houses after we fought to talk shit about me. Maybe it would have been better if he had filled up the tank one time or washed it the next day, even effing vacuumed it after using it. But bitch, no, I paid for all the gas and car washes. I only ever asked him to wash the car one time, and he didn't do it, and I got mad at him, and he gaslighted me once again. Why are you mad at me? Do you expect me to wash your car when it's going to rain, bitch? You are not about to make me feel bad for asking you to wash my car that you use. I take care of the beautiful things that I buy with my hard-earned money. I just wanted to have a Jeep that was nice to look at and not dusty. We never stopped fighting about money. The number one thing about We never stopped fighting about money, the number one thing couples break up over, by the way. Though the last time I did shrooms with him, he picked a fight with me during the peak of the trip. I bought a half ounce for us and Kiefer, who was trying mushrooms for the first time, into pizza. Fabio made a side comment that I took all the big mushrooms for myself and left the small ones for him. Baby, how are you gonna make a comment about me picking the big ones as if I didn't pay for this? The fuck? In my head, I was joking, but he didn't find it slightly amusing. He locked himself in the bed in my bedroom and wouldn't come out the entire trip. Anytime we fought, he would grab pillows and a blanket, go into my closet, slam the door, lock it, then get mad at me when I knock on the door to get on my then get mad at me when I knock on the door to get my own motherfucking clothes out my own motherfucking closet in my house, and I'd still be the one who was wrong for needing to change clothes. Anyway, back to the last trip. The walls were melting and the lights in my house were flashing like a rave, but now I had to babysit Fabio, who was throwing a tantrum in my bedroom. Shrooms heighten all your emotions. I started shaking and crying, and then I puked out the mushrooms in the pizza, which came alive and attacked me. Mind you, I was supposed to be babysitting Kiefer. It was her first time. I didn't want our fight to freak the poor girl out. Luckily, I could hear that she was happy in the living room, tripping balls by herself. This is awesome, she kept saying. I, on the other hand, was having a bad trip. I vowed never to do shrooms again because of Fabio. He ruined what had always been a spiritual experience for me. I always discovered things about myself and things I want to do in life on shrooms. They make me think outside the box in the world. He ruined a lot of shit for me. I like being able to trust that I'm being wanted for more than just my fame or money. Number 9, regifting is an automatic deal breaker. I feel like my social media persona give off the vibe that I'm a sugar baby, and I'm not saying I'm not, because I will be a sugar baby if I have the opportunity. But you see, I actually don't care if my significant other makes less than me. What turns me off is a laziness, and when they start relying on me. I'm not here to be your sugar mama bitch. My ex actually gave me a ring at one point, which was so sweet until I found out that he used to work at a high-end jewelry store and had won it for selling a certain amount of diamonds. But that isn't even what got me, bitch. He had given it to another boy before me and then asked for it back. Then that from that hoe to regift it. After I found out, I was hurt. I did not feel like this ring belonged to me, and of course, then I was gaslit again into thinking I was wrong for feeling that type of way about used jewelry. It's not like it was handed down from his mother effing grandmother, though. For Christmas, he didn't have any money, so he gave me a crystal that his former sugar daddy got him that had already been sitting on my credenza. Bitch, if you have no money, make me a present, build me something, go draw me. That would have been so cute. If you molded your dick, I would have cried. But you really re-gifted me shit that has literally already been in our house. So gross. The whole relationship, he really put in the least effort at all times. Number 9, makeup sex is highly overrated. Fabio picks fights with me about everything, big or small. In the 14 months we were together, he broke up with me 8 effing times, and each time I ran after him. I was the one apologizing. You may ask why a strong, independent, self-made bitch like myself would put up with a control freak. I was constantly being manipulated into apologizing and chasing after Fabio. I still wanted him and that big ass dick, honestly, but during the relationship, I lost my voice and my balls. Sassy strong Bretman had been reduced to a needy doormat. I gave myself a little bit of a break now because I give myself a little bit of a break now because it was my very first relationship. I didn't understand love. I was so young thinking, oh my God, I found the love of my life, but I didn't know what the fuck love was yet. It certainly wasn't this, but I kept making excuses for him. Number 10, red flags are red flags. I would definitely say the number one lesson here is no second chances. If somebody gives you a red flag after red flag, there's a reason for it. You have to go. It's literally like that easy. Just bounce. Save yourself early. Number 11, never let him come between you and your mother. Bitch, do not ever mess with my mutta. My mom saw a rumor on the internet that Fabio and I were going to get married in Maui. Please, I may have been F stupid, but I still knew better than that. I was nowhere near ready to get Maui'd. My mom left me a frantic voicemail begging me to get a prenup because Fabio would take 45% of everything I owned. She saw the flags when I didn't. It was a good point, but I'd accidentally played her panic message on speaker and Fabio overheard. I cannot believe your whole family thinks of me like that. He yelled that I'm just with you for your money. My family grew up with no money, I countered. They're just trying to protect me. She's coming from a good heart. Fabio was not having it, and he made me stop talking to my mom for 2 long months. Actually, that's not fair. I can't say that he made me do anything. I allowed myself to stop talking to my mom for 2 months to please him. I desperately miss my mom in our morning text where every day I send her a selfie and say something like, Mom, look, I'm so cute, send me food pics. Then she sends me photos of Din and Jing Pinnock Bet and Abba and adubo she cooked in a selfie. Mom, how the hell you eating so good? Love you, Anna Go, she replies, which means my child in Tagalog. Miss you, Mom, love you, send more food pics. I didn't do this for 2 whole months because of a boy. One day it finally hit me, Brett, this is not who you are. I'm a mama's boy. I'm a family boy. I'm a bit sassy to my mom all the time, but that's just our dynamic. For me not to talk to my mom because of a boyfriend, that's when I realized I had lost myself. I had changed myself for Fabio. I'd stopped eating my own family food because he didn't like it. That was the red flag that broke the camel's back when he said he didn't like my mom's spaghetti. I've never met anybody who didn't like my mom's spaghetti. Also, at that time, we had been planning on launching a family food truck. When I told Fabio about it, instead of being happy, he gave me a face that looked like the puke emoji. Do you think people are going to want to actually eat your mom's food? I almost say what? So yeah, those are my lessons, bitch. Breaking up is so hard to do though, and it makes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of courage to dump or ghost someone. So I just prayed for him to do it. I manifested it every day. Please just leave me, because the mantra inside my head, sure enough, he broke with me about something irrelevant, and finally on that eighth time I didn't chase after him. It was over for reals. But the only problem was that he put that effing hex on me, and it lasted a whole year. I was supposed to go on a date in LA with this boy I met via DM who I had a crush on for a while. Then, as if it was I could not help it or stop myself, I posted a dumb story on Instagram about how I never find my man in my DMs. Of course, he saw the story and canceled the date, and how we stopped talking. Another time, I tried to watch a romantic movie starring Aga Mulak, one of my Filipino childhood crushes. Even just looking at him, I couldn't find him attractive. I couldn't find any man attractive, period. My sex drive was not cute anymore. I knew I needed D, but my heart chakra had been blocked, so I asked the healer, how do I reverse the spell? Because I don't want to be single for the rest of my life. She said my ancestors were guiding and protecting me, and that my witchy grandma Lilang, who passed by this point, was already working hard on it, and that I shouldn't worry about finding love right now. I think that was true, because as soon as that effort left me, I became such a whole new person. I moved to a new house. I became a morning person, waking up at 6 a.m. I filmed 3 shows. I was offered magazine covers for the first time in my career. Even though I was alone after the breakup, that was the richest period of my life, spiritually and bank accountally. I felt like my grandpa let this I felt like my grandma let this breakup and relationship block happen, because she knew that if I just focused on myself, I would be able to see who and how unstoppable Bretman Rock really is. After I found out about the hex, I actually became so effing thankful that he hexed me, because all of my attention could be moved away from men and just focus on me and my family and my career. The hex had to happen to make me the best Bretman I could ever be. The other day I was driving by this fish market when all of a sudden the song More Than a Woman by the Bee Gees came on. I felt this intense release from my chest. I knew in that moment that I had uncursed myself. The cord had been cut. Ever since, every time I've thought about my ex, I don't get jittery. I'm perfectly fine. My mind goes, F him, I can't even. And I remind myself that I've been through worse. Since that day, I've been able to do shrooms again, and on my last trip, the peak happened at sunset with the most incredible rainbow outside my house over the mountain. It was perfect and so healing for me. My heart is so much more open now, too. When I think about boys now, I don't get sweaty or nauseous. The healer told me that there were going to be lots of people in my life who were going to wish me bad and put negative wishes on me or hex me, but the reason I had so many blessings in my life was because I had one of the strongest energies she's ever seen, and that would always help me deflect them. When it comes to finding love right now, I'm just chilling. I have so much shit going on that I literally do not need anything but else, maybe just dick. Though, on the other hand, maybe hooking up energy is also pretty used up from my early 20s era. I think I can no longer be Bretman Rock. I think I can no longer be Bretman Rock, a grown ass bitch randomly hooking up with people. I don't want people rocking around anymore saying that they ate my ass the other day. I need an older man, if any man at all, bitch. You need to be a decade older than me, preferably daddy ask vibes. Someone who is 35-year-old version of me, someone whose ambition and knows who he is. I do not want to feel like I'm raising somebody. I don't want to have to babysit because I'm already the baby. I need a babysitter, if anything. I'm I am all about energy, and the first thing I notice about somebody is their voice and how they speak. The 20-year-old version of me is laughing right now, like, bitch, you are a mother effing liar. I used to be so superficial, but now I'd like someone with a big nose if they knew they had a big nose and loved it. That's so attractive to me. That doesn't mean I won't hook up with really hot people. I will, but the long term is more about personality, yeah. I also realize that I need me time. Sometimes a whole day or 5 to myself. I may never move in with somebody ever again. Definitely not after 3 months. The F. I need somebody to leave me alone and know that it's not personal. I just need my space, and above all, confidence is a big turn on. I'm a Leo, and I'm very confident and therefore also attracted to that. I know who the fuck I am. Do you? I feel mature enough to be really I feel mature enough to be really I feel mature enough to really be secure in what I can offer to somebody now. I learned what I learned from my ex, and now I can move on to my next lover with so much more confidence as Bretman. I know that I'm a gift and that I'm a effing keeper. I'm never going to give someone who makes me I'm never going to give someone who makes me feel like I have to be silent another chance. And I'll use my outspokenness in every one of my relationships and I'll use my outspokenness in every one of my relationships from now on. I'm not going to change who I am and give up my relationships with my family for anyone again, regardless of how handsome you are or how big your dick is. And I will never again make myself small for some man. Chapter 12, Adulting Like a Mother. One time when I was around 18, after senior year of high school, I went on tour and I had a meet and greet after every show. I met everyone for 30 seconds each, took pictures, and called them bitch if they were into that kind of thing. This one girl at my Texas show, I didn't even remember her effing name, was like, I have a gift for you, wink, wink. I got all sorts of gifts from everyone who comes to see me at every show. Food, stuffed animals, artwork, gift cards, vibrators. I didn't want to assume what the girl got me based on her winks, because, you know, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, but it vaguely crossed my mind that it could be an edible or something in the cannabis family. Mind you, at this point in my life, I was still sort of a newbie in the weed world. Remember, at the beginning of high school, I was a goody two-shoes baby kid. While all my friends were high 24/7, I was a stone cold straight edge nerd. I was still into Dare and believed Tony the Tiger when he said drugs weren't great. They will fry your mother effing brain. I had this old fashioned ass mentality that weed was basically the same as meth. I used to shame my friends. I literally say ew when they lit up, but I would be their babysitter while they were high, and it became my job to be the funny kid who made them laugh their asses off. But it got boring being the clown, and as we all know, I don't do well when I'm bored. So one day walking home from school, I finally gave in to peer pressure and was like, F it, let me just take a rip of this shit. And took what I thought was the biggest hit of my virgin life out of a pink pipe with spikes. Then I went home, took the cutest nap of my life until sundown, and my mom had to wake me up. That nap sealed the deal for me. I was all, damn, this shit is amazing. This is it. I found my drug. Weed is me. Anyway, back to this meet and greet. I said thank you to the wink and moved out. Anyways, I said thank you to the winky girl and moved on to the next bitch in line. Afterward, we just dumped all the gifts people got me into a suitcase. I took an Uber to the airport, checked my bags, and waited for my flight to depart. I was eating tacos in the VIP lounge when all of a sudden I was surrounded by cute security guards carrying one of my check bags. Did a fan get me a strippergram? Did a fan get me a strippergram? How thoughtful. In my chaotic brain, I actually thought these bitches were going to escort me to my gate, and was all like, calm down, guys, I'm not that famous yet. Are you Bretman Rock? Said the not cutest one. I will never forget that. Why, yes, officer, do you need to frisk me? Do you have anything in this check bag that shouldn't be on the plane? Guess he was on his period and not in the mood for foreplay. I don't think so. Do you have anything illegal? I paused and thought about it. My stomach dropped. That girl and her winks. What if she really gave me weed? Oh shit, weed was still not legal in Texas. It was forbidden fruit. I'm just here for a tour, and fans gave me gifts. Nobody was listening. Next thing I knew, I'm mother effing handcuffs and not in a sexy way, being dragged through the airport like a criminal. These coppers were the most dramatic people I've ever met in my entire life. I literally just shoved everybody's gift into my suitcase. I pleaded, y'all are gonna find candies, letters, paintings of me. I believe there was an eye roll or two from this. Everyone in the airport was staring, not because I looked travel chic, but because they thought I was a terrorist. I was taken to the county jail and booked by another real cutie at the front desk. He had this energy about him. He was good people. I could tell it was time to turn up the Bretman Rock charm. My personality was gonna have to get me out of this mess. I posed in front of him sexily as possible. What are you in for? He asked as he pursued my report. Oh, it's marijuana, huh? Where do you even find marijuana here? I was on tour, I said, then explained that I was a social media star, which he actually seemed to find interesting. Up this way to take your mugshot. I tried to do my best smizing as Tyra taught me, but I wasn't feeling myself. I think I'm too oily in that picture. Can I do it again? Okay, fine. He laughed, bemused. How many criminal, how many criminal, how many criminal, how many criminals had ever requested a mugshot do-over? Not many, I'm sure, but I was 100% positive I was the first suspect to be granted the request. Do you have a tissue so I can plot my forehead and nose? He handed me a piece of newspaper. My second one was better for sure, but something was still missing. I was being so picky about my mugshot, but for very important business reasons. Sir, I'm not even holding up a sign like, how will people know it's me? Can I retake it if this is going to be public record? Asking to take three mugshots, asking to take three mugshot proofs had to be a world record. I was wondering if the officer had one of those little glass plate photographers used to look at contact sheets, but I didn't want to be too greedy, so I just asked, sir, can I take a picture of my photo? I'd like to make merch with this mugshot one day. No, but he was laughing at me. I had him in the palm of my hand. He printed out my mugshot for me, then he took me to my holding cell, which was already occupied by a man who was under his foil blanket. It had been cute. I would have been living out my jail fantasy. But no, he looked like Kate Winslet waiting to be rescued at the end of Titanic, a drunk lady who got in a fight who was across the way eating a lean cuisine. Sir, I believe I'm allowed a phone call, I said to the cutie cop. You do know this is not a real jail, right? I called my old manager and begged her to get me out of prison ASAP. She said it would take a couple hours to figure out how to pay bail. A few hours that couldn't be good for my skin. The man was going for round two under his blankie, staring at me the whole time. My ADHD started kicking in, so I started doing squats, push-ups, and dips on the bench to pass time. I wish there was a surveillance camera. I was dying to watch this back later. I'm not going to say I was having fun. All I'm saying is that ultimately this all started to feel like something that I needed to go through. So do you have any food? I hollered. A girl gets hungry when she's doing hard time. What do you want? I'm lactose. What do you have without milk or cheese? Bitch, I had nothing to lose. We only have Hot Pockets. She had a lean cuisine. I pointed at the woman across from me. I only offer that to people who stay overnight. I feel judged. If you leave me alone, I'll get you a lean cuisine and a Capri Sun. 2 Capri Suns and you have a deal. See what you get for being annoying and charming. The charges were eventually dropped, but this is still on my record, and I couldn't become a U.S. citizen for another 2 years after that. Not that I wanted to, but I couldn't even. Not that I wanted to, but I couldn't even if I did. All because of that gift from a fan. When I got arrested, I knew I couldn't fall apart and cry in the corner myself like a bitch. I had to put on my big girl panties and problem solve. I managed to get myself out of a situationship with a creepy man, spring myself from the can with minimal damage, and get the cute cop's phone number. That's a lie. He couldn't wait to get rid of me. But hey, if you're reading this, because my family for all that they loved me has been so busy hustling to make ends meet my whole life, I've always had to rely on myself and figure out how to adult all on my own. A lot of times, a lot of times the hard way first. I've been hustling to make money almost all my life. Those chicken feather earrings, remember? But becoming an influencer at such a young age took things to a whole other level that nobody I knew could even teach me about. Getting out of jail was fun, but the business stuff had me all effed up. My very first real check came in at age 16 for $86.21 for giving people codes for teeth whitening pens. I gave a big F. That $86 might as well have been 86 million. I thought I was so rich. I showed my friends my PayPal account. I kept posting my code and kept getting more money and followers. I eventually went from 86 to $2,000 a day. When I first started earning social media from money, obviously I was still in high school, and the last thing I was thinking about was saving. That shit sounded so dorky. I kept my money in PayPal and wound up getting banned because I had too much money in that account, and then rebanned because I was underage. I'd call PayPal and told them that my account had been frozen and I didn't know why. Like a dumbass, I admitted I was under 18 and they permanently banned me. To this day, there was like 1,600 stuck in an account somewhere with my name on it. After that, I wanted to be smart about my money, but yeah, no, bitch, that didn't happen. I went through binge shopping phases, buying crystals, plants, and shoes. My very first paychecks all got spent on shoes and makeup. I was always envious of my friends over shoes because my mom would only ever buy us one new pair of shoes for the whole school year. Otherwise, we got shoes at Goodwill or the swap meet. As soon as I started getting my own money, I was like, bitch, I'm gonna need more footwear choices. I used to pick black Converse or black Nike Air Max for my first new pair of shoes a year because they went with everything. Now I let myself buy colored Converse too. The first pair I bought, I chose red. Then I went to the mall and bought MAC makeup. I made a promise to myself then that every time I went to Sephora after that, I'd never leave empty-handed. That was my new rule. Shoes and makeup were the two things that I dreamed about buying when I didn't have money. When I started earning more, cars became my biggest extravagance. By the way, I wanted a G-Wagon way before Kylie Jenner. One day I was walking home from track practice. It started raining and I was like, F this, I can't take it anymore. I'm done walking home. I need a car. Even though I didn't have a driver's license that night, I bought a used car. I made my brother drive me to the nearest car dealership, and once I laid my eyes on the 2015 Dodge Charger, I knew that was my car. I paid for the whole effing thing in cash. I love big, manly muscle cars. The same day, I picked up my friends in my new Dodge Charger and went to go get boba. I barely knew how to drive. My brother tried teaching me once, but he was the worst teacher. He just kept hitting me while I was driving. Bitch, how am I gonna fucking learn it if you keep hitting me in the head? That bitch had no effing patience. You know who taught me how to drive? YouTube. Just kidding. I actually Googled how to start a 2015 Dodge Charger. Then I drove myself to 7-Eleven illegally and bought Hawaii's driver's manual book. And then I taught myself how to go forward and parallel park. And that was it. Bitch, within a week, I got my permit. I got a really fast appointment for my test because if you're a bad bitch, you camp out on the website, refresh it at the crack of dawn when you can snack cancel appointments. My friends were like, how the fuck can you do that so fast? And I was like, girl. But 2 weeks later, I failed my driver's test. I wasted a perfectly cute, good outfit. It was a see-through blouse moment. I was so cute. I was giving. I would literally pull it up at the DMV smelling so good in my Dior perfume, Rose de Vince. It was it was totally lost on the salt and peppered hair bitch who flunked me. I didn't give a F. I took it again 2 weeks later. I didn't even try with the outfit, and this time a bald bitch failed me again. Don't worry, girl, the third time was the mother effing charm. Now this is when the term the Bretman rock card was born, because the moment this lady saw me and said, Bretman, my daughter loves you, I was immediately like, a bitch is getting her license today. We did a cute little lap around about what I do and her daughter. Then it was time to parallel park, and I thought, oh my god, this bitch is really gonna test me now. But the space was so huge, I could pull in frontwards. She opened the door and looked at the curb. That's 12 inches you pass, period. That's how I got my license. The only hitch was that I happened to get my license while I was testing out different highlighters. I thought putting on highlighter for the first time. I thought putting on highlighter for the first. I thought putting on highlighter for the test was going to be a cute idea, but it wasn't. The number one lesson from that day was don't wear highlighter in your driver's license photo. Bitch, the fucking highlighter reflected back the camera flash so brightly that all you see in my driver's photo are my two reflective cheeks, a shiny ass forehead, eyes, and teeth. Be grateful I'm telling you the lessons I learned, because nobody ever told me anything about in any of the systems here while I was growing up. Like nobody mother ever told me about taxes, not one single person. When I was 16 and making my own money for the first time, I thought I didn't have to pay taxes. How was anyone gonna know through PayPal the F? But it wasn't until I had really made bank that someone told me you're gonna have to pay taxes, and I was all, whose taxes? I've never heard of her. She don't go to my school. She seems familiar, I guess. Maybe I've seen her around. I asked my mom about taxes, and she told me they send you this thing called a W-2. Mine never mother effing came because I wasn't working under anyone. I was freelance. Nobody knew I owned a business. Thankfully for me, I got the chance to ask about taxes when I was interviewed by a radio host at Power 102.7 to Bomb. He was the only entertainer on the island I met at that point who had the same caliber of fame I had. He told me to get an LLC, and he actually came with me to do it. He was an angel, but tell me why he stood by and watched me name my LLC Bretman Rock Paper Scissors. 5 years later, it's still funny, but I recently changed it to Bretman Rock LLC because it's slightly less embarrassing, and I don't want to explain myself. I was so proud when I was able to buy my first house. However, I did not know that electricity, water, and cable and mortgage were separate. I thought that you just pay for your house and you're done. I'm always dancing around alone in my house, and bitches are always like, why don't you want your family living with you? You're so selfish. I'm like, bitch, you try growing up in a house with 25 people. I go to bed every night wishing I lived alone, and the next day, even more uncles from the Philippines would move in with their wives and get them pregnant. Also, this is none of your business, but since you comment without facts, I've helped my mom and my brother buy houses, period. As soon as I could afford it, I started living alone. I immediately adjusted to it. I want to live alone forever. I'm never lonely. I'm never scared. I never want to live with anyone ever again, not even a boyfriend. Although on second thought, it might be a smart idea to have a body around every once in a while to keep an eye on me. I've got a lot going on in my brain, plus the ADHD. Once I forgot I was cooking rice and lasagna and nearly burned my house down. It's not even like I was high. No, bitch, I was just got sidetracked with a million tasks. Every morning when I wake up, I stay in bed for 20 minutes and plan out my day because I'm a little busy hoe. This particular day, I cooked the rice and started boiling the long lasagna, but I wasn't about to just sit there and watch water boil. I went to pee and then I let my dogs Elle and Tora out. I looked at my grass and thought, oh girl, you're not looking happy today. So I started watering my grass and it was so fun and meditative. I started watering the whole yard in little sections and squares. At this point, I'm on the other side of the house. My dogs were peeing and pooping, and then F and L rolled around in peacock shit. I had to give my dogs a shower and thought it'd be so cute. They smelled like lavender all day. So I went inside my house to get the lavender shampoo, and the whole place was on fire and smoky. When the firemen came a-calling, all hot and bothered, I noticed that one was a cute butch I met at a gay club in town, and yes, girl, we had a moment. We locked eyes, but then I had to look away. Sorry, my heart will always belong to another firefighter, and his name is Mr. Nee. Despite almost burning my house down once, I am a nice bitch who is slowly maturing and continuing to learn how to do responsible adult tasks. I learned how to get my oil changed, and I still get my bed made, and I still make my bed every day. Girl, if you don't make your own bed, get your shit together. My mom said something once that stayed with me. You're not gonna have a good day if you don't make your bed. There are times where I literally drive back home just to effing make my bed. Full disclosure, I almost always sleep on the floor unless I have company, so there's not usually a bed to make. I just ruffle my pillow a little, but the sentiment still stands. That same house I almost burned down was eventually featured in Architectural Digest. Does it get any more grown-ass adult than that? It all started because I've always made my bed. One adult thing I was taught to do well is taking care of things, inanimate and animate objects. My dad used to make me take care of his animals back in the Philippines, dogs, pigs, and fish, and I'd say chickens, but I was scared of his chickens. Flash forward to the present, and I basically have a zoo at my house. I have a parakeet, a peacock named Kim, a giant sulcata tortoise, 4 cats, and 4 different pit bulls who I see as the 4 elements. Elle, my water girl, because she has a hook birthmark. Tora, my fire girl. Lila, my air girl, also named after my grandma. And Kaya, my earth girl. I take good care of my human friends and family too. One not so fun thing about adulting, especially when you start making bank, is that every bitch you ever know will start asking you for money. I'm a giving person, but I have to learn how to draw firm boundaries. My ex wasn't the only one who took advantage of my generosity. Every time I talked to my dad on the phone from the Philippines, which was rare and only for about 30 seconds at a time after I moved to America, he always asked me for money. Money was complicated. Money has complicated all of my relationships. I hate that I know for a fact that people are just sitting around thinking about how much money I make. And I hate that people are calling themselves my cousins all the time or making up wild stories instead of just asking for help. Whenever I say no to money requests, their defense is, well, you make so much, bitch. Would you like to tell me how much I make then? Because I don't sit around thinking about how much money you make. When I can't help or don't want to, it's not always my fault, or I'm the selfish one. When I give people money, I always try to give people advice like, you don't really need money. You really just need to find your own ways of making money. And bitch, if I did this shit myself, you can do it too. To be quite frank, I don't even know how much money I have because I see numbers quarterly. I always tell my business managers I would rather not see my money every day, because for someone who is broke their entire life, money means everything to me. If you remind me how much money I'm making, girl, I'm going to act like how much money you tell me I have. If you tell me I made $1 million in a month, I'm going to act like I made $1 million in a month. Luckily, I have a great team around me. Again, I had to build up. Luckily, I have a great team around me. Again, I had to build my team myself at the age of 16, not having an effing clue what I was doing. Even though I'm in my 20s now, I still feel like I'm cosplaying as an adult sometimes. Before I go to any family function, I take a bit of hit of my weed or eat mushrooms. You know, I'm still very much of a teenage boy at heart, and I feel my brain is still in college. I still don't have the patience to sit through actual college classes, even though I love learning. I just do it on my own through reading. I still do stupid shit all the time, often revolving around being lit as fuck. I'll do one thing adult, just like film a Logitech commercial with Lizzo in Vancouver, then get too high before going through customs on the way back into the US because I took an edible. Cannabis is legal in Canada. There were signs all over the airport saying it's not legal to travel with it. I learned my lesson in Texas, y'all. So in the check-in line, I ate all my edibles. You're only supposed to eat like 10 milligrams, and I had 30. Mind you, the last time I took 30 milligrams, I did not wake up on the plane. There's another story for another day. Do not let me get sidetracked, bitch. So since I still have a Filipino passport, US Customs tend to pepper me with questions when I'm coming back into the country. This customs bitch was no different. He asked me what I did for a living, which has become one of my least favorite questions of all time. I low-key froze up because I was not about to say I was an influencer. Who says that? Last time I went through customs, I told them I did YouTube videos and they gave me a weird look. This time YouTube slips out of my mouth again, awkwardly. I was stammering. I looked hella suspicious. Visions of lean cuisines and Capri Sun danced in my head, and I started shitting bricks and sweating profusely. I'm a sweaty, sweaty bitch, and don't you ever forget that. Listen, I was not about to go back to jail. Thankfully, the customs bitch was young, so he pulled up his YouTube on his computer and searched my name. I don't mind him watching me until he landed on a video of me screaming songs at Princess. I prayed he wouldn't pull up the one of me slapping my sister. He then asked to take my fingerprints, and I was so sweaty. My fingerprints would not read. We shot it 4 or 5 times on each hand, rubbed alcohol on them, then under a effing fan, nothing be. The 30 milligrams were starting to hit hard. Was I even a human being, or was I an alien? I was so worried I'd be detained. I literally shit myself, or more like sharted in my pantalones. Because I was so sweaty and my fingerprints weren't invisible like a bad bitch, I had to be put off to the side until they sorted my situation out. I got called into a little windowless office, so I floated over, sat down, and watched the walls closing in, and the first thing the new custom agent said was, "You've been arrested in Texas, huh?" Girl, thank God it was effing freezing in there, because otherwise I'd have to rethink what I thought was the limit of sweating. What did you do? Oh, it was just for possession. What did you get caught with? A joint? The charges were a joint? The charges were got dropped. I'm looking right here. It didn't get dropped. Damn, bitch, I thought I got dropped. He laughed. I sobered up a little. It was time for the Bretman rock charm school. I managed to sweet talk his ass, after which he sent me right on into the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. When I was a free merman again, I told my manager that if there is anything that I am thankful for in my life, it's my personality, because it's got me through so much in life. This personality made me a millionaire. This personality got me a house, and this personality got me through customs, bitch. Chapter 13, that front row life. The first real showbiz gig I got hired for was a red carpet interviewer for the MTV Radio Music Awards in 2017, hosted by Katy Perry. I met so many effing famous people that night and was shitting my pants, and I met the Dolan twins. I was inches away from Khalid and Kendrick Lamar and Lorde and Shawn Mendes. I saw Jared Leto in a Gucci sequin cape. I was starstruck, genuinely frozen, completely out of character. They had cue cards for me that I couldn't even read, and I had ADHD, not dyslexia, bitch. I looked so sexy in a bare-chested number with perfect makeup. That was a given, but it was that red carpet where I realized that I am such a bad interviewer. I don't care who you're wearing. I don't give a fuck who you're excited to see. I don't even know who's effing performing other than you, bitch. I'm sweating and I'm from Hawaii. I should be used to this weather. I told some bitch in a leopard print coat. I had no effing idea who she was. Then for some reason I asked Dr. Drew that he wanted to say all the 10 Then for some reason, I asked Dr. Drew what he wanted to say to all the teen moms out there. I pulled the buzzkill question out my ass, and he was all, "Good luck and get help." Then I accidentally cut his hand with a pointy metal fingernail that was attached to my silver accent glove. But the hunky boys from the challenge complimented me on my glove, so all wasn't lost. Then for my cute seat in the VIP section, I got to watch Cardi B perform Bodak Yellow. I knew every line, and I was going off. I was still supposed to be interviewing people on the Facebook Live, but bitch, how do you expect me to do that when Cardi B is over there performing? Singing, "You can't fuck with me if you wanted to." How can you focus or pretend like you give a fuck when she's doing that? The second real showbiz gig I got hired for was hosting the Miss Universe pageant in the Philippines. That was my second and last event hosting any red carpet show. I love beauty pageants and I love talking to the girls about makeup. That wasn't the issue. I was 17 and I was shitting my pants and sweating so much, but a news reporter ruined my debut. She was Filipino and asked me, "Why do you think you deserve to be here? Are you going to be professional enough to host a red carpet and not swear?" It was so condescending. Of course, I know how to talk to people and not to swear, but I've always been sensitive about feeling like an imposter, especially because of the way I had to learn English on my own when I got here and after years of getting called FOB a lot in school. I worked so hard on having the right American accent. It's such an immigrant experience where your home culture doesn't want to accept you for the things you had to do to survive and criticizes you. Damn, bitch, I cried and blogged about it afterwards. It's on YouTube. Please don't watch it. After I figured out that interviews are truly not the right thing for me, I've manifested being on the other side of the camera only, period. Because I've always known deep in my soul that's where I belong. Always trust your gut. Anyway, before I knew it, I started to invest to events that rocked in my mother effing world. In 2016, a bunch of influencers got invited to the making of Hairspray Live, and I was personally asked by Ariana Grande herself to hang out with her in her little trailer. It was such a flex that she even knew who I was, and it was my first time in a trailer. It was so exciting to see Ariana Grande, but to see that trailer, I was geeking out. As a baby entertainer, I dream of having my own trailer. I had already started making my writer list too, girl. I'd always need orange orbit gum, pistachios, Oreos, watermelon, eye drops, not for dry eyes, for red eyes, mints, and popcorn for my manager. I'm not about to get greedy and ask for flowers or a Bible or an air purifier. The fuck, you might as well be moving in at that point. Though maybe I'll start asking for my monstera plant and a dog in every room. So Ari and I were kicking it, and she told me about how she loved me and introduced me to Daniel Chinchilla, makeup artist to the stars and one of my idols. Then Ariana gave me her number, which to me was the sign that I officially made it at A-list. A-list names in your contact list, that is my biggest flex of all. Ariana Grande opened the floodgates. Next thing I know, all the celebs started following me on social media like Lizzo and SZA. I started getting legit commercial endorsements, not just product shots. My business was booming. I elevated beyond sponsored posts and swipe ups and started getting offers to be in commercials and write my own scripts for brand deals. I knew I was different than my peers, so posing alongside products wasn't going to work. We had to build a business that catered to my strengths, and being funny just happened to be my recipe for success. In 2018, I filmed a cover FX commercial with the one and only Chelsea Handler, whom I idolized because she invited 50 Cent on her talk show once, flirted with him on air, then dated him. That is exactly how I would host a show if I had one. I would only invite hot men on and flirt with them the whole time, then I would ask them questions about me. When Miss Chelsea and I met when Miss Chelsea and I first met on set, the first thing I said to her was, "Chelsea, my mom loves you." Then I was supposed to do her makeup, but I only then I was supposed to do her makeup, but I had to warn her, I know how to do makeup really well on me. I only know how to make myself look pretty, so bitch, you're gonna look like me at the end. We immediately had a playful, snappy rapport, even though I was shitting myself. This was the first time I'd actually been seated next to a celebrity who was not a fellow influencer or my sister, Princess. I wonder now if Chelsea hated me during all of this. I was effing 18, still figuring out who I was and what I was, and didn't know how to talk to people yet. But I must have had a big influence on her because she wound up dating comedian Joe Coy for a while, who's Filipino. Coincidence? I think not. There are 7 billion people in the world, so it's a wild feeling when people, famous or not, know you or talk about you. It's weird to walk around and know that anyone on the street might know who you are. It's humbling to me. In the beginning of my career, I was getting pretty famous quickly, and nobody in my life actually gave a F, which made me pretty sad at first. After the red carpet for Miss Universe, or after a trip to LA to be at a rooftop party with all those skinny white boys from Why Don't We, I'd go back to school, and the effing teacher would make me do cafeteria duty, like serving lunch to bitches. I would be serving food, hoping for one person to at least ask me where I was and what I was doing. Like, why was I wearing a pageant crown? No one cared that I was just no one cared that I was just at Miss Universe. The experience of feeling famous and then coming back home to feel like nothing was different was really jarring. When Rihanna requested my presence at her mascara launch, though, I felt like I'd hit a turning point. Believe it or not, I was one of the first influencers to work with Rihanna's Fenty Beauty line when she released her Body Lava at Coachella. I did it originally because I wanted the street cred, but then she noticed me through her Fenty team and wanted more of this fish Bretman rock. It opened up a whole new portal into the world of Rihanna. I felt really VIP at her launch. I even had to sign an NDA. I never had to sign an NDA before. I wasn't sure if Riri was actually going to be there that night, but then when I got this, when I got this feeling that she might, I changed my whole effing outfit. I was like, bitch, she will see me in an all clean, all black look because I feel most confident in all black. The night of, I got picked up at the hotel in a fancy black Escalade, and it took me to a house high up in the Hollywood Hills. Your favorite immigrant girl was wigging out, but I tried to keep my cool. Even though everyone was freaking out, the energy in the room was about to pop off. I wanted to scream out, "Where's Rihanna? Where's Rihanna? You guys, I'm here for Rihanna," but I kept shouting just in my head. When Rihanna finally actually pulled up, I was in awe. She breezed in wearing a striking all black ensemble with an off the shoulder leather jacket. She got the fucking memo too, bitch. While she gave a speech about how Fenty mascara was back and better than ever, I turned to the random next to me and raved about how exquisite she looked. "I wonder what foundation she's wearing," I whispered. Rihanna paused. "I'm talking, Brett," she said. So Rihanna Lee staring right at me, her emerald eyes piercing my soul. When I tell you I didn't say another word that whole night, I shutted the fuck up. If Rihanna tells you to shut the fuck up, you shut the fuck up. Suddenly, I'm a sign language expert. If I had something to say, I'd type it on my phone and held it up like a modern day Nell. Bitch, after Rihanna told me to shut the fuck up, I felt like I'd never talk again. At some point, Rihanna went to a little product booth with a big ass mascara and wanted to take pictures with her fans. Finally, it was my turn, and girl, I was still afraid to talk, but I prepared a special monologue so many times, so I had to speak. "Rihanna, I love you so much," I said quietly. "I get really small when I'm around people I adore, when I'm overwhelmed. Thank you for having me." That's what I rehearsed 27 times. Rihanna just gave me that Rihanna look. Bitch, stop being fake humble. Oh my god, I wasn't even trying to be fake humble, but guess what? When reality tells you to stop being fake humble, bitch, you stop being humble in any way. We both started cracking up, and she told me her bestie back in Barbados was a huge fan of mine. We went to take the picture, and I took a knee in front of her to show that she was a queen and I was her royal subject. I'm gonna sit on him, Rihanna said. She sat on my little knee. I swear to God, a good whiff of Rihanna. I swear, I got a good whiff of Rihanna, and it smelled like rich puss. Rihanna was such a good scent, bitch. I know she's famous for it. I know you're gonna ask, so I'll tell you what it was like. If I could describe it, I would say the scent is like if the top florist in the world handpicked the finest roses and extracted the scent with the finest craftsman tools. Rihanna smelled like the pure roses with a hint of vanilla. Rihanna smelled like what you want your funeral to actually smell like. I've been to lots of funerals and the roses smell like death. No, but that bitch smelled like what your next step into heaven should smell like. Obviously, Rihanna had other people to meet besides me. There was a huge line, and I wasn't going to hold her up. It was fine because I got the girlfriend experience. She sat on me, and her vagina was on my lap. Another memorable celeb meeting, breaking my shoulder right in front of my girl, Megan the Stallion. We were filming for her Snapchat show. And it was an obstacle course where we had to race with our dogs. At the mud crawl part, we were supposed to be on knee pads first, but Megan just dove in the mud. We all just know how competitive I am, so I was feeling the adrenaline of not wanting to lose because I'm a Leo. Fuck the knee pads. I dove head first, and I felt a pop. I got into plank position to start crawling. Anyways, girl, I swear I felt full on electricity throughout my whole body. My shoulder had gotten dislocated and was hanging off me like a yo-yo. Suddenly, all the adrenaline was gone, and it was just pain. Everyone, everyone rushed to help me. I told the medic, I don't care how much I scream. Stretch my arm as far as you can, and out. Everyone rushed to help me. I told the medic, I don't care how much I scream, stretch my arm as far as you can, and I'll take care of it because you know what? I'm not about to look like a pussy ass bitch in front of Megan the Stallion. He followed my direction, and I dead ass popped that shoulder back into place. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I knew how to do it. Maybe honestly, I don't know how I knew how to do it. Maybe from the times I used to just hang out in the trainer's room during cross country, and someone would pop their finger out of place, then get it popped back in there. So I just channeled that. Everybody on set was like, damn, what the fuck? And looked at me like I was some sort of superhero. I was in pain still, but Loki felt so cute. I ate that shit up. I got my straight creds that day. All the straight men were in awe, like I was the most badass thing they'd ever seen. Listen, men want to be me and want me. I can't help it. I'm happy about the bold-faced friends I've made on this wild ride so far, like Kalani, a singer whose work I would say helped me raise me when I was younger. She was all I listened to when I was in high school. Kalani's album, You Should Be Here, was really very healing to me. Hers was the first live concert I went to. Now that we've become friends, she always messages me about how proud she is to see how much I've grown as a person, as a soul since we first met. I've always identified her as this. I've always identified her as similar energy to me, masculine and feminine energy in a divine mix, like me. So for my idol to message those things to me, these things to me, for them to truly see me, you have no idea. It feels so empowering. I'm not obsessed with being famous for fame's sake. I would do that. I would do what I do for free. I would do it for 50 million people to follow. I would do it for 50 million people following me, or even if I was only being watched by my mom and my sister. Fame can be tricky sometimes. I can still lose myself for a moment, forget that I'm still a regular human being, but then I remind myself to come back down to earth. Girl, I live in a very chaotic life, but I always know when to ground myself and breathe. Fame is fickle and can turn on you in a heartbeat. For all of the success I've had, I continue to have humbling moments. Like I haven't been invited to the Met Gala in New York City yet, and that hurts. Anyone who cares about fashion wants to be there. Part of me felt like I didn't get invited, didn't belong, especially since the theme for 2022 was in America, and I'm a little immigrant girl. Whatever, I'll keep waiting until the next year or the year after that. I'm very patient. There are also whole arguments online sometimes about how I there are also whole arguments online sometimes about how influencers don't deserve to be at Hollywood events, but F that. I worked so hard to be here. When I did finally get into the VMAs in 2021, I found myself standing next to Megan Fox, rumored to be a supernatural witch. I felt a pull from her. We looked at each other at the same time, and she winked at me. What do you do after Megan Fox winks at you? I'm gay as fuck, and even I melted. It was a sign from a higher power that I belong on that red carpet. Bottom line is, I don't even like fame. I still don't like calling myself a celebrity. One of the only reasons why I actually enjoy the fame aspect of what I do is that it helps feed my soul in more important ways, like getting to collaborate with Asian and LGBTQ artists and designers and artists. Representation is everything to me. The last time I was invited to New York Fashion Week, I stayed the whole week and got invited to so many shows in every borough. I got painted like a canvas by the best Asian makeup artist and dressed to the nines by my favorite iconic Asian designers. I went to the Saks party in this one-of-a-kind purple Robert One outfit that turned out so beautiful. That day, I embodied the essence of what I would imagine myself to be. Then Peter Dew dressed me the cutest in the crowd for his show at the pier. Everybody else was dressed in black and white, but I was in deep Sue purple with red, giving nods to Prince and Michael Jackson. Seeing Peter's team full of Asian faces and brown skin just like mine was so powerful. The pictures they took of me that show changed my life forever. Just like my relationship with Peter Do changed my life. That week I also got dressed by Prapal Gurung, who is Nepalese, and Mons, whose lead designer is an Asian woman, Laura Kim. She's so lovely. I love her smile. It was just so inspiring seeing so many Asian faces during one of the biggest events in the fashion world, and there were so many Asian photographers. It's cool to see more faces like that behind the scenes. I would still like to see more people in front of the camera, obviously, but it was still all awesome. I also got the opportunity to appear on the panel with legendary Asian designer Jason Wu, who talked a lot about dressing white people all the time at the beginning of his career. I could relate. When I first started creating content, I wanted to be accepted in the white world too. Sometimes I think a lot of people would assume that because I'm an influencer, I'm illiterate. So during the first question I got from the host on the panel, I was nervous. I gave a short, sweet answer and felt like I was coming off a little uneducated. Sometimes when I'm put on the spot, it's hard for me to directly translate in English what I'm thinking out loud. I gave myself a quick little pep talk in my head, and every time I did get a chance to speak after that, I tried to just be myself. I talked about becoming Mahu at school and about how my grandma always saw me as non-binary. The audience started eating it up. I became the star of the panel. I didn't need fancy dictionary words to get my point across. I'm telling you this is so you remember there are ways of changing people's perceptions once you stop subconsciously holding yourself back or self-sabotaging. The real me, if it hasn't gotten across clearly over the course of this chapter, is not a phony star. The real me is just a girl who would rather hang with his family than a celebrity. After I shot a Logitech commercial in Canada with Lizzo, we didn't go clubbing afterward. I went to my favorite auntie's house in Vancouver because I hadn't seen her in 8 years, and she made me my favorite Filipino dessert, hupa. I was always low key that favorite that I was low key that auntie's favorite too. Growing up, whenever my cousins wanted pizza, they say Bretman, ask auntie to buy a pizza because she never say no to me. She actually always called me Pakla instead of Bretman. One time while my sister Kiefer and Colin were napping, I asked auntie, why do you keep calling me Pakla? Why you're not Pakla? Auntie, I am. She's totally fine with it. She didn't care. We just laughed. If my uncle was like, hey, Bakla, to me, I'd be like, girl, that hurt. But my auntie was cool people and said it in a loving way. She can call me anything she wants as long as she doesn't call me late for dinner. I don't feel the need to hang out with famous people, but I also saw the fantasy friendships with celebrities. In my fantasy world, I'm best friends with BTS, bitch, I've never even met them, but my nieces think I have because I'm famous. They think I FaceTime with them. And also Blackpink and Jennie all the fucking time. I let them believe it. I'll say and do what I want to keep my nieces happy. There are a couple of famous people I DM all the time, and I've never once gotten responses back. I guess I also just love feeling like a fan. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I have a full one-sided conversation with my namesake, The Rock. I sent so many fucking messages and voice notes to The Rock explaining how I was named after him and how I want to do a movie with him so badly. I'll send him voice notes over Instagram, and once I even sang the lyrics to the Reba McEntire song, I'm a Survivor. As a single mom who works 2 jobs, a single mom who, yeah, I can already see our movie poster starring Bretman, Rock, and The Rock. I'd be top billing even though I'd play his assistant. I would genuinely love to have that moment because I feel like it would make it full circle for my dad who named me. In actuality, I want to leave my idols on the pedestal. I'd rather pretend that I'm best friends with The Rock than actually be best friends with The Rock. I would die if one of these celebs did respond, not because it fulfilled. I would die if one of these celebs did respond, not because it fulfilled something in me, but because I'd rather them not know that I DM some of them almost every day. My biggest insecurity is life is for someone to find me cringe. So sometimes I get anxious and delete messages I send people, but random people reach out to me too, and I never turn my nose up, so I'm hoping the reverse is true. When I first started, there was definitely a barrier between influencers and celebrities, especially when walking red carpets. It always made us go last, shoved us in the back behind the important people, and the paparazzi and bitches who worked the events went out of their way to make sure we knew we were nobodies. I mean, I knew my fucking place. I didn't think I deserved to step and repeat before Jennifer. I didn't think I deserved to step and repeat before Jennifer Aniston either. But the line between influencer and celebrity is blurring, and I think my career has been proof of that. Back in the day, everyone thought the Kardashians were famous for doing nothing. Now they're worth billions, and I'm still not sure what they do. But it's not nothing. I started as an influencer, and I'm so proud of being a pioneer and paving the way for baby influencers everywhere. I've had conversations about this with colleagues who started around the same time as me, like Denzel Dion, Ricky Thomas, and Gwen Lane. Do you think we're prodigies of our time? Gwen asked me once. Now that I think about it, yes, we come from a generation of influencers who had to grow our audience organically in a time when no one knew what we were doing. The ball game was so different then. We made 30 videos a day. we had to do shout out for shout out. So we all showed up and worked VidCons as teens. We didn't have any templates for how to do this. I think we're legit. We were pioneers. Ever since I became famous, I've been trying to evolve as a creative human being and entertainer. It's been a major learning curve and there have been obstacles at every turn. Luckily for me, I was a mother effing track star in school, so I know how to jump over hurdles with grace, power, and cuteness. So don't be surprised if one day I would tell you The Rock finally checked his DMs and sent me a voice note back singing Reba McEntire, but she's just too hard-headed. It could happen. Anything is possible if you manifest it, bitch. The bitches who made me who I am today. Chapter 14. There are so many cultural influences, a perfect storm, if you will, that created Bretman the entertainer. From every corner of the earth, from every color of the rainbow, I feel fortunate that I grew up in Hawaii. A lot of brown and Asian groups migrated or were brought over to Hawaii to work for the white colonizers. And obviously, when you put that many minority groups together, they're going to have to effing communicate because they're going to be coworkers in the fields and shit like that together. So they had to mix words with English and they created, so they had to mix words with English and created a language, pidgin. So they had to mix words with English and created a language, Pidgin, just to communicate with each other. American and Hawaiian immigrant culture shaped me a lot. But it's one thing to be Filipino-American and another to be an American-Filipino. I was a Filipino first before I was American. And then there are Filipinos who were born in America, you know. The cool thing about growing up in Hawaii, though, was that it didn't feel like there was a racial divide. It wasn't like Mean Girls or any of those cliquey movies, like You Can't Sit With Us, but there was a division between recent immigrants versus the ones that were born there. Who's holding a blue passport and who's holding a red one? People would make me feel bad for not knowing that much English. I'd be like, Miss Girl, our families are from the same city. How are you gonna effing shame me when your mom probably knows less English than me? As I mentioned, when I first moved to America, Beyonce, Shakira, Tyra Banks, and Tila Tequila taught me not only how to speak English, but also how to dance, how to feel art, fashion, and music deep in my soul. One of the music videos I remember the most was for Cassie's song, Me and You, where she dances in front of a mirror in her video. I would always run home from school to dance to Cassie in front of the mirrors, the wall behind me covered in paint splatters. On TV, most of the people and characters I looked up to were women and women of color. I always rooted for the women first, even if I was just watching her eat a mother effing bug on Fear Factor. Actually, I would always root for whoever looked like me first, so the Asian girl always. We had to pay extra on cable to watch the Filipino channel, so there were never Filipino or boys that looked like me on screen, let alone the gay Asians that wore makeup. For a while, I was used to not be seeing me on screen. It wasn't until YouTube came out and Tumblr that got big that I really started seeing myself. All these Asian women doing beauty tutorials, Ryan Higa, then all these Tumblr pages that were literally called like F yes, sexy Asians, reposting, you know, for the lack of a better word, sexy Asians. So I was like, wow, I don't see myself on TV, but I see myself a lot on my cousin's computer. I was fine not being on TV then, even though there were Asian girls on America's Next Top Model. They never named one Asian winner. They never named one Asian winner, but YouTube, I was like, oh my God, Michelle Phan is putting egg whites on her face. I'm gonna put egg whites on my mother, on my face. He guys talking Pidgin. He's Asian. He's from Hawaii, and he also speaks Pidgin. Then, thank effing God, I found RuPaul's Drag Race. The first time I scrolled to it on TV Guide with the remote, I thought it was NASCAR racing. For some reason, I clicked on it anyway, maybe because those drivers were cute jumpsuits. And I'm not exaggerating, it changed my life forever. It was the first time I'd ever seen drag queens. The first thing I saw was the scene when Manila Luzon and Yara Sofia were bouncing on a yoga ball in leotards, and it cut to Melina Luzon doing a confessional out of makeup and the record scratch. This bitch looked like me, a gay Asian man in makeup with effing with gender, and her name was Manila, like the capital of the Philippines. I didn't have to think twice. I was in love. Like, she made me feel like a warm beacon of light enveloped my entire being. I could tell you who won each season of Drag Race. Name a girl, I would give you her season. I know it like the back of my silky soft hand. I pick up a lot of Bretman lingo from RuPaul too. The cursing in my filthy mouth, though, came from my mom, period. She cursed in English and Filipino, so my mind was constantly translating things. Even if my mom just needed the effing remote, she would already had said two bitches in two different languages before making the actual ask. I also grew up with so many rowdy uncles who cursed left and right in Pidgin and made up their own curses too, bitch. Add the influence of Bad Girls Club. The words my ears were selectively hearing the most in English were probably fuck and bitch. What I didn't know growing up was that much of the slang and culture I was picking up while I was growing up, from reality TV to fashion and music, was Black culture or co-opt from Black culture, like much of the language around drag and Drag Race. For a time, I truly didn't know that some of the words and phrases I used most in English were stolen, but it doesn't matter whether I knew this at the time. It matters that I know now and that I have addressed it personally and in public as best I can. So much of who I am, how I think, how I talk, how I see the world have been shaped by Black and queer culture. How I sound online is not a gimmick. I understand it might feel that way sometimes, but Ilcano, rather in English or Ilcano, I have the same tone, but now I have a better understanding of where these influences come from, how to acknowledge them, and how Black and queer history have shaped so much of pop culture and entertainment today, and history of non-Black folks monetizing their culture. A lot of Black women and Black queer support me and cheer me on, and I'm grateful for that. But I also continue, but I also continue, but I also continue get a lot of call outs from Black people. I wore an Afro wig in a video once and didn't know it was appropriation until I was educated on Black women's hair. When the Black community does call me out for a reason, it never feels toxic. Since that first call out, I've continued to educate myself, to take time to soul search, understand the criticism, and try to communicate, being the best Bretman I can be. I'm going to continue to say sorry. Now I understand that Black queer femmes fought for the effing rights I have today at Stonewall throughout history. Now I understand that Black queer femmes fought for the effing rights I have today at Stonewall throughout history. I'm not saying it was only Black queer femmes, but I owe so much of my rights and equal treatment as a gay POC here to Black femme to queer Black femmes. It does bother me when I get random comments that I'm a bad person and uninformed criticism. I've been accused of darkening my skin tone on purpose and of blackfishing. I can tell you right now, I don't think I've ever sprayed any tanning stuff on my body. When I got that kind of criticism, it truly made me question myself, especially as someone who grew up with Filipino culture brainwashing us all to believe white skin is better. Even in Filipino showbiz and media, I didn't see myself on TV back home, which says a lot about what is glamorized back home. I don't think people realize that even back home, whiteness is glamorized, it's normalized. It's symbol of wealth and class, strength and status. Native Filipinos weren't white, and I have to remind myself that it wasn't until Filipinos were colonized by the Spaniards that we probably ever saw somebody light. I didn't realize beauty standards were different until I moved here. Everybody in America wants to be darker. The first time I went to LA for VidCon, some creator that I had just made friends with grabs my hand, like literally pulls it towards her, and it's just like, "You're tan, who did it?" I said, "Oh, me," which I guess made her think I tanned it myself using products, because she then followed up with, "Oh, what did you use?" When you are a person of color and indigenous Filipino who is brown, it truly makes you spiral. Comments like this, accusations of blackfishing, makes me question my own effing color, especially because my skin tone ebbs and flows from being in the sun in Hawaii, or even just from random lighting inside. There was and are barely any darker skinned Filipinos, either in the culture I live and work in here in America or in the Philippines, who look like me that I can pay homage to. Even the community I was born into, the Filipino community, has come after me hardcore. One time I got canceled for talking shit about the Filipino government because I didn't even live there anymore, so what the fuck did I know? People were triggered and called me selfish. The other time when I posted a video of me twerking and lip syncing to the Philippines national anthem, Lupang Hinarang, which violates my home country's flag law, I definitely deserved it. Let me tell you, girl, it's not fun having the entire country of the Philippines hate you for disrespecting a cultural keystone, and it's even worse when your dad find out because you caused a national outcry in your country. I immediately deleted the video after the backlash and posted, "Thank you so much for understanding. I can promise you it will never happen again. I take full responsibility and I truly am so sorry." I've done many things that were not the best actions in the world, but every time I get called out for anything, I always apologize for it from heart. Looking back from what I know now, I could have done things differently when I was called out. I should have avoided conflict, immediately done my research the moment I started hearing from people, and then taken accountability for my actions. You can tell a lot of people about a bitch by how they apologize, period. I truly apologize when I know I've hurt somebody, but I also only apologize when I know that I'm genuine about the apology and that I will never do it again. When I apologize, I carry that apology with me on the internet, and I carry that apology with me in real life. If I ever tell you I'm sorry for being disrespectful for appropriation without credit, best believe I'm never going to do it again online and in real life, and that I know why, and I have taken it to heart. I'm so glad that I'm glad that I've been called out. It made me realize that I also shouldn't be scared to speak out about so many injustices in the world, whether about Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ issues. It's important to remove our egos and always be listening to marginalized groups. Queer, Black, and Brown, and Filipino communities raised me. They're activists and trailblazers, even when I didn't know about them, opened doors for me, and I wanted to be able to pay it forward and acknowledge what they gave me. It freaks me out that I used to be so ignorant of history and that I used to stay and do such offensive things when I was younger because I never would know. Like, I'm not even saying stuff like that in my head anymore. Having conversations with yourself and with community around race and culture, and really reckoning with the history that we haven't talked about enough. That's just part of the times that we're in now. And there are a lot of things you can do to show your allyship outside your own specific communities. I think one of them is just being a effing decent and compassionate person and just listening to people and taking the feedback, even when it's hard and painful. It's what a decent person does. I think call out culture is good. Sometimes it's valid to be called out. How can people who have influence over other people really ever learn anything if they ever only got positive feedback? If they get away with everything? If you're not called out for stupid things you've said or done, then how can you progress? We need to give each other room to grow and to have enough conversations on and offline. Let's look up from our phones, girl, and have more empathy for each other. I know that it's so much easier said than done, but we can at least try. Chapter 15. Fame can really fuck a girl up, which is why I'm so lucky to have a truly solid support system from my family, especially from Wyoming folk. My whole life, I've always been surrounded by women folk. My whole life, I've always been surrounded by women. I was raised by them and I feel safe with them. I just admire everything about women. If a building was burning, I'd save the women first, period. I'm all about energy and spirituality. Women are always more willing to have an open conversation about blending feminine and masculine energy. My gayness has always been accepted more by women. I can just be Bretman rock and they cherish that. They don't make me feel bad about it. More specifically, if I were to build an army to defend myself, it'd be stacked with middle-aged women and aunties, and leading the charge would be my fiercest protectors, my mom and my sister. Let's start with Princess, because she helped start this whole thing. I owe her a lot, because if she didn't interrupt me and I hadn't slapped her in the head in that early video, I would have not blown up. I've always seen my sister as my doll I could dress up and play with, and I've always seen her as my supporting actress. I'm obviously the main character. My sister's very much aware that I have the main character syndrome. Even though she's the baby of the family, the baby usually has the most attitude. Princess is okay with all of it. She knows that I always have to be the one sitting on the effing throne in the center of attention. Even when we did skits together growing up, I always got to play the lead female role. Princess would always be the guy or the best friend. We developed the choreography together, set all our relatives together in our backyard, and performed for them. Once we put on an Oscar-worthy remake of Mean Girls for our family, not only did I play Katie Heron, I played all three Mean Girls. When the reviews came in, my family dubbed me the successor to Tyler Perry. When we both tried out for Kids Bop and sang Pyramids by Filipino star Jake Cyrus, Princess would have been happy for me to make it without her. Those bitches didn't pick us anyways, but yeah, she would have thrown a parade in my honor even if only I won. By some miracle, my sister was never ever jealous of me. Princess has always volunteered to be best supporting Bretman. She liked being my sidekick and second banana for our entire lives. In many ways, I feel incomplete without her. My sister and I has always been on the same page about our relationship dynamic and about fame. It's funny because once upon a time, my sister was more famous than me. Princess got really good at editing Tumblr pictures and had amassed 3,000 followers, a true fan base compared to my mere 500 at the time. I was a bit jelly. I remember that my first thought was, I'm not the main character, I'm gonna have to fix that. And I did fix it, but damn, in hindsight, I should have been more supportive of Princess at that time too. After I got a pretty big following making my solo videos, it still took both of us appearing together to help rocket the Bretman rock brand into stratosphere. When I slapped Princess in that infamous video, many people freaked the F out, but far more people found it totally hilarious and relatable for a brother and sister to act that way. Ever since we realized that people relate to us and loving seeing our dynamic, a combo of playful and hateful. We kept making more videos. Everything is totally organic. We could not make this stuff up if we tried. For example, the fact that we've never been able to just hug each other. So relatable for so many brothers and sisters. Who even likes touching? Or the time that bitch brought me back a cup of ice while I was dying after we filmed a spicy ramen mukbang and I'd ask her for water. I think people really like seeing us fight about regular sibling stuff the way they do with their siblings. I admit, I may call her stupid more than I should. I mean, she once asked what the number to 911 was. I don't know how we came from the same genetic material. Another time we were having a serious moment once and she whispered to me, deadass, Brett, do you think mom's a virgin? I don't know why she whispered it to me as if our mom wasn't right next to us. I literally couldn't do anything but look at her for 30 minutes without answering her after she said that. But there's unconditional love there too, and I think that also comes through in our videos. My favorite thing about my sister is how resilient she is. I really admire that she's been through more life than I have. She's been a teen mom. She's gone through heartbreak, mental health issues, and the whole world has been through it with her because of our videos. Girls are so mean to my sister online. It's ridiculous. Sometimes I want to turn off the comments because I think I care more than my sister does. She's heard it all. Like, I can't believe you're so fit. Bretman, how can your sister be fat? First of all, my sister is not fat. Second, who the fuck raised you type something like that? But my sister doesn't actually need me to protect her. She's hard-headed and I love that about her. My sister is beyond my best friend. My sister is BFF, blood friends forever type of vibes. We could fight about the dumbest things one minute, slap each other across the head, but we're laughing about something the next. Is there anything more beautiful than a gay boy having a built-in blood-related fag hag for life? The two of us are spiritually connected. I dreamed that Princess was pregnant when she was 16 before she had even told me. I always knew she'd be a teen mom for whatever reason. That bitch let me name her firstborn Cleo after myself. If she had been a boy, it would have been Leo. When Princess was pregnant with her son, she craved oob, purple yam ice cream, and what I tell you about cravings. To this day, Ezekiel likes to eat rice with shaved ice. I hope he grows out of that because, girl, you cannot be doing that shit. I know my sister won't read this book, so I can say I know my sister won't read this book, so I can say that I really feel like part of the reason I take care of my sister's kids the way I do is because, in a way, I'm trying to make up for how mean and selfish I was to her when we were little kids. Also, I just love watching her kids grow. It's such a privilege to be so close to my sister while she raised her kids. I want her kids to grow up how we did, with so much love and aloha, encouraged to make skits for the family and express themselves the way they want to express themselves. In a way, Cleo has grown up in front of the camera before she could even decide whether she wanted to or not, but I don't think people realize that I've stopped making as many videos with Cleo because of how mean the internet was towards my family. People were calling her dumb or slow. For me, as her uncle, that was a cross boundary. Like you're grown people who are analyzing and dissecting a child's development and how she could speak at 1.5. I felt a responsibility to teach her and myself of boundaries. Cleo has been in so many videos. She's famous in her own right at this point, and she knows it. People ask her for a picture out in public. I'm all, why y'all asking a toddler for a picture? She does not owe you a picture. It's not normal for a kid to have strangers take pictures of them like a zoo animal. I'm trying to teach Cleo about consent really early. When we do any type of videos or pictures, the moment she says she doesn't want to do anything, we stop. It's small things like that, learning the power of no, because I don't know if this is the life for her yet. She's too young to decide. My sister and I love entertaining people, but what if Cleo doesn't? What if she's a nerd? What if she doesn't want to do mukbang videos? Before I even post anything, I show Cleo, like, even if she doesn't get it, I'm like, Cleo, can I post this? And if she just happens to say no, I won't post. For the longest time, Princess and I were the only ones who didn't cook in our family, and we bonded over that. But now that bitch is in a cooking phase because she hasn't. But now that bitch is in a cooking phase because she can't be giving Cleo and Ezekiel microwavable dino chicken nuggets every day. I see her FaceTiming with our mom to get recipes and cooking tips, and it's the cutest thing ever. Whenever I see my sister cooking, I see so much of my mom in her. Like our mom, she can never reach anything and her ankles crack whenever she moves. Even the way she scolds her kids, granted minus the hangers and cincher-on belts, is exactly how my mom scolds us. When one is in trouble, the other one's gonna be in trouble too. When my sisters and me were growing up, if that bitch did some dumb shit and she was in trouble, damn well I was getting yelled at too, just for breathing. And don't at me about my mom slapping us around. It is what it is and what it was. People used to say shit about her being a bad mom online, calling her names for not speaking English if she was in a video. I think the nice thing about being an influencer is how we're not celebrities, because celebrities have no choice. If the press picks something up, they pick it up. But if we get to put out what people talk about, so I quickly learned that if I don't post my mom, I won't have people calling my mom names. If I even tried to have a conversation with my mom today about why we got hit, I would probably get hit for just daring to have the conversation. She'd probably throw a slipper at me if I said something like, Mom, why do you do, like, Mom, what you did to us when we were kids was so wrong. She'd be like, wrong my ass, give me that belt before I wrong your face again. She's that type of energy. She don't give a fuck. She's the type of bitch. She's the type of mother who would knock us around in public. If we were in trouble, girl, the whole Walmart would hear about it. There was no wait till I get home, bitch. It was wait till I see you, cause that's when I will open some whoop ass. My mom is tough. She had to be. It's a lot. My mom is tough. My mom is tough. She's had to be. It's a lot to come to a new country, work a lot, and also be an emotionally present mother. To be patient with kids when you're exhausted, but she's my mom, and she's always been clear that absolutely no one can fuck with me when this bitch is protecting me. My mom is truly the one person that makes me feel like no one can hurt me in this world. She is my biggest shield in this world. She's always standing by to help heal me if I need her. My mom was right next to me when I was circumcised in 3rd grade. I've heard in America, boys usually get it done right after they're born, and they don't even know they don't even know what the F happened. But in Filipino culture, you get snipped later, and it's a rite of passage called tuli, like your balls dropping, getting bar mitzvahed, or your period. When I was a kid, anytime I traveled back to the Philippines, I got teased that I had an American dick. So I finally told my mom, you need to find a bitch to cut this shit open. It's not like they were legit doctors on every corner where I came from. If I ever needed medical attention, I only remember going to my grandma's witchy medicine man friend called an alburo for treatment at his house. Once I got bit by a dog and the dude sucked the rabies out through a goat tusk, then rubbed it with Filipino chilies. I don't even know how the F that worked, but I'm alive. The circumcision required a legit MD though, so my mom took me to a proper hospital, then stood next to me while I had anesthetic injected into my clit. While she was numbing, my mom figured out she'd gone to high school with the dog, and they caught up about old times while I sat on the cold hard table with my legs spread wide open. I was given three choices for my clit's new style: V-cut, head cut, or flower petals, as if I was pursuing the menu at a fancy nail salon. I'm not about to tell you which one I got, but it was the V-cut. Lemon on the chain. So imagine you're on the table with your legs wide open and D hanging out, and your mom is ranting and raving to your surgeon about how your dad cheating on her with her babysitter, and and then how she had to beat the babysitter's ass. Thankfully, it doesn't take long to get your vagina haircut. The aftercare, however, takes longer and it is more tedious. My mom had to help me wash it with boiling hot water and guava leaves every morning for weeks before she was good as new. She's such a Filipino native woman. Speaking of my mom, the babysitter, and my dad, you don't have to cry for my mom. She eventually got over my dad and didn't remain a virgin forever. This is for you, princess, if you ever read this. My mom has had her fair share of boyfriends. I do have to say that she had this especially cute ass boyfriend right after she divorced my dad. He was in the Filipino military, and he was so hot. He always carried me around shirtless, and I really think that's when I knew I was into daddies. If my mom kept dating him, bitch, I would have touched the ground. I think my mom does have a boyfriend right now, actually. She's always so wary whenever she has a new man in her life because she thinks we're gonna hate him. I'm like, bitch, if you're getting dick, I don't give a fuck. What am I gonna do? Eavesdrop on your dates? I have worse things to do, as long as he's treating you right, obviously. And as long as he's not a moocher and weird. To be honest though, my mom doesn't need anyone. It's cliche, but she's a true definition of very independent, hardworking woman. My mom is the opposite of superficial. She doesn't give a fuck about what her hair looks like and if her outfit matches or how big her house is. If there's a fly in her coffee, she just flicks it out, drinks her coffee, and goes out about her day. She's the type to stop and smell the flowers. She actually doesn't need more than she has. After the ugliness of what happened with my dad, my mom really instilled in me how women should be treated by men. Being surrounded by women your entire life, you truly realize how special women are. You learn to appreciate women and feminine energy more on a deeper level, what it means to be a mother, what it means to have a vagina, and everything that comes with it, and respect. I think I respect women in a way that men don't because of how much women have influenced the world around me. I see makeup and I think of my grandma. I see dresses and I think of my auntie making dresses for me. I see food and I think not only about my mom's cooking, but about what it took for her to raise 3 kids on her own, working her ass off for us every single day. Almost every fiber of my being is infused with the femininity of my sister, mother, grandmothers, and aunties. Everything that I love about myself that's feminine is because a woman I love introduced it to me or helped me find it. I will always be thankful to my mom and my sister for nurturing and nourishing that femininity in me. They were my first muses, along with Kiefer, letting me test makeup on them or straighten their hair before work or school. I appreciate them so much for shaping who I am entirely. No matter where I end up in life, I have this strange feeling I'm going to end up living with my mom because we're like 6th grade besties. I'm going to be one of those gays who live with his mommy eventually, not in my 20s, thank you very much. I see her ass every day as it is, not because she's irritating, she is, but also, Mom, when you were in your 20s, did you even think about wanting to live with your parents? That's so weird. I always tell my mom, let me be dumb and young for now, let me thrive on my own, let me learn on my own. I'll come back to the nest when my wings are tired. I promise, just let me take them out for a spin in the meantime. Chapter 16. On November 5th, 2019, in the middle of the night, I bolted up in bed because I felt like somebody had pulled my hair. I was still with my ex at the time, so I rolled over and grumpily asked him, "What do you want?" I thought he had tried to wake my ass up, but he didn't respond. I looked at the clock. It was 1:06 a.m. I put my head back on the pillow and was trying to fall back asleep when suddenly my dad appeared before me. He was wearing white and had long hair again. He was the dad I remembered from before the divorce, before he left my family. He nodded at me. I closed my eyes and drifted off again. The next morning, I woke up to 6 missed calls from Princess. She's been trying to call me since 1:16, just 10 minutes after my vision. My dad had just came to say goodbye to me. If you're going to tell me my dad died, I already know. I told Princess. He pulled my hair last night. Call Junior, she said. My dad died of a stroke. He had been herding pigs in the pouring rain. He had been herding pigs in the pouring rain, a regular part of his day, taking them out of their burrito, cleaning the burrito, and then herding them back into the burrito when he passed out. Out of all the things to be doing right before you die, girl, nobody got to him in time because he still lived up high on top of that mountain with Martina and their new family. By the time they found him, it was too late to do anything. My dad was young, only in his mid-50s. Weirdly, his twin brother, the one who called me Bakla, had died 5 years earlier, also of a stroke. My dad's death shook all of us. Even my mom was crying, and I was like, girl, you were his biggest hater. I guess when you lose someone, it truly is forever. After we got the news, I remember flying back to the Philippines kind of in a catatonic state, finally getting to my house and then seeing my dad's open casket out of the corner of my eye. That first night, my brother and my sister were crying, but I couldn't look at my dad's face. I could only look at his hands. I was in shock. My brain felt numb. Princess nudged me. "Why aren't you crying?" I was about to put on a show with all these random neighbors in our house. I was in major denial that he was dead. At first, when I found out, it was more like, if I don't see his dead body, he's not dead yet. His viewing lasted about a week in our house. Every time I went near his coffin, I looked at his toes, his outfit, anywhere but his face. Thank God for my lazy eye. I can't really see well anyway. Everything was blurry, and that was fine by me. I was going for the see no evil type of vibe. When I finally mustered the courage to look at my dad, I cried a lot. At first, mostly because I was thinking, could they not find a better shade match for his skin? Oh God, did they not know his son does makeup? What the F is this? I devoted my life to makeup and I could have done better. Dad, they didn't even fill in your eyebrows, and you have the thickest eyebrows ever. And my ADHD ass was like, when I die, could I have a viewing? When I die, could I have a viewing? Following immediately by, yeah, you're gonna have a viewing. Bitch, you really fucking think you're gonna go without being seen? Come on. And then I finally really looked at him and I broke down. I saw not only so much of my face in him, but so many of my dreams. Dreams that all began here and around this man. The dream came true. The dream my dad had always wanted for me. Fame was only a vague concept. It was unthinkable for us because we lived in the middle of nowhere. But when I look back, I remember how my dad and I used to stay up every night to watch American talent shows. How he also loved to have all eyes on him. How he laughed when people would make fun of me and say he's gonna make me rich one day. When he looked at me, he was always so confident, and I would always have so much more than we ever had. He was always so confident that I would have so much more than we ever had, and he was right. Working was ingrained in me from such an early age. My dad always said, if you want money, you have to work. I was counting money before I could even read. I learned my colors before I learned my colors because a 20 peso note was orange and 50 was yellow and 1,000 was blue. As I grew up, he taught me the value of money and that it was what keeps the world going. His teachings made me the businessman I am today. The constant narrative growing up was, if you have to do better, you have to work towards abundance. So I have to think I was always destined to have money. I finally feel like I have that abundance my dad dreamed of. My dad's casket was moved to the Catholic Church for a ceremony, which overflowed with people inside and outside. People from our town and from the next town over were there. The church was packed. Afterward, the body was wheeled 2 miles away to the cemetery in a carriage. The family usually walks behind the carriage, but as we made our way in the unbearable heat, I looked behind me and saw swarms of my Filipino fans descending on our position. A few asked me for selfies. I was literally getting shoved left and right during my dad's funeral march. It literally effed with me because I was crying and people were screaming, Bretman, smile. I was so overwhelmed and so overstimulated I couldn't handle it anymore. I wound up getting in a car and driving the rest of the way to the ceremony. It was so annoying and rude and inappropriate. Why the F would I be entertaining people at my dad's funeral? This is his day. Let me bury my dad without your cameras in my face, forcing me to smile. Let me be sad, and yet I think my dad would also have loved it, to be honest. This many people didn't even show up when the mayor, who never even went on Deal or No Deal, died. We laid my dad right next to his twin in a cute little house for the two of them. My dad's death was so traumatizing, but I'm grateful that it reminded me of the dreams of fame and success that my dad had for me, and he didn't even get to see some of the best parts of it. Something that still haunts me to this day is that I never forgave my dad while he was alive. I was bitter that I had to pay for my dad's funeral when I hadn't even seen that man in person for 15 years. The family that he chose over us didn't contribute anything. I always think about his last message to me and how I never replied to him. I know I'm such a family person, but I was also the type of bitch that doesn't give a F if you're family. If you F me up, I'd probably never talk to you again. It's something I've been working on because the thing I really, really, really honestly learned from my dad's passing is how important family is and how important of healing and forgiving while you still can is. After my dad died, I wish we had figured our shit out earlier. I wish that he called me more and that he did call and not such a Leo, only talking about himself. If he asked me sincerely how I was and hadn't just called to ask for money, maybe I wouldn't have resented him so much. If he just meant it once when he asked how are you, it would have been so much easier for me to forgive him for everything. I probably saw my dad only 3 minutes after I moved to America, and I probably saw my dad only 3 times after I moved to America, and each time I only spent 15 minutes with him max. I definitely had a role in putting distance between us. The few times I saw him, I would get uncomfortable and run. When he called, my brother would give me the phone and I would try and escape. Dad wants to talk to you, gotta go. I don't even know if I was mad at him for not choosing to stay with us anymore. My attitude was more, what are we gonna talk about? There was too much to fix for a 15-minute call. After I got famous, every time we did speak on the phone for 30 seconds, he genuinely only asked me for money or help. The conversation would go, oh, how's school? Good, I need money. My dad would send us care packages, and in those care packages, he would always send Yuma, my favorite custard treat, but also shell banks to fill up with coins to send back to him. Not long before my dad died, my brother Junior, who had been reconnecting with him, was on a mission to bring my dad to Hawaii. It was actually the last thing we really fought each other over because I refused to help him do it. You're the richest one, Junior argued. You're the richest one, Junior argued. You're the one You're the only one who can make it happen. Junior still saw our dad as the greatest man alive who could do no wrong. As much as I loved my dad, as much as he raised me well before Martina came into his life, as accepting as he had been as I was growing up, he had also really traumatized me. My brother always forget that. My brother always forgets that because he wasn't there during the affair. How he saw my dad was totally different from how I saw my dad. Even though I had a rougher childhood than with, even though he had a rougher childhood with my dad. Just because I didn't want to bring my dad to Hawaii didn't mean I hated him. It's just that I'm not stupid. If our dad worked here, where was his money gonna go? He was gonna work to send money home to his new family. I'd basically be bringing him over so that he could raise the family that he chose over us. I don't think my brother thought about that, or maybe he did and didn't care, but I did. I had and still had tremendous guilt about not helping my dad come to Hawaii, but at the same time, I sleep fine at night. He made me watch him cheat on my mom, and then he chose to leave us. That whole process was so hard for me, and I'm still living with the effects of his choices his choices had on my life. I didn't want to play any more of a I didn't want to play any more of a role in his life. If he wanted to come, I wouldn't sponsor him. If he wanted success, good luck for him, but I wouldn't be the one to help him. It's called boundaries. For the armchair psychologists out there, I think of Bretman Rock as two different people, the public and private versions of myself, but I actually think about my dad as two people too. I hated him as a husband and member of the family, yet he was a good dad to me. He was a flawed dad, but I am who I am because of how he raised me and the values that he taught me. How can I love and hate someone so much? That is what I think about every day. I love my dad, I swear. He's still my hero. Since he died, the last year of my life has been a love letter to him. Everything I've done lately has been in tribute to my dad. He's become a new muse to me. I always find a way to tie everything I do to him. Anytime I speak about the Philippines, I bring it back to him. I'm literally growing my hair long because of how fabulous my dad looked with long hair when he was younger. He would have cried over my Nike campaign because of how much he loved sports, and he would have freaked out over the Playboy cover because he loved to collect the Playboy trinkets and shot glasses. In 2021, I filmed an entire MTV show called 30 Days with Bretman Rock about surviving alone in the jungle. I had been thinking back to all the times my dad took me out into the Filipino wilderness and tried to teach me survival skills. Bitch, did you actually think I wanted to have no food, shelter, phone, or beauty products for a week and to spend time that week alone just for a show? It sucked, and I almost quit a few times, but I remembered that my dad didn't raise a quitter, so I kept at it. I wanted to impress him and make peace with him and connect spiritually with him again. I built a shelter and got coconuts from trees and learned how to build my own fire. The last couple of years, specifically like past 3 years, more of my family has started passing. Like I lost two aunties back to back, my dad, my grandparents, and I have this fear now of being able to I have this fear now of not being able to say what I feel, never even really getting to say bye. It's just a lesson that I'm still learning, how to be vulnerable and how to forgive fully. By the end of the week in the jungle, I had an epiphany about my dad. Every time I told him things about what I wanted to do, he made me know that it was gonna happen. He was always the first to actually make me feel like I could accomplish anything. I will never forget this man, and I've started to forget. I will never forget this man, and I've started to forgive him now. No matter how much he broke my heart, he empowered me and believed in me. And after he passed, I remembered that the only people who could truly see me as Bretman and not Bretman Rock are family. I know he'd be proud of me today. Chapter 17. Be your baddest bitch self. So why did I write a book? To be honest, I felt like it was finally the right time. When I signed with my first agency at 18, they asked if I wanted a book deal, and at that moment it didn't click. I was like, girl, what is there to write about? I kept pushing it off for a really long time because I thought my life was truly not interesting. I didn't think I had a story anyone would give a shit about. The only type of book I thought I had in me to contribute to the world was maybe a coffee table book of tasteful nudes, something cute. Then one day, while I was writing some random thoughts in my journal, it hit me. I did have a motherfucking story to tell. I have a ton of content in my short life that I still talk about online that would probably resonate with my fans or anyone really like having divorced parents, being an immigrant, coming from nothing, growing up in a house with 25 people, being queer, being a self-made success story, and loving Jollibee. Who the fuck doesn't love Jollibee? If you don't, girl, I don't know what to... I don't know you. What? If you don't, girl, I don't know... If you don't, girl, I don't want to know you anyway. I know you're almost done, but put my book down anyways. I picked You're That Bitch for my title because it meant a lot of different things to me. Obviously, it's very subjective, like what is a bitch? That's open to interpretation, bitch. But ultimately, I think being that bitch is when you get to that point in your life when you genuinely feel like you understand yourself. And even though it seems like every story in this book is about me all the time, and I'm not gonna lie, it is, this is about you too. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for humoring me while I tell you stories about a weird gay immigrant living the American dream. But it wasn't my only goal to talk on and on about myself. Bitch, the bottom line is that this book is called You're That Bitch, not I'm That Bitch. I use you're on purpose. By the end, I hope you will see yourself in at least one of these stories, that after reading it and my tips at the end of each chapter, you might be inspired to forgive yourself for the stupid things, open yourself up to healing and learning, and realize that you don't have to be famous to have stories to tell. It seems like everybody wants to be famous, but it's such a rare, random thing. There are other celebrities who have had to audition for years and years and study their craft, acting, singing, and whatever the fuck. I think I got famous because my persona is familiar to people. I'm everybody's funny gay cousin. But even more, I think people gravitate towards me because I remind them of the unfiltered voice that lives in everybody's head. I hope this book confirms that I'm just a real ass bitch. I haven't always been confident. I've hated my nose. I've hated the color of my skin. My eyes go two different directions. And I have a scar under my lip from piercing it. And then I'm like, sis, what makes me feel so good? But then I'm like, sis, what makes me feel so good when I meet famous people is that they have acne too. Nobody's skin actually looks that good in real life. I would still never post a picture of me with acne, but let me tell you, all these bitches have acne, girl. They got big ass pores, they got wrinkles, and they're far from perfect. I need to go back and dedicate this book to all the bitches with acne. And I'm not gonna lie, when I walk out that door every day, I still get scared, but that's normal. I think a little fear before you go somewhere extra shows that you know you're on the right path towards something new. You can carry your fears and anxieties, understand them, and turn them into your confidence. Every effing time I work on something new, at first I always feel like I can't do it. I get imposter syndrome. Almost every time I have to pep talk myself, tell myself that I deserve something. I know how much work I put in, but I still always have to remind myself, don't doubt yourself. Wow, girl, you went through so much. There's talent in being yourself, flaws and all, and that's more empowering than even my daily morning affirmations. It's normal to not feel like you deserve something. I, it's normal to feel like you don't. It's normal to feel. It's normal to not feel like you deserve something. I think sometimes I think the younger me deserved the success and the comfort I have today more than I do now because he was struggling more. When I feel this vibe, I need to remind myself that it's like someone spent 12 hours baking you cookies, and they're not so excited to give them to you, and you're just like, I don't want the cookies, except you are the person who baked the cookies for yourself. I'm so lucky that I've had people rooting for me the whole way. I've had the luxury of a very open and accepting family. I've had the luxury to just be who I am. What if my mom disowned what if my mom disowned me when she figured out I was gay? I don't know what type of depression that would have sent me into. I was blessed to have the family that I have. And if they hadn't accepted me and hadn't allowed me to explore my gender and sexuality, we'd still be all in that effing house, all 25 of us. That gift of acceptance at an early age is so priceless, and I feel like I owe them so much. My fans from past to present, we've grown up and gotten older with each other. That made me cry the other day thinking about how so many influencers and people who get famous get bombarded with comments like, oh, you changed, money changed you. I've never gotten those comments. I think people just genuinely want me to be the best entertainer I can be. You didn't get mad at me for moving on from beauty. You didn't get mad at me when I stopped doing the science bitch or rating cereal or screaming good motherfucking morning bitch while skateboarding through my living room. You understand that some days I'm not going to post on my stories because I'm burned out. Everything runs its course. I won't always do the same shit. That's just life. I feel like my audience has always welcomed my many and unpredictable transformations and has loved watching me grow from a skinny young punk to the strong, successful working woman I am today. Bitch, we all have more things to accomplish. Listen, girl, I don't feel like I've unlocked any giant secrets to life. I was a kid making choices. You don't need to put me on a pedestal or in a glass box, but I get it. I put all the people I look up to in a glass box too. Another tweet I see all the time is, I just want to live like Bretman, or I want to do what Bretman does. I don't think you realize you can do what I'm doing exactly where you're at. You don't have to be from Hawaii to skate around your neighborhood with your dog, and you don't have to be where I'm from to also sit on your roof and make homemade ashtray molds. Whoever, wherever you are, you can be a badass bitch with lots of experiences and stories too. Maybe you just haven't realized you can too yet, or you don't have the words to tell your stories right now. I'm really proud of my ability to push the boundaries of representation. I meet so many queers who tell me I inspire them to come out. Once at a fashion show, a Hawaiian guy pulled me to the side. He was like, Bretman, you have no idea what you mean to queer Islander kids. I wish there was a Bretman rock when I was young. I also saw a tweet recently about me that said, I love how Bretman is bringing back the peacock revolution. I looked it up, and in the 1970s, men would wear clothing that blurred the lines between women's and men's aesthetics. A lot of male artists, David Bowie, Elton John, Queen, then later Kiss and Motley Crue, were all wearing women's clothes. I was like, maybe now it's my peacock era, but how do I bring it forward and how and make it even more my own? I'm always moving the goalposts to challenge myself. I may be an influencer for millions now, but there was a time ain't nobody was watching me, and I was still out there doing my thing. I hope that inspires you to live openly and as your best, most authentic self, because you never know who you're going to affect or help. We all start somewhere. So you may be wondering, what is Bretman Rock? So you may be wondering, what is Bretman Rock? What is Bretman Rock going to do next? I think the charm of Bretman Rock is that he doesn't even know exactly. I mean, I do know that I want to be known as the best entertainer of my time. Let me be clear, I don't ever want to be known for just one thing. I truly just want to always be in front or behind the camera. One goal I've decided that I want to do is redefine the action movie genre. I don't ever want to play the stereotypical gay best friend role. Every time I meditate now, it's very clear to me that I'm going to be a superhero in the next pinnacle of my career. Imagine hot, gender bending gay action movies breaking stereotypes left and right. Even just saying it right now, I feel like it's gonna happen. I think I would kill an action comedy movie. I just need to train for it and take some acting and martial arts lessons. I mean, I have the Mortal Kombat hair going on right now, so let's not waste it. Whatever it is, I'm ready for the next new thing. I've gotten to this point where I'm letting the universe take me on a wild ride, but at the same time, I'm not going to work myself to death. I'm not going to let ambition eat me up and spit me out. Goals are always cute, and it's a good base for what you gotta do. Goals are always cute, and it's a good base for what you want to do. But if I die tomorrow, I genuinely die happy. But if I die tomorrow, I genuinely die happy. Having come this far already, I'm truly so grateful for growing up poor. It puts everything into perspective. A friend who started a TikTok came over the other day to get some advice about making it on social media. She kept peppering me with all these questions until I finally stopped her and said, "Bitch, like, what is your end game? I just don't want to be broke." Sis, I gave her the side eye. I started earning money at a young age and it was a privilege. And I've learned that there's so much more to being a content creator and to life than just money. If I woke up tomorrow and my bank was completely wiped out, I really would not even have anxiety about it because I'm still going to be famous. Fame has Fame was always my drive. There was literally no word in my language for fame back in the village in the Philippines. But I just still wanted to be known. I just wanted people to see me, period. Regardless if I had stayed home, I would have been a star. The money hunger that went alongside fame ended up from the money hunger that went alongside fame ended for me because there's only really so much you can buy as a effing person, honestly. Yeah, nobody needs four cars. It doesn't take much for me to be happy. If you really watch my videos, it's the little things. Like, oh my god, this bitch's whole day is made because he was able to open a coconut with a rock. Honestly, at this point, I'm more scared of just not having the passion for this work anymore. I'm more scared to wake up one day and not want to do videos anymore because my desire to entertain people has been what has driven me my entire life. Bitch, you best believe that if I went flat broke tomorrow, I'd start from scratch. You best believe that I'd eat a bug and contour my face again to get new fans. Most of all, you best believe I'd slap my sister right across the head and do it all over again. Through writing this book, I fell in love with telling my whole story. I discovered that I've been one badass bitch on my journey so far, that I've been so resilient that I can go through extreme situations and survive. I think my family is so proud of me, even if they don't always say it out loud. I give them so many reasons to be proud of me, so if they forget to say it, maybe it's because it's so hard to choose. My cousins come from the same house as me and watch me soar to new heights. They don't see my success as, oh, now we can ask him for stuff. They see it as, if Bretman did it, we can all live the American dream. We can all dream bigger. Like, my brother and I got closer after my dad passed and we had deep talks. He started writing poetry and I've been reading it, and he's been telling me that it's been easier for him to wish for things and for more from the world. I like to think I blessed my family with that skill and taught them about manifesting. I've influenced my family to be better people and to attract success. I might be one of the youngest cousins, but people come to me for advice. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Sometimes I'll just be saying shit just to say shit, and you're still coming to me. And we have long talks about what's next, what's possible. The Bretman Rock you knew is the product of everything I went through in life. But this book contains all the stories from Bretman Rock I know and I've gotten to know while writing them down. It's so cliche to say I've gone through so much and we've all gone through the same. It's so cliche to say I've gone through so much and we've all gone through the same thing. We have all we all have unique stories to tell. You're not going to relate to all my stories, but I hope you saw reflections of what you've gone through. Whether it's losing your dad at a young age, immigrating to a place where you don't even speak the language, or losing your virginity at Disneyland, I might have some of the same scars and stretch marks that you have, and scars and tiger stripes are really motherfucking cute as fuck. Thank you for going through all of this, your stories and mine together. Now you gotta take what you learned from the book and go forth and prosper. I'll end this whole effing thing with the 4 biggest lessons I've learned so far. Lessons that guide me every day. You're that bitch too. How to be your baddest bitch self. Number 1, being nice and genuine gets you everywhere in life. I'm a bitch, but I'm also so nice at the same time. I also think the whole perfect facade is dying. Genuineness is what we're all craving. Like on TikTok these days, we're seeing people of color who are going back to their roots of what beauty is and what it means to them. And it is so different in so many different cultures. For me, as I have gotten older, my content has been driven by intention, and that intention is to really just be Filipino as fuck. I just want to honor my family and give us a good name because we are kind people. Number two, remember that nobody is perfect. Not even celebrities. The most perfect people don't even like themselves, girl. Nobody is born knowing everything in this world, and nobody dies knowing everything either. Unless you're Albert Einstein. But what did that bitch do? Only discovered the most obvious thing in the world, gravity. No way. That was Isaac Newton. Any fucking way. Any fucking way. Knowing that and telling myself that helped me forgive my younger self. I made mistakes when I was young. I'm still making mistakes today, and I'm gonna make mistakes for the rest of my life. You don't just say sorry once, period, and bad bitches forgive themselves. Number three, go home. Home is childhood. Whenever I'm having a hard time, I remember the little old me. I think about him a lot, especially when I want to complain about what I'm doing today. I'm always like, bitch, younger you would have killed for this. These are the dreams that your younger stuff could not have imagined. If you're ever feeling lost, go home, especially if you were raised with love and aloha. Home is childhood too. If you ever feel out of place, reconnect with your childhood self. We all plant seeds when we're little, and our adult selves are truly a reflection of what grows from that. Like, remember when my sister and I would perform bad skits for our two cousins in our backyard? Guess what? Those dumbass dynamic and theatrics manifested into YouTube videos later. Number four, don't take everything so seriously. I think people forget to laugh at themselves. I also keep in mind that there's room for everybody to succeed in their own way. Think about your makeup bag, bitch. If you open it up, it's not like there's only one brand in there. I have mascara from 3 different brands. I have foundation from different brands that work with my skin tone. They all do the same thing, just in a different way. There's space for everybody in my makeup bag. Like, just because I'm killing it doesn't mean you can't too. I'm rooting for you too. Life may be like a box of chocolates, but I'm lactose, so instead of shitting my pants, I prefer to say life is like a mansion. There's a room for everybody in there. We all just have to find our own spaces within. Love you, Bretman. I hope it's not rude to like read somebody's book like on video, but I just wanted to do that because I love Bretman, and I'm and I really enjoyed reading this book. And honestly, I think Bretman was celebrated growing up just because he's Bretman. Like, how could you not celebrate Bretman? Like, do I feel like that bitch? I guess I feel like a nerd. I just read this book, but I'm really happy I read this book. I love you, Bretman. Guys, please go buy it. It literally just look up on Amazon and go buy it. What superhero could Bretman be? I call being Silver Surfer, so you can't be Silver Surfer. I'm Silver Surfer, even though nobody likes Silver Surfer for whatever reason. But if you wanted to be him, you can't be him. You can be whoever else. And I'm also Storm as well, so you can't be Storm either. I hope you guys enjoyed me reading this book. Yeah. This is like the first and last time this will happen, so sorry if my reading voice was like not it. I don't know. Sorry if this angle was not it. I just, like, I have neck issues, so I have to like lay back. Like I'm happy that book pop quiz. Bretman is a what? Island gal. Growing up, I never did like the whole like fashion runway or pageant. I wasn't even like aware that was a thing yet. But like when I was younger, I put on the leotard and high heels and like danced to Lil Wayne or Miley or Taylor. I don't know. I really hope to start to feeling like that bitch. That'd be good for my mental health if I start feeling like that girl. So hopefully we can all be that girl. So make sure to subscribe and like and